ko ea ko Pat McPhee hau, huri tēnei no Waikato, Ngāti Māhanga Hōru a taku hapu, ana te paporutu taku marai, no whatawhata hau, ka noko au, anei, I roto I te whare. Morning everybody! Morena! It's so awesome to see all your beautiful faces. First of all, I just need to acknowledge Bro TA and Ngāti Whātua Ōrākei for welcoming us here this morning because this is their whenua. So we're really happy to open this today's event in the manner that's appropriate, brother. So thank you, my bro. Just a few words from us before we kick off. We just want to share about a little bit about the vision of what we saw coming together. And I got a shout out to these bros, Te Aotearoa, Te Riapo, Eager Beaver Dam fam. Blockchain Navigators, bro, you guys are too much. Actually, the bro gave us a call about, only a couple of weeks ago. And it's like, yo, bro, let's do an event because Beavers are having their party. And like, wouldn't it be great if everybody could come together and we could wānanga, and we could learn. Because that's what the space is all about. And for my little part, all I want to say is this, today is about you. We worked hard to put this event on for you fellas. It's about you, because we all have an inclination. We all have that thought. We all have that little thing tingling away in the back of our mind that goes, man, this whole Web3 thing, it could be something big for me. It could be something big for my whānau. We all kind of know that the system that we were brought up into and we were born into wasn't set up for us to succeed, really, right? That's the truth of it. We start in a place of deficit, man. We're strong in whānau. We're strong in all of that. But, the reality of the situation is that whatever system you look at, like, it's tougher for us. There's not equality. But, man, we got some sharp brains. We got some sharp minds. We got that desire. We're driven by our whānau, by our people, and we want to change things for us. And that's what today is all about. It's about getting that learning so that you can take this and that you can apply it inside of your family. But last thing I'll say is that I think that the space is super interesting, but I'm worried. I'm worried that decentralization is actually becoming re-centralization, and that the old school money is coming in and just starting to run everything all over again. And, that's a big worry, because when you think about the promise of this space, the promise of decentralization is, that's our rangatiratanga, that's mandamutu hake, that's self-determination. But if the old stuff comes back in here and establishes itself, like we see all that old money starting to come in, it's already, the crypto markets are matching the mainstream markets right now. And so the promise of that is, the promise is there for us, but I don't want to see us get colonized all over again inside of the metaverse. And so this is about us being able to all rise. That's about us being able to all rise, because we like you see it. You see it you see the DJs, and shout out to the DJs in the room. And this isn't a poke at them, but like we see it. We see pockets of success, right? We see somebody hit. Kenny, what was that collection you're talking about yesterday? Where you at, Kenny? What was it, bro? So like, so it's the situation is though, like we hear about people that have success, but they have success in pockets, right? And it's kind of their success. But like if you look around you right now, most of you are surrounded by 8 other people, 3 in the back, three in the front, 1 on each side. And if the guy in the middle, the lady in the middle is making 1 ETH, 10 ETH in a week, that's dope. I'm happy for her. I'm happy for her whānau. But if everybody around them makes that 10 ETH bag too, oh, shit, that's 90 ETH sitting in 9 seats. If we can take that type of resource, we can take that type of focus, and we can all rise, and we can take those bags and we can focus it at the things that need a change in this system, we can rewrite the financial system, education system, whatever system we want to create in our own cultural aspiration and vision, then that's the promise of today, and it starts with today, and feel like NFTs is the gateway in. So take it all in. This is for you, whānau. I hope you enjoy the day. I hand it over to the brothers.
Just before the health and safety.
Okay, quick health and safety. Just before that, Wharepaku are outside. If there's a fire, head for that little fire exit door. Probably don't try and go to that little door. Go to the other door. Just meet at the front gate. Yeah, and then there's heaps of kaya across the road, just up in the food court. But the program is really tight. What else am I missing? Somebody yell at me. That's normally it. Yep. Sure.
Kia ora tātou te whānau, ko rea popana patoku ingoa, ko tarawera te maunga, ko puarenga te awa, ko te arawa te waka, ko tuherangi te iwi, ko ngā te wāheo o te hapu, ko te Pākira te marae, no rotorua ahau. Morena whānau, super stoked to be here today and see, I guess, our thoughts and our plans and our conceptualizing come to life. And the beautiful thing for myself sitting here today is to see so many of our Māori and Pacific whānau sitting here wanting to educate themselves in this space. And I know for myself, when I was growing up, I didn't have a lot of role models within, I guess, that were doing well financially within the current banking system. And I think this is a great opportunity for us to get on board early, educate ourselves and sort of reset that and beyond for our kids, beyond for our tamariki, beyond for our grandchildren and our next generation. So yeah, really stoked about that. And I'm really proud to sit here and represent the Eager Beaver whānau, one of the co-founders of the Eager Beaver NFT project, to sit here on behalf of them as well is an absolute privilege. And I think we're in for a massive feast today, like a kai, I guess, for our minds to educate ourselves. So I'm really looking forward to it. I think we're in for an absolute treat. So ngā mihi whānau, kia ora.
Cheers, brothers. E mihi ana kia tātou katoa. Okay, so you guys heard it. We've set the context. This is for you guys. And we want to make sure that this is different. This is not going to be just a whole bunch of people talking at you the whole time. We want your guys' questions. We want your guys' engagement. You can see there's 2 microphones over here. So during the sessions, any of the sessions, how they're going to run is we're going to have the kai kōrero that'll introduce themselves, maybe lay a couple of koha on the table for you guys to think about and maybe pick up. But as soon as we've finished those intros, we want your guys' questions. Okay, we want your guys' engagement because this is for you. So if there's that burning question, come up. So during the sessions, once we've done the intros, just come up, come straight to the mic and then ask your questions. And we want this to be more like a conversation rather than a conference. That's why it's a block party, not a conference. Raja? All good? Okay, well we might, mihi ana, tuku ia koe tuakana, and we might bring our first panel up. Okay, everyone say, yeah! Okay, and now actually, there's a few empty seats at the front, so any of our whānau at the back, cheer, Lil. You fellas want to come up and fill up some front seats? Bring it up so we're all nice and tight. Come on, don't be shy. Okay, can I bring our first panelists? Kelly Aroha, Jerome, Nicole, Hayes, and Kiropa. Okay, round of applause at the whānau for our first panelists. Yeah, fill up the front seats. Grab a seat, anywhere comfortable. Everyone comfy, so we'll be just sharing mics and stuff like that. We're good? Make sure that's on.
Who's sitting over there, bro?
Okay, but just to get us warmed up, so one of the basis of...
Where you sitting, bro?
I'll sit here.
Oh, okay.
You sit here? Yeah, sweet. Do you want this seat?
Yeah, my bum's a bit big in that one, cuz.
That's us. Okay. So, ones and zeros, eh? Code, ones and zeros. So can everyone put your left hand up as a 0 and your right hand up as a 1? So what you're going to do is you're going to put your hands down like this and you're going to put your 1 into the 0 of your friend. Right? 1 into the 0. And the object of the game is, when I say block, you need to pull your 1 out and the zeros have to try and catch, okay? Ready? Block. That was easy. I didn't even distract. Okay, and again, ones and zeros, set it up. Hey, ready? I'm really excited for today because it's a kaupapa about Metaverse and other kaupapas, NFTs, maybe some block. Oh, don't be too slow. Hey, swap hands. Hey, right hand 0, left hand 1. Okay, in there. Everyone set. Block. All right. Okay, beautiful. E te whānau, stoked as to hear the laughing. That's the sort of vibe that we want for today. We want everyone to feel comfortable. And like I said, these mics are yours. These sessions are yours. But what we're going to do is we're just going to whip around our panel. So this first panel is to set context. We've got some heavy hitters in this panel from all different kind of aspects of looking at this world of Web3, of blockchain, NFT, crypto, finances, investing, that sort of stuff. So rather than me taking up all the air, I'm going to hand it over to the brother Kireopa, and then we'll come this way. Everyone introduce yourself, a little bit of a background, and then why Web3? Like why this world that we're interested in? Like what are some 3 main points that the whānau can sort of pick up on? While you're listening, think of your questions, and then we want questions straight away. Ka pai? Tēnā koe, tūkana.
Kia ora whānau, Kireopa Nipata, one of the co-founders of Eagle Beaver alongside Riapo, who was up here before. Where the Beavers at? Chuck our hands up. Hopefully you guys didn't go too hard last night, because that's going to be tonight. But yeah, so myself, all right. I've got a bit of a story. I'll lead with a story first, and it'll lead into why Web3. So my journey kind of in this space, I'm going to say it started about 15 to 20 years ago. So I was brought up with my koro down in Christchurch, and he was like an old school dude, you know, like didn't trust the banks at all. And I'm sure we can all kind of relate to this at to some extent. But every time he would get paid, he would go down to the ATM. No, actually, he would go to the teller, and then he would take all his money out straight away. All right. So I'm sure we all know someone like that. Take all his money out, and I would say to him, Koro, why do you take all your money out straight away? He goes, I don't trust these fucking banks, you know, they're stitch up, rah. They're going to know everything that's going on with my, financial situation. I don't trust them. And I was like, all right. So that kind of happened, and he continued on. And then the only sort of digital aspect that he went to with it was ATM. So as soon as ATMs come along, he got a card, and then instead of going to the teller to have to talk to a teller, he would just go to the ATM and take all his money out there, right? He just did not want any interaction with anybody. But one thing that I got from my koro that he loved about cash was the privacy factor of it, right? He loved the privacy that he could go and spend his money at the bank. Sorry, not at the bank. He hated the bank. He could go spend his money at shops and no one knew where he was kind of spending his money, right? And he just despised banks and everything that they stood for, right? So fast forward about 15 odd years, I went and got a job at a bank. So I worked at the bank for about 17 years. And at my time at the banks, I would go ahead and look at people's bank statements, right? And most people would spend their money on around about the same things, right? Guys, they would basically just spend their money at KFC, cafes, McDonald's, and now Tinder Premium, right? They're basically spending their money on that. Whereas women were a little bit different, right? They would spend their money on still KFC, McDonald's, and that, but then they would buy things online, right? So they'd buy things from like cosmetics and all that stuff and get it shipped over. So as I was looking through that, there was absolutely no privacy, right? I could see everybody's bank statements and where they would spend their money. So absolutely no privacy, but they had the ability to be able to go and buy things online, overseas, outside of their local area, right? Whereas my koro, in his situation, he was only bound to where he lived, right? So what that brings me to is sort of blockchain technology, and it solves both of those issues, where now you can have the privacy of not having to, when you set up a wallet that's a exchange wallet, you're doing these ones on the phone and you've got your face like this and all that sort of stuff, and you're having to verify yourself. But you get your own wallet and you can go and buy different things over the world, right? But then it's all private. Your wallet is based on just 16 numbers and digits, right? So it solves both of those issues of privacy and also being able to spend your money around the world. So that's kind of what led me to where I am today, because I thought about my koro and I thought that I was kind of being creepy when I was working at a bank, looking at what everybody spent their money on. So yeah, that's my little bit of a story, and I think it kind of ties into how we are here today in Web3. Obviously, there's still education and the technology that surrounds blockchain that still needs to catch up, but we're here, it's established, everybody is believing in this sort of space, and from here on out, it's just going to be an amazing ride to see sort of what happens in the next sort of 5 to 10 years. Yeah.
Cool. Hey everyone, my name's Jerome. I grew up in South Karori. Didn't do very well at school. At 15, I got kicked out. By 17, I'd been arrested 10 plus times. My parents played a trick on me. They sent me over to the desert, told me I was going on a holiday. They left me there. It took me 2.5 years to get home. I lived in the car with socks on my hands to keep warm because I couldn't afford a blanket, eating macaroni flavoured with soup mix. Came back to New Zealand, sort of 97. The internet came out back then, Web 1. I used to sell websites to people, get told that now I'm in the yellow pages, we're all good. I think, since then I've been in tech and I've done reasonably well. I work 14 plus hours pretty much every day for 10 years, 8 a.m. starts, midnight finishes. I've since worked with some of the largest and most successful tech companies in the country, founded a couple of my own, been in blockchain since sort of 2017. With Centrality, we sold $100 million of our token in 6 minutes. We invested in a bunch of Kiwi companies, a bunch of people across New Zealand, and we can see the power of decentralization. I think there's a couple of things to understand. I'll just explain what is Web3 quickly. So Web 1 is where you can read information on the internet. Web 2 is where you can read and write information. So think Facebook and posts. Web 2 is where you own your digital identity, your data, your assets. And in the world today, 62 people in the world have half of the world's wealth. The big companies, the tech companies, they're stealing our digital land, our digital identities, our data. They're selling it to the highest bidder. Web3 is an opportunity for us to take back our digital identity, our data, our property.
Beautiful. Thanks, Jake.
Yo.
I should have sat there because he just stole all my shit. My name is Nicole Upchurch. I am CEO of a public layer 1 blockchain called SenseNet. I am the person that's going to give you some nerdy chat. Blockchain is the thing that underpins all of the Metaverse, Web3, NFT technology. The concepts of decentralization and ownership come from the blockchain. Just quickly, I like to take a litmus test of the room because there's always a big spectrum of what people know and what people don't know. So hands up if you've heard the word blockchain, but that's kind of it. Not you. What about if you're kind of a little bit more into it, you understand what a distributed ledger is and the idea of decentralization? You've kind of read a few things, you've got a little bit more information. Yeah, cool. And at the other end, who knows what a Bison fault tolerance theory is? Yep, I got the one up here. Okay, good. I am going to try, I think, when you go with any new technology, you don't want to take the surface. The surface looks glossy, looks glamorous, looks fun, looks rich. You need to understand what's happening below to really take full advantage. So that's what I can do for you today. And not all the things I'm going to talk about are things that you're going to walk away and go, totally got it, I can go and explain that to someone right now. But I'm open, I'm really happy to talk about blockchain to people. So even past this event, if you want to reach out, feel free to do so. That's me.
Kia ora whānau. My name's Hayes, also known as Hey Crypto. Yep, she's out, she's here. So I'm really passionate about the crypto space and the educational space and how we can bind that together within the Māori community. So really big up with that and I try my best to create content that we can also relate to and understand, and nothing so technical, because when I first started getting into crypto in 2017-18, there was like a lack of education. I kind of had to do my rangaho on my own kind of thing. So that's kind of why I created Hey Crypto, and also getting hoha, repeating myself 100 times. But no, it's turned into something amazing. What else? So my background also, I work in crypto. So shout out to the Easy Crypto fans, and if you guys are Easy Crypto users. But yeah, why Web3, why crypto? I think there's so many reasons as to why. It's just finding what works for you, and that kind of comes in with the educational space, and hopefully I can share some more information or educational resources that might spark your interest, that will fit your needs in that space. So that's me. Kia ora.
Kia ora e te whānau, tuatahi ake e mihi ana kia koutou te mana whenua, Ngāti Whātua i whakatūwhera i tō tātou kaupapa i te rangi nei, tēnei te ngākau e rewa ake nei. Ka rua ki taku prata nei, te rāwhitiroa i pōwhiri mai i te reo o te wahine ki tēnei kaupapa, tēnei e mihi ake nei. Ko waia hau, heru tēnei no Ngāti Kahungunu, i te taho tōku pāpā no te wairoa hau, i te taho tōku māma no Ramoto Kiriara a hau, ko Kelly Aroha tōku ingoa. Proud kahungunu woman, proud to be Māori. I have a saying, every time I see young people in these spaces, I tell them, if you love being Māori will love you. And so a bit of my background is when we were born, we were privileged to go through kohanga reo and kura kaupapa. So we are the generation that came through, during the 90s, where that was the only option we had. Māori education was the only option. And because that was the only option, we always knew it was so cool to be us. I grew up in Heretaunga in Hastings, and then I moved to Tāmaki Makaurau for uni. I got a culture shock to hear words like, I don't feel Māori, I don't look Māori, I don't know how to speak Māori, so I don't feel like I'm not enough. That absolutely blew my mind, because in my community, that was the coolest superpower we ever had. And so when we're moving and navigating into the metaverse and to Web3, I want our young people to know that your superpower is your reo. Your superpower is your ahurea. Your superpower is knowing who you are and where you come from. And that's what you take, whether you move into the digital or whether you're in the physical. I've got a passion about finance. I'm a baby in the whole digital space. So we've only started learning about it in September last year. My background is around just old money, housing, investing and to hatch, growing wealth the old way, but we value the future of pūtea and what that looks like. I think I'm said yes to Rāwhitiroa. You won't see me everywhere. Me and my tāle, we don't go out and about and talk at things like this, but when Rāwhitiroa hit me up, I thought, I better build up my tokens, because there will be a time where we want to run a wānanga in Kahungunu, and I want Rāwhitiroa to bring his people down to our home and to our community. So this is why that's why I showed up today. But I think, with investing and the kaupapa we do, and when we're normalising investing in Māori wealth, for me, it's ensuring that our people know happiness, kindness, and compassion. And all of those things are a part of wealth. Ko te māpāmua o tēnei mea te whairawa ko tō reo, ko tō ahurea, but in conjunction with those two things, it is happiness, it is kindness, and it is compassion. And so whatever it is we're building, you need to ask yourself that. Whatever project you're on, are you being good to people? On your marae, in your hapu, in your own home, are you being good to people? Are you being good to your whānau? Are you being kind? Because, oh my gosh, our first NFT we ever bought was Te Haunui Arts graph rings. And it was an amazing journey. We had Dors at the back and Hayes and me and my tāne, and we've got this four-way video call going on. And it was the most stressful thing, trying to figure out how to purchase an NFT. Hell or not, we figured it out. And although it was frustrating, we were good to one another, because Hey Crypto was the leader of the group. And we're like, are we doing it right? Is this good? And she was just so kind. And, it can be very frustrating teaching our people these things when we've all got different ways of learning and different ways of welcoming new mātauranga. So she was absolutely kind. Te Haunui, he's never met me. Hell, I'm not. Just a good human being. he's always had a positive social media presence. Ka Mutu, I think, you know, his kaupapa, and I hope that everyone's kaupapa reflects all of those things. But yeah, if you've got any pātai, look forward to hearing them. Kia ora.
Well, big ups for all of our panel. Round of applause. Crew of superstars. We are really, really grateful that all of you guys took the time. So if there's questions, let's go. Let's go straight to you guys. So any questions? Don't be shy. Well, I'll drop a question while you guys are thinking, but be brave, eh? So thinking about Web3 and thinking about how do we as people, like a lot of us will be coming from old ideas of money or old ideas of engaging with the internet, and this is for anyone can pick this up. What do you think are the easiest, kind of safest ways or beginning first steps on how we can start stepping in? Because I know you're working out how we can do payments into the metaverse, into blockchain and stuff like that. Maybe we can throw it your way first, Jerome. But you know, like how can we sort of get in? Think of your questions. I want to see people standing up here.
Look, I don't know if people still drive stick and have to learn how to do a hill start in a manual, but one thing I'll tell you is you don't learn by watching a YouTube video. You know, in this world, you've got to get your hands dirty. You got to try it. You got to do it. I think Easy Crypto is probably a good place to start. I think also there's an emotional thing that goes on when you buy this crypto and you buy these NFTs. You know, it's one thing to take a picture of the Mona Lisa and have it on your phone, but when you buy an NFT and you own it, you can't explain that emotion and that feeling until you've actually done it. Similar to you can't explain what it's like to do a hill start where you're trying to feather the accelerator, you know, the brake, someone's watching you, the cars are around, all those things are going on. You don't get that when you watch a video. So find someone you trust, who you know. Stay with blue chip. Don't try and play the market. Buy stuff for the long term. Think of it as investment. It's the best performing investment asset class of the last 10 years. Hold it for the long term. Start small and just get in.
It's a beautiful way to start.
Bro, just, that's awesome, bro. On the back of that, I think what really worked well for me when I got into this space was understanding why I want to come out of the existing space that we have. So obviously we've got the banking system, you know, fiat currency, and how that system that we currently live in is how it's shaped the world today. So I found that just doing education on what's currently happening today, what's happened 100 years ago, you know, why fiat currency used to be backed by gold and why then it come off the gold standard so that now money could just be printed willy-nilly. Just knowing all of those things there and then trying to figure out why Web3 or blockchain technology really helps move away from that system. So understanding that system there first, and then once you understand that, then you go into blockchain and look at blockchain and why that just kills fiat currency and gold in every which way. We're talking like the speed, we're talking about it's stronger as an asset. We're talking like the privacy stuff that I talked on before. Once you know where you'll come from and what you're going into, and when you buy, you know, things like Bitcoin, Ethereum, all of that sort of stuff, then you can hold it with those diamond hands, right? Because you know the reason why that you're there. So, you know, taking the time to do, you know, your 20, 30, 50 hours, you know, the more hours of homework that you do, the better you are going to be when you do decide to take that leap, if you haven't taken that leap into the blockchain technology. And, you know, just to touch on what Jerome said about it being an asset for the future, you know, it's something that is that you can invest in that can be carried through space and time, right? And when I talk about space and time, what I'm talking about there is if you want to leave your Bitcoin or your Ethereum or what have you to, you know, your mokopuna, to their kids, right? It's not going to have to go through arms and legs for that to be able to happen. You know, what will happen is all you got to do is just know what your crypto keys, you know, your 12 keys, pass that on, and then now it's theirs, right? As opposed to if you're trying to pass on commercial property or you're trying to pass on gold or what have you, has to go, the amount of systems that has to go through and the amount of fingers that touch that, you know, there's heaps, right? Whereas with Bitcoin, it's basically if you have the keys, that seed phrase, then that's yours, and you just pass it on, and now it's theirs. It's like that simple. But you know, as the phrase that goes within this sector, do your own research, and that's going to be your friend, you know, spend that time, that 20, 30 hours, because we are early, you know, we are super, super early.
Good, Chape. Round of applause for our first question of the day, Chair Brother.
Chair Bro.
Okay, kia koe, mate, just your name and you can chuck your question at anyone.
Yeah, kia ora. This is for, my name's Luke, so I thought I'd break the seal for everyone and just get into it.
Kia ora, Luke.
Web3, biggest mistake you've made and biggest success you've made. So kia ora.
Anyone?
Okay, I'm just going to take it back a second before I answer that, because I think it's really, when people get you to sit up here and talk about blockchain and NFTs and the metaverse and Web3 and crypto, that's a lot. Like, that's a lot. And we might sporadically talk about crypto here and a bit of NFT and a metaverse and whatever. So let's just stop for a second and make sure that we're really clear about how these things fit together. So on the underneath is the infrastructure layer, that's blockchain. Everything's built on the blockchain for various reasons. Then you've got crypto. Now, Bitcoin was the very first use case of blockchain. Bitcoin is not blockchain, but it was built on top of a blockchain. That was the first use case of crypto. Then you got this evolution into NFTs. They've been around for a long time, but they really came in with a force about 18 months ago, also built on the blockchain. The reason that NFTs are important is that eventually, once we move into the metaverse, NFTs demonstrate ownership, and you can take things that you own into the metaverse that represent you. So your avatar or your whatever you live in or whatever is a representation of you and your brand, and all of the things in there you own. So yeah, there's an infrastructure layer at the bottom, and there's a couple of verticals that sit down there. I don't talk a lot about crypto. I've got to be honest with you. I never got it, and I'm in the industry. But I get NFTs because I love art, and I get the metaverse, and I see the potential of Web3, and I can see where it's going. And it's not like decimal points and yield farming and stuff I don't get. But an NFT is really about ownership. Now, there's 2 points to NFTs. You've got to remember, you can invest in them, you can make them. You want to invest in them? I agree. Do your research first. Everyone gets burnt at first. Don't think you're special, because I lost $1,200 in my first ever purchase. So goodbye, money. And you do that. You always do it small enough that you kind of learn some things, and then you get a little bit more confidence, or you know what you're doing. There's a couple of important things that you've got to look at when you're investing in NFTs. What is the community like? Are they active? Are they passionate? Are they really into it? Is the team that have created it doxed? And when I say doxed, do you all see their real faces? Like, have they shown you what their actual personal Twitter handle is? Or if they're using fake, I know everyone likes avatars, but if they're using fake and you don't know who that exact person is, then my trust with them is not so much there. What else would you say when you're investing in NFTs?
Only afford you can afford to lose.
Yeah, exactly. So that's investing in NFTs. Like, everyone's going to make a mistake to begin with. Just make sure that you do the research, that you talk to people, that you understand the history of that project. Has anyone else got anything they'd like to say on that matter?
Yep. So was it with the question that you asked with anything bad or yeah, good? The only thing I could say is that when I did first invest, I actually forgot about it, but I found it, so I'm all good. So it's win-lose. But going back to like the kōrero that we were speaking about with getting started, I think what we actually need to start with is security, because I think a lot of us don't realize that we can't do forgot your password like normal Web 2. We can't recover stuff. So I think having a clear understanding about that is number one, and is pretty much mostly important before you start everything.
Not your keys, not your crypto, eh?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. So, yeah, but with everything else that was saying, like how we got crypto, so we kind of need to understand how that works to be able to purchase NFTs, to be able to work in the Web3 metaverse space. So there's yeah, so it's a lot, and I don't want to go into the rabbit hole, but just taking it back, yeah, security, setting up the wallets, and so forth. But yeah, rangaho, and rangaho. Yeah.
Kia ora. Did you want to?
I get pulled into the hype cycles. So when things are going really well and actually things are really expensive, you get a whole bunch of FOMO and you buy stuff that often goes down in value. So one of the things I would suggest is buy when no one else is. You know, right now, to give you an idea, NFTs on OpenSea, which is like the eBay for NFTs, at their hype, they were doing about 1.4 billion a week. Right now, they're doing 43 million a week. So the market is completely tanked. So no one's buying right now, which means it's a good time to buy.
Oh, you got to be really brave. Now, I've been through this a couple of times. Crypto goes through these roller coasters, and there'll be a moment where you're like, pull up. And you know that you should be investing at that stage. But I'm like, I don't have all the money in the world to lose. So it takes you have to have gone through those cycles of up and down a few times before you can confidently go, yeah, sure, I have my money. And I'm sure it's going to go up because I know.
And it's also like trusting in the principles, understanding why you're investing and understanding kind of why things going. Where I'm still learning about this stuff. I'm still ihuhupe. I'm seeing you with another question. Chair brother, can you tell us your name and your patai?
Kia ora tātou, my name's Matthew, and I just had one question. I feel like when I got into the space at the start, a lot of the like places that I was learning from, they seem to be like YouTubers who were getting paid by projects, and I found that like a lot of that information was like, it just felt real off. It felt real off, and so I guess my question, and it's kind of like a challenge, is also it's kind of like how can we ensure that there's like a lot of education for a lot of different people that isn't just funded by projects? What does that look like to you guys, and how can in what ways do you think you can like make sure that it happens, or like, you know, like kind of incentivize it?
Beautiful question, Bo. And the first thing we're going to do about it is have this event. Have this as a place where we're coming together to learn. We're not pushing any particular project. There's no, like, yeah, we will be talking about projects, but we're talking about them so that you can understand what goes into a project. It's not an advertising, it's not an infomercial. So really good question. For me, I didn't say it at the start, I'm also running the Blockchain Navigators wānanga, and the whole point of that was, I'm brand new in this space. I'm ihuhupe, I'm the taina in this space, but I've got mates. I got onto it mates. And so what I thought is, let's have wānanga with my onto it mates and let's share it with everyone so everyone can learn and can grow off it. So every week or every couple of weeks, I'm doing it off my own back, so it's whenever I get the chance. But we're having those wānanga to kind of deep dive. And the other thing was, when I started looking at it, it was all people from overseas, mainly Americans. And I was like, man, I want to see some Māori faces talking about this. I want to see some Aotearoa faces. Pākehā, Samoan, whatever, like here in Aotearoa, I want to hear from people here, and that was kind of another big motivation for this event. So any others jump on there?
Yeah, the obvious one is to download the Manaaki app. It's an app for, you know, for New Zealanders, for small business, for people. There are multiple channels in there on crypto, NFTs, Metaverse. There's dozens of people, myself included, that will answer any question you post in there, that are there to help you, that care about, you know, all of the people in this room. You know, I guess, you know, Pat can talk a little bit more about why they set up Manaaki, but that's the place where you'll get honest answers from, you know, people like us.
Bro, I am. Oh, sorry, sis. For you, bro, like for me, the best way that I found to do sort of my research, and what I touched on before about doing that sort of 30 to 50 hours of research, was also finding those people. And the first person that I really found that was doing some awesome things in the NFT space was Gary V. And obviously everybody here knows Gary V, like he's the man, right? But the way that I used to dig deeper was I'd find out who he was interviewing in this space and then start following them, because this guy, he's not just talking to any random person, right? He's doing the vetting, making sure that they are up in the crypto space and all that stuff, because he's trying to learn at the same time. So I used to follow him, see who he would interview, and then go and follow them in the NFT space especially. But with the blockchain and Bitcoin space, I don't know if anyone here has heard of Robert Breedlove. He's a really good person, and I actually come across him in an interview with Robert Kiyosaki, the author of Rich Dad Poor Dad. So I look at these people that have done something, that are actually out in the community, they're doing things, they're they're putting their their balls on the line, let's say, and they're out there and they're making stuff happen, right? And then I would follow them and see who they're talking to and go down that space. And I just found that was the easiest way to do it, because if people are doing something, like Jerome touched on before, you want to be just jump in and straight do stuff, right? So the ones that are doing something are the easiest ones to follow and learn from. But also sessions like this as well, rubbing shoulders, and I'm sure this is going to be the very, very first of many.
Kia ora, apātai pai tēnā. I'm thinking when we started learning about this space, it was definitely our friends, our social circle, and Hayes was very influential in teaching us the 101s of this space. So I would encourage, a friend circle as a starting point. And also, I value Māori representation, and Māori representation matters in this space. However, I also value people that don't look like me, people that don't think like me, and people that just don't have innovative thoughts like I do, because that's how we grow more, and that's how we challenge our thinking more. So I think it's about finding a balance of looking at what the Koreans are doing, or Japanese, or people that are living off the grid, if we can find them. I think traveling around the world and going to wānangas like this, if you can afford that, and start learning about other people, fill up your kete mātauranga and come home and then rechange it and put our lens onto it, because we just started learning about this space in September last year. And just like you're experiencing, we were looking at Americans. Rich Dad Poor Dad, Robert Kiyosaki, just like Rafitiro was saying, we were calling them all our uncles. Uncle Gary V, Uncle Robert Kiyosaki. Like, they were, what I valued most about them is they had gone through the journey of building multiple levels of wealth, and now they're embracing new wealth. So I valued their life experience, and that's why I followed their journey, where when we look at, Aotearoa representation in that space, they're greedy, they're not sharing their mātauranga. So why wait for some non-Māori to share that mātauranga when there's Americans that are openly sharing that? And so that's why we went there, and now it's about multiplying that and making that more accessible to our people. And so in the Web 2 space, I value the role Instagram has had in being able to educate our people in the last 5 months, because in the last 5 months and moving into Matariki, we've got Māori people doing amazing things, and all you need to do is ask a friend. Like, if there's something you don't know and you don't know it by the end of this day, turn to your person on the left or right and say, hey, I'm trying to find this out. Do you know anyone? And I can guarantee you they know a Māori that's in that space, and secondly, a Māori that speaks te reo Māori that's in that space. Kia ora.
Hey, sorry, I just want to add a little bit here. Fuck Gary V. We got a couple of fucking. we have the most badass motherfucker Māoris nailing NFTs. You know who sold 10 times more NFTs than Gary V? Aaron McDonald, Brooke Howard-Smith. This guy.
Kia ora, in the whare, round of applause. Next speaker.
They've sold 180,000 NFTs. They think that they sold $500 million worth of NFTs. Both Māori, both in decentralization. Aaron's done so much to support the New Zealand community, multiple people in this room. Follow Aaron McDonald. He knows 10 times more than Gary V. Māori are doing all of you proud, all of us proud, and fucking nailing it on the global stage.
My man. Round of applause there, whānau. Okay, we have a beautiful sister with a patai.
Hi, kia ora. I'm Alzeri Clark from Kirikiriroa. But my patai is just around apart from being with friends, and I know that's great when we rub shoulders and things like that, but what are some tools and some places that we can go to do a bit more research around Web3, around, are there any kind of other online events or, tools, I don't even get ready to I know, that we can use to be able to really enhance our mātauranga.
I'm not going to give a very helpful one, but an entertaining one. Have you watched Ready Player One? Yeah. Okay, there you go. That's your first step into education around Web3 and the metaverse.
I don't mean to like shill my website, but if you, if you check out heycrypto.com, I do kind of write in a simple way of where to get started in the crypto space, where to get started in the NFT space, and just understanding where to start and also where you want to start. So everything's kind of hidden in that website. If you want to go have a tattoo and whatnot, find what you might find. And yeah, that's all I can say.
We got one more question, our last question for the session, Jesus.
Kia ora, kia ora. Just going to take it back to basics for our rangatahi and any whānau members that are here new. Can we get an explanation on what decentralization is?
Oh, I got this.
Go. Beaver Queens.
I can do it, and it's not even nerdy. So when I was at university, I went into a flat. There was 4 of us, and I joined the flat, so I didn't sign the lease or anything. I just got told by the guy who offered me the room, you pay X amount a week. And I'm like, cool, sounds good to me. And he set up a bills account so I could put that money in there. And he also said, well, I put all the utilities in my name as well. So you can pay me this much rent and you can pay me this much utilities. And I went, okay, without actually seeing anything. So I had to have a lot of trust that that person was not ripping me off. Now, he was the centralized person, right? He had the ledger with all the information on it and the bank accounts. In a blockchain world, all 4 of us would have the same ledger. All 4 of us would see exactly what was going to be paid, the bills, the rent, whatever. And what happens in that decentralized world is that you look for bad actors. So when one of them comes back and say, well, I'm going to say that the broadband bill is $150 and make everyone pay more and I'm not going to pay anything, the rest of the people would look at their ledger and go, no, that's not right. You're the bad actor, off you go. Right? So that's the idea of decentralization. I can bring it back to everyone's got an iPhone. You might lovingly care for that iPhone for 3 years. You put your screen protector on it, you put your thing on it, and you pay a lot of money for that iPhone, so you don't want to hurt it. But a few years down the track, Apple says to you, well, we're actually discontinuing. We're not going to upgrade that phone anymore. But you say, this is my phone. I paid for this. It's still in good nick. There's nothing wrong with it. They have decided that your phone no longer gets the update. That's centralization. You have no choice in that. You don't go, oh, but my phone's in perfect nick. They go, too bad. We've decided that phone's not for us anymore. So that's kind of the idea of like people centralize taking the power and having the ability to switch something off when you can't do anything, around to decentralization where it's really open. Everyone can see. You all have trust because you can see that everything that's happening in that network is above board.
Beautiful, beautiful explanation. So we've come to the end of this session. Hopefully we've put some kai on the table that you guys can pick up what's tasty, leave what's not. Just like any hakari, you leave there what you don't like, but you pick up the ones that you do. And all of these people, follow them. All day, we've got heavy hitters in this space coming up to here, and this is an introduction. One of the whakaaro that Riapo had at the start when we first thought of it was, I want a space where we can meet each other in person. Now we're building relationships. We're seeing kanohi ki te kanohi. Now we can send them a message and say, hey, can you explain this? Or hey, I'm thinking about this. Do you think that's a good idea?
I'll say it's 4 a.m, mate. Like, no.
Up to So this is that chance to really follow people, build these connections, and that's what we want all day. But massive round of applause for our kai kōrero today. Thank you all. Thank you all. Okay, and I want to welcome my tuakana Pat up to the stage, and DJ Key spin us some beats. So while we've got the music going and we're doing the changeover, talk to your mate next to you. What are 3 main points? 3 main points. Talk to your mate. Kia ora.
Māori here in Aotearoa that have literally been selling millions of NFTs. Our very own Gary V's. Nah, even better. So look, it's my real pleasure to welcome to the stage Brooke Howard Smith. Come down, Brooke. Hey! Energy. Welcome, brother. Shots.
Wow, number 2.
Anyone you like.
What a room. Oh my Lord.
Welcome. Thank you for being here, bro.
I've been blown away from the moment I walked in, and I want to just stop and pause and thank you guys so much for, this is incredible, man. The audience is amazing. We're lucky enough at Non-Fungible Labs to be working all around the world right now, and one of our core tenets, one of the pillars is about making sure that the metaverse is a rich metaverse full of people's stories from around the world, not just San Francisco, homogeny.
Yeah.
And
Gary Venus.
Gary Venus. And so we get people like First Nation in Canada, creators reaching out to us. We've just finished a really cool project. Actually, it's in the middle of a really cool project with some creators from the Pan-African NFT collective. They will freak out when they see this. I'm going to take a photo or video of this because this is, you guys are the walking walkers. Like, talk, massive walk. So thank you so much.
You're welcome, bro. You're welcome. Hey, so just before we kick off, why don't you just give everybody a breakdown where you're from and what's your whakapapa?
It's so funny. I was just thinking before as well, So a lot of people here have been like bold enough to step out of their comfort zone to try to learn something new. I'm a part of the last generation that had our heritage crushed out of us, right? So I was born in the 70s, and a lot of you guys will know this if you were born in the 70s. It was just it. And so I reached out to my maraias, Omahu, down near the Mighty Hastings. I reached out, yeah, good. They accepted my Facebook request. And so for me, I'm going to use this journey where I'm hoping to help connect our people to blockchain, NFTs, this whole world. I would love to reconnect or to connect with my culture properly, because I don't know if there are any people. It's not an imposter syndrome that I have with it.
No, I get it, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna take this off. This is too hot. It is an absolutely baller jacket, but it's too hot.
Just don't leave that lying around, because I don't know if there's too many of those Fluff World Lettermans in the world.
Yes. Anyway, so that's me, born in 1972. So one of the things that I was also really impressed with was the age diversity in here. You know, I've been so lucky in my life, but it's because I'll try things. And it's just so awesome to see people of all ages going, you know what, blockchain, I'm going to learn about this. Yeah. So I'm 50 this year.
Let's go. Congratulations on that milestone too, brother. Hey, so listen, let's talk about this NFL journey. Because, oh my God, Fluff World, right? Who's into fluffs? Yes, not enough.
Thank you very much for supporting.
But Non-Fungible Labs, what an incredible journey. Yeah. Jerome dropped a number around the number of NFTs that you guys have sold. What is the actual number?
You know, it'll be up, like, I think he's right. I think it's like 160,000. It's only Sandbox has sold more NFTs than us in the last 6 months. It's pretty amazing. We've got an incredible team of incredible people.
Yeah, give it up for that.
And you know, and also Jerome's dead set right. Aaron McDonald, Naitahu, amazing guy. Just you're being shortchanged by having me here. He's the most concise, articulate, elegant speaker on the subject on the planet, and so you should definitely follow him. Read up, like, see what he's doing. But yeah,
tell us how you you go into Discord, and then I think the most frequently asked question especially when you jump into new Discord is like, how'd you get into NFTs, bro? And so let me just start with that 101 and talk about just like, what was your first exposure to NFTs and how did it impact you? Like, did you have a epiphany at that moment? It was like, heaven's opened, Non-Fungible Labs, going to create all these fluffy things. Like, how to go?
No, it's just as confused as everyone is, because the start of it is this shallow layer of like, I understand that content is important, like, and I understand that we live in a whole new world. The underlying thing, and Nicole and Jerome, these guys, they do such a good job of explaining the technical parts of this. The idea of gatekeepers, gone. You know, Spotify, done. It won't disappear. It's going to be a radio station, you know, effectively. But all these gatekeepers, whether it be the banks or Spotify, or in this sense of content, when I was working at TV3, there were like 3 people there. Same age, same ethnicity, same everything, that were making all the decisions as to what we all got to see. And so I've been fascinated with the creator economy. The fact that if you're like, you know, good at making content, Nick's amazing at making content, right? Yeah. And an audience just grows, right? And so I've been interested in content community for a very long time with We Are Tenzing, purposeful creator agency that I have. And then Aaron McDonald bought into it. And the idea from there, at least our belief was that very soon commerce was going to be added into this properly. Because at the moment, Facebook has you, or Instagram have you build an audience, you do all the work, then they take that audience and sell it back to you. They're advertising, they turn our 13-year-olds into a product that they sell to brands. And so our belief was that was going to shift, and that gatekeeper, Facebook, which really just took over from the gatekeeper, TV3, was going to be removed, and that the creators would soon have all the power. And in January 2021, which sounds like not that long ago, he said, you got to see this, NFTs, learn about them. Never heard the word fungible in my life. Learn about them. And there were some really interesting things happening. The first thing everyone was saying, like, there's a lot of money, right? So
Yeah.
that's the first thing that gets people into this. But it's so much more than that when you understand just how you get over that veneer of like
Yep.
people are getting rich, right? Because that's an important thing, and like I understand that brings people in. But when you start to understand how this is going to empower our most creative layer, regardless, and we hope, regardless of where they're from, regardless of what traditional access they've had to technology, we hope that this will empower creators.
Yeah, and so you're talking about some big vision stuff, because like if you think about that whole world that you're a part of, non-fungible, centrality,
Yep.
fluff, silo, like, you know, you guys are at this whole constellation nearly. And I wonder like how you guys actually see this playing out.
Oh yeah, I mean, so I didn't even answer your question before, by the way. I just go off on my tangents. Right, so we set up non-fungible labs. And so Aaron and I, and then we brought in two brilliant young guys, Jesse Metcalf, Alex Smaler, and we did some stuff. We did a thing where we had street artists put up like some art overnight, and we'd put a QR code on it, and the first person to scan it owned the NFT, and then they'd paint over the street. We did a bunch of experimental stuff, and then the guys started building fluff, and on August 8th...
Wait, where did that come from, that fluff idea though?
Jesse's got a bunny, and Bored Ape was like starting to really take off. Like Bored Ape was crazy, you know, it's so crazy that you could have bought that for like $300, and they didn't sell out. It took them, you know, months to sell out. And then on August, and by the way, the guys kept, before anyone thinks I'm a genius, when Jesse and Alex came to me with their business plan for Fluff, I was like, this is the worst business plan I've ever seen. Because they were like, it's going to make $4 million on the first day. And I was like, what are you on? You crazy? Like, what is, I was like, it's hilarious. We love talking about it because I like, listen, I know business guys. Yes, that's like the best case scenario. What's your worst case? Anyway, so it made $15 million on the first day.
Wow, shit.
And
you felt?
Yeah, I mean, I was hilariously, I was like, we're moving out. So I was cleaning out the rubbish out of my house, and I thought I'd have like hours to buy fluffs. And in 40 minutes, it sold out. So I missed the mint. And then they went to like 1.6 ETH, and my wife was like, we are not buying a fluff. Like, we own the fluffs, we got them. So Aaron gave me 3 fluffs. And then, and you know, the most expensive, you know, when you try to save money, I was like, I rented a truck to put my rubbish in. So I saved like $38 and then lost all this money. And then it's been really interesting because Aaron, you know, super smart. He raised, this isn't his first rodeo. In 2016, he raised $120 million in about 6 seconds with the Centrality Network and an ICO that gave him the grant to invest tens of millions of dollars over the last 5 years into the blockchain, the base layer. He collected together a bunch of companies, the base layer, and then the decentralized finance, which is a lot of what these guys have been working in. And these are the structural basis, the structural kind of pillars of the next internet. Now, the interesting thing about them, I mean, they're incredible. Silo is like incredible technology, but really hard for us to get our heads around. If you're not an engineer, the understanding what a node mesh network is, it's like way beyond me, right? I'm not a technical person, you know, more of a creative person. But when we were able to put an NFT, who knows what a seeker is? Has anyone seen the seekers?
Who's got seekers?
So Silo was a $22 million company valuation, brilliant company that had built this technology that was amazing, but still not getting the cut through that they deserved. We went to South by Southwest. We're the first New Zealand company ever to be a title sponsor of South by Southwest, the biggest tech festival and music festival in the world. And we threw this incredible, built this village with these domes, and we launched Seekers. And Seekers are these little companion robots that will live with you in the metaverse. And not just in the metaverse, a lot of this avatar, and this is where you go, like the layers and layers. Cool content, you can make some money, whatever. Get down beyond this, and you start to realize that this is a complete revolution. Who here has an Apple phone? Right, and Siri's your assistant on the Apple phone, right? Wrong, Siri is Apple's assistant that is intercepting your questions and delivering probably the second or third best answer to them based on who's paid Apple more money, right?
Oh,
It takes Facebook I get this right. It takes Facebook a couple of years, say 2-3 years to get about 7,000 data points on you so that they know, that they might know you're pregnant before you're pregnant or whatever, which is crazy, right? The new paradigm is this. Your avatar that you think is just sitting there on the, there's an amazing company called Altered State Machine, which is just revolutionary. By the way, another, David is also Māori, so Dave McDonald, his brother. And he invented non-fungible intelligence, basically. This is a protocol that puts AI into your NFT. Now your avatar's got a brain. Now you can tell your avatar, listen, sit on my browser, check out what I'm looking for. So when I'm asleep, like maybe you're a big fan of finding a, I don't know, Ford Escort, like a 1978 Ford Escort. You've been hunting for one, and your avatar is sitting there going, man, Brooke's really into Ford Escorts. One comes up in Australia on whatever, on a sales thing, and it's my assistant. And only I have, the data is for me. No one's scraping that data. And in fact, we've reversed it. Now it's scraping companies' data for us. So you will develop 1 million data points in like 3 weeks because we're constantly, anyways, this is me getting way onto a tangent.
Good though, right? So good.
My point is that this is utility. We are taking back control of our data, and this is the starting point. So again, Altered State Machine, it is a rabbit hole. Like you will go down this wormhole because they are the smartest people in the room. When we have the parties, we have these, drinks, work drinks. You can always tell the non-fungible labs team who are a little bit reckless, and then the Altered State Machine are these like all the smartest kids from school are just sitting in the corners like.
Can you tell us a little bit then about, because that's, like if you begin to think about what you've said, but that non-fungible intelligence, just as one thing, NFT is inherently unintelligent, put a brain in it, that's freaking awesome. But there is like I look at what you guys are doing, and I see you kind of putting together the pieces.
Yeah. Again, I was on a bit of a tangent. The pieces were, Silo is an incredible company. Seekers were the consumer-facing layer where people go, oh, a little robot assistant that communicates with all the other robot assistants and allows us to send messages, and it holds the things that are valuable. It's allowing you to it's the visual creative layer that sits on top of this technology. Why is this industry so dynamic? And again, the one thing that, if you buy an NFT, again, I just do not invest in them to get rich quick. If you buy one, buy it so you can learn about the industry, because you will get wealthy and be in a pretty dynamic industry as a result of that. Where was I going on this?
You're putting together the whole puzzle for us, because what you're going to do is you're going to just tell us the big vision shortly.
Yeah. So
how non-fungible is going to change the world. Actually, and I'm going to add something onto that question.
Yep.
What's your vision for Indigenous people in the metaverse?
Well, we'll get there because I think that's really
important. Let's go.
I'm going to do stage 3 of Silo and Seekers.
Okay.
So $22 million company Silo, and they'd worked 5 years building this layer of technology. They did $22 million in 75 minutes selling the Seekers, but then here's the important part. Now they've got 7,000 of the smartest creatives and technologists in the planet who are now feeding into that community. So the real power of NFTs are they turn what were customers, the sense of if you're a Vodafone customer, you're just a customer, right? They're extracting dollars from you, they're giving them to the shareholders. In Web3, the community are the shareholders, the stakeholders, the core stakeholders. And so that value is the other direction. And the other part about it is you suddenly have like all these smart people feeding into your community. So we've got at Non-Fungible Labs around 60,000 people in the broad ecosystem. They are amazing musicians. We're lucky enough to have Disclosure, Snoop Dogg, Timbaland are all on they're all.
Steve Aoki as of the other day.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we've signed 30 of the best DJs, producers, musicians. And there's a lot of them. Steve actually bought at the Mint, so he's been a flip holder for ages. It's pretty awesome. But those community members then start creating the lore, So if you're in the fluff world community, you'll know that we're creating this kind of entire world and it's coming from the community. It's a really amazing system.
Super amazing. Now tell us about the potential and what your vision is for how Indigenous people can leverage the space. And if you have a question, line up now because I'm going to flip the questions after this. So just start lining up. You must have questions for this dude. Don't sit there and be like, I know Albie's been talking about you all week. Yeah, you know Albie.
I don't have a hard stop, so we can go over if you guys want to as well. But the so I mentioned before that if we're going to build the metaverse, we need to make this the best, most amazing, inspirational environment. And if we do it the way that we built Web 2.0, like the same group of people, same venture capitalists, same people that have had this access, privileged access, it's going to be awful. It's going to be just a really plain and boring metaverse. And so from the start, we've wanted to include original storytellers, like First Nation storytellers, Indigenous peoples from around the world. And I hope we're doing a good job of that. Interestingly, you've got to build from the ground up, right? You guys are having to build this whole thing because it just doesn't exist anywhere in the world. And like I said,
absolutely,
all over the world, they're going to look at this as the start of opening up the education to everybody. And
What do you think about, the way that you guys go about, like your community, you mentioned how big they are, but it's such an engaged community. It's such a smart community. It's, you go into some Discords, you see like hundreds of thousands of people, but then in the current market, they don't mint out. Seekers with Silo, you guys were it was at the front end of the bear market really that we're in now. And I was watching that Dutch auction. It was a trip, bro.
Yeah, and it was amazing. That was another innovation. So we're lucky enough to have all of these first. So no one had ever built an auction like that. And we'll get upset if we call it a Dutch auction.
My bad, Aaron.
Dutch auctions are, again, pretty exploitative. So it's kind of like that's, things like Pixelmon or these things that, work on FOMO and fear to make people pay the most that they're going to pay, right? Yeah. So this was an auction that just started out with 50,000 seekers, and we've got our lore around the goblins, not the latest goblin town.
Not the what the fuck goblins? Yeah. Ruben? Where's Ruben?
But the goblins, the longer they were not sold out, the more the goblins would scrap these seekers and use them for parts to build a portal, which will come into play a little bit later. Anyways, long story short, we thought maybe we'd sell 30,000. So only a couple of thousand of them got scrapped. Goblins only got a little bit of it, so we'll see.
That was crazy. Tell us how you curated and grown that community, because the community is awesome. But for anybody that's in here that's wants to start a project, community is everything, and that's a big job, bro.
I was telling Pat in the back. In fact, I'll tell anyone who'll listen. I call it the finger trap. It's the most amazing job I've ever had. It is also I've been in, competitive sports, broadcasting and business for 30 years. I've never been in a place that's got more pressure. The idea that your stakeholders, who are often people that have invested a big bit of money, some people be like, this is all my kids' futures are resting on you. I'm like, no, that's not right. But for them to have 24/7 contact means that you've always got to be there. It's an experiment as to whether or not these companies can even exist, because they're incredibly heavy lifting. If you are going to build a project and you think you're going to make $5 million and then walk away, I mean, you can do that. It's called a rug pull. People will hate you forever. But if you think that that's it, it's completely the opposite. People are paying in advance for a value that they expect to be there, not in 5 years and not in 10 years, but in 20 years. If in 19 years someone sells one of our NFTs to someone else, that person that bought it in 19 years is going to expect them to be worth more the next year. So we don't know how this is going to play out. I'm thinking about just escaping. I don't know what I'm going to do.
Kia ora, sis. Come up, introduce yourself, and what's your pātai?
Oh, kia ora koutou. Awesome to be here. And just really encouraged by hearing Māori in this space that are leading, awesome projects and I guess sharing your experience with us. So thank you guys. My pātai is around if you have a Māori, an idea in the Māori space in terms of a great story for an NFT, using our culture, I guess, at the forefront of an idea, how do you market in this space? I guess so. I've come from a television, I guess like you, Brooke, came from a television background. Lots of our creatives in that space are sick of the same three commissioners, like you said, deciding what goes on here and what people see and experience. So a lot of us are wanting to move into the space and tell our stories in this new way, but wanting to maintain the integrity of our whakaaro as Māori, but still wanting to share that with a global audience. How do you do that? How do you market a New Zealand or a Māori Indigenous idea in the global NFT space?
I think the first thing is that there'll be communities that are hungry. So Titan Tiki is, we've got people all over the world from the fluff community that have bought into the project, and it introduced them to the culture. And so there are existing communities that will be hungry for this. And it's a story, right? Like most NFTs right now are a story connecting you to a community and a shared experience. I'm so excited to see what happens when these creator economies like the Pan-African NFT Collective, who have these. So this is not a bit of alpha, but really interesting. No one knows this, but I was going to go on another tangent. I'll answer your question first. Yes. Firstly, I believe Indigenous cultures around the world are going to be interested in learning about each other. That's the first thing. And then I think people from around the world are going to, this is such an incredible opportunity for us to share our cultures, and you will grow an audience. Just start talking. You know how it is with social. If you start talking, people will start listening if you're a good storyteller. It's kind of half-assed. The other part about this is within our collections, we're building the technology to make it so you don't need to build a whole collection. You can just build a background or a scene, an environment, music that can slot into ours, and you can make money. So definitely reach out to us, and we'll start talking about how we can incorporate more of it into our collections.
Amazing, thank you.
Thank you, sis. Hey, I'm just like, you were starting to go down an alpha track there, so I might take you back for the alpha, bro.
This is an alpha. This is like something I'm really proud of. Is so far we've donated just over $2 million this year, and so.
Amazing.
And we've actually got a backlog, right? There's a backlog. We need to do some more donations. I think we've just been so busy, but we got a call. Who knows what the Venice Biennale is? So it's this amazing, every 2 years in Venice, every country or most countries in the world will put in this kind of an exhibition area. And we got this really interesting call. I was about to go massive alpha, but that's not going to happen. I'm not getting in trouble here. We're about to sign. Who was the call from? We're about to sign this amazing deal. So if you think Snoop Dogg is big, we're about to sign a much bigger deal than that. It's really, really cool. Anyway,
give us a hint.
Via that, we get this call. Hint. So Ghana had worked for 3 years. These 3 artists from Ghana had worked for 3 years to get to the Biennale, and then war in Ukraine broke out. Government cut their funding. Food prices went up, government cut their funding. And these 3 artists were actually stranded. They couldn't even leave. One of them was in Brazil, 2 of them were in Ghana. And so we funded, I think it's just so crazy. So we just funded their Venice Biennale. So a Kiwi company, started right here, funded their exhibition. And so now the Pan-African Collective are like, what's going on in New Zealand, man, to where Kiwis would generously give this up. And so now that connection is going to be amazing between the two groups.
Amazing. Shot, brother. That's amazing. Kenny?
Hey, wait, hello?
Yeah, go down.
Right in the mic. Hello. Can you mute? Wait, okay.
Come on.
Hey, Brooks. I was just wondering, when it comes to airdrops and stuff, because this is it tends to happen every time you do an airdrop. The floor price dips. How have you guys thought of ways for it to not dip that hard? Let's say every time Fluff makes an airdrop, the floor doesn't dump, right? It stays stable.
And you guys do them a lot too.
Yeah, exactly. How do you guys get those things?
Yeah, it's interesting. so this is a mechanic that people have noticed actually coming into, we just did airdrop April, which was like 55 days. We dropped 6 free, like these airdrops. So holders were able to, and there's a reason for that. So you want to create, what Bored Ape Yacht Club have created, and you know, God, they're just like trailblazers. But if you own a Bored Ape and it's now worth $600,000, you've got this really interesting decision. Do you sell it and you're out of the community? So to get liquidity, you have to sell this thing and then you're out of the community. So the trait drop idea was always about the sense that you have your Apex avatar, and then we're dropping, you know, there are 268 traits. So 268 drops over however many years it's going to take us to do that, at least. And those airdrops are where you get your liquidity from. People can then sell them and trade and kind of build their own collection. They might be more into seekers or more into brains or whatever it is. But you pointed out something out, research pointed out in about May when we started coming into this, that most collections that did an airdrop, like Bored Ape, or you know, immediately the floor would tank. We're lucky in that I think we've got people that are not holding short term. Most people that have a fluff, we're selling them on our vision to build the foundations of the metaverse, and the people that own it, I expect, not all of them, but most of them are thinking about transitioning from their current job into being a part of this next internet. So we've got CEOs all the way down to first timers, and I don't think they're there to make money on their fluff now. I think they're there so that they've got a ticket to this next phase of the internet and they're a part of that construction. So that's why it's a much more stable floor than most NFTs. Still not mooning, right? So, yeah, and this is not financial advice. And again, like I said, this should never be, I think you shouldn't be your intention. It's great that people are making money off of their NFTs. But again, firstly, I'm not a financial advisor. You should seek financial advice. These are high-risk assets, you know, the highest risk assets. So definitely do not overextend yourself because you'll put pressure on yourself and your family. You won't enjoy the journey. But with a fluff, I think at last count, although the fluff floor price is like between 2 and 3, if you minted a fluff, you'd have about 40, 50 ETH in value right now from those trait drops. And it's a much more liquid ETH, right? Because you're collecting like lots of NFTs.
Okay, that's amazing. Thank you, Kenny. We'll just take the last question. This is the last question for this session, then we'll let Brooke drop some alpha, and then we'll go.
Yeah. I'll try to think of something for you guys.
Last question.
Kia ora, it's less of a question, it's more of your thoughts in respect of how you see that we are going to be able to create a space where people are able to come into it and not feel like they are at the bottom when you have a Bored Ape Yacht Club that create a level of elitism, and make you feel like you're not really quite a part of that bigger level. Yeah. And then we have our people who are very used to being at the bottom, as Pat's talked about, and how we're going to create an environment where that welcomes people in who are used to being at the bottom and not feel like they are on the outside in comparison to the Bored Ape Yacht Clubs and all of those other large projects that we'd all love to be a part of, but we are priced out of, educated out of, all those things.
Yeah, I think that's a really, really good question.
Really good question. Thank you.
So the first part is you're right. Like that model, Bored Ape Yacht Club model, which has just turned into like a celebrity rich person club, right? Which it's happened organically because there's a limited number, 10,000 in the world, and Steph Curry changes his PFP and suddenly everyone, you know, whatever it is. And that exclusivity is the exact opposite of what we are trying to create. So we started with the 10K collection. We need to build something. We haven't figured this out yet. We're still trying to figure it out. We are trying to build a platform that allows any creator in the world, anywhere, to be able to monetize their creativity, be in charge of that deal flow, right? And an example would be like there's these 2 young girls, sisters in Nigeria, who are like selling NFTs globally now, $50 a week, but for them that's transformative, right? And I may have even mentioned it to you before, Pat, but the most incredible thing about this is that creativity is a pretty natural talent. Like yes, you can hone it in schools and you can hone your creativity, but it exists everywhere, regardless of the social structures, it exists there. So if we can build a technology that means that those creatives have immediate access to audiences around the world, then we've done our job, right? But we cannot have these things cost money. Getting into the community can't cost money. At the moment, it's been necessary for us to build what we've been building, but we're building to a point where any creative can be a part of the community, and we're trying to value them above all else. If you are a creator, a visual artist, a musician, an innovator, you should be like celebrated in the community and be supported. So we have not solved that yet, but it is on our roadmap. Clear roadmap is how do we make these things from free all the way up? And the more, so I'll finish with one thing. The tokenization of the community is going to be really interesting. And I don't know if have you guys discussed tokenization, like pure tokenization?
Not yet, we'll do that stuff either.
So we just released our white paper. I didn't have anything to do with it. Smart people released white paper, Aaron. But once you build a token, it means that the community can start to earn revenue by just contributing to the community, right? So if you are just someone that's, doing Photoshop kind of cool things for the community, or creating music or moderating, then there's an internal token system, like, so you can be paid and rewarded for that. And that just means that anyone's contribution can be rewarded, as opposed to, like you say, like just the people that are putting in like $600,000.
Kia ora.
I could have answered that better. Aaron McDonald, we should get Aaron McDonald next time.
Yeah, we will. So that's it. That's us. I just want to leave you with an opportunity to drop some Fluff World Alpha for everybody.
I really should have prepped this, because there's like so much stuff swimming around in my head.
Everybody, get your phones ready.
Oh man, I just get in so much trouble. I literally, as I was leaving this morning, was apologizing to the community again for something that I did wrong on Friday. What would some good alpha be? Oh my gosh, you should have prepped me too. I mean, I should have known that you would try to drag this out. I can't do the breeding stuff. Oh man, I tell you what, in the next session, I'll come up with something in the next half hour, and then we'll interrupt, and I'll be like, I've got it.
Okay, great.
I'll call, but thank you.
Okay,
guys.
okay.
Oh,
Give it up for Brooke Howard Smith, everybody.
Wait, I need to do a video.
All right, we got to do a picture. Everybody stand up. I think that'd be cool if they stand up, right? No?
Then all this, the vertically challenged people will be missing from my video.
No, you're actually right. In the hotato.
Yeah, it was better. It was a bit better.
But we can throw our hands up.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. Okay. Stand there and I'll jump up. Right, you're filming? Okay. Turn around. Okay. Righty ho. Yeah, and we'll try it like energy. So, okay, ready? And 3, 2, 1. Yeah, so I'm going to be back at Student Job Search if you guys are like that bad. Okay, here we go. Ready?
3, 2, 1.
Unbelievable. That was fantastic. Thank you so much.
Give it up for Brooke, everybody. Okay, nobody go anywhere. Your fellas took off. What's that, bro? Mr. Brian Ventura. Brian is the chairman of the New Zealand Blockchain Association. He is also senior associate at Minter, Allison, Rudd, Watts. He advises on Web3, all things Web3. He's also an investor in the space. Notably, he's a shareholder in VV. Yeah, so we got some ballers out here. Please welcome to the stage, Brian Ventura. Welcome, bro. Grab a mic.
Hey, Pat, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you give me a little bit more juice?
Before we start, can we take a selfie?
Everyone wants a selfie. Shucks, hurry up. Let's go then, bro. Let's go. Let's go.
What's that one here first?
Oh, us? I thought you knew. I'm I thought you wanted one with them. All right. So, Brian, you've been in this space for a minute, bro. And I'm really interested to get your macro view right now on where Aotearoa currently sits globally in this whole blockchain Web3 ecosystem. Like, how are we positioned right now? Because I think that gives us all a lot of context for how we can then go on and participate and play in this space. Start with the little questions, easy ones. We'll work our way in.
Cool. Thanks, Pat. I've been in crypto since 2016 when I read the Bitcoin white paper and bought some Bitcoin. And I've been in...
How much was it back then?
I bought it for less than $1,000, 700.
700.
But I was silly, I sold a lot of it. And I've been through a few cycles, and I've got to say, New Zealand is probably like the All Blacks in the crypto space. People don't realize it, but we definitely punch way above our weight. We've got companies like VV, which is a $1 billion company. You've got the Centrality ecosystem, which together is about worth over...
Nicole, what's the Centrality ecosystem?
Yeah, Centrality, which is worth $1 billion in total, the whole portfolio. So we're definitely leading the charge and really excited for everyday people to get into it.
How did we get there? How is it that we've arrived at this place where we're all of a sudden this little country in the back corner of the world, not talking us down or anything, but how did we arrive in this place of such global significance for, you know, a relatively small nation?
New Zealand's really unique because we're really driven, we're really resourceful. We've got a number 8 wire mentality. And because New Zealand is, it's advanced, it's small, and so we can test a lot of things and we can share ideas a little easier. And we're probably less competitive than countries like Australia, the US, where people kind of keep things to their chest. So the fact we've got a real community here in New Zealand means we can share ideas and we can grow together.
And what do you think is like, what do you think are our current gaps? Like what are the spaces in the ecosystem or in our game right now, if you think of us on the big stage, that you think we need to fill? How are we around issues like talent shortages, or, you know, where are the spaces? Because inside of the spaces are also opportunities, right?
Oh, I tell you, there's a massive talent shortage in the blockchain and just a general technology space. Like, entry-level jobs are going for 6 figures. And I encourage anyone here who's keen to look into a technology career to really look into it, because it's going to be really rewarding for you personally, but also financially. And right now, there's a massive, there's changes in how people are trying to get talent from overseas to come. But me personally, I would much rather that those jobs go to people here in New Zealand, because I think we can fill it.
Yeah, and that is part of the massive opportunity, because there is this big shortage, smart contract coders and developers, and all this work that the blockchain and Web3 is underpinned by. There's just not enough people to fill those jobs, right?
There's definitely not enough people to fill those jobs. I've seen some senior technology roles go for $1 million a year in salary.
So it's just not flipping NFTs that we can actually make a lot of money out of this space, right?
Yeah, there's so many ways to make money in this space.
Because we can be the builders of this space. We don't just have to be the consumers and the customers inside of the space. If what you're saying is right, if there are those opportunities, what specifically do you see for Indigenous people, for Māori, for Pacifica, people out of Aotearoa inside of the space as you look at it from your macro view?
Okay, get ready for a little tangent, but I'll try and get to my point.
Tangents are the theme of the day.
So everyone here probably knows about Web3. Right now we live in a Web2 world, which is where we use the internet to read and write. But in a Web2 world, you've got big tech platforms that really monetize us because we're the product. They let us use their products for free, but they're actually monitoring us, they're harvesting our data, and they're monetizing it. They're selling advertisements to us. In a Web3 world, we can read, write, and own our own data. And by data, that means digital assets, whether it's Bitcoin, it's other different types of altcoins, it's NFTs. And also you can think about DeFi. But I think in a Web3 world where users can benefit from the things that they're doing on a platform, I think there's also opportunities with decentralized autonomous organizations where platforms are almost co-governed by the supplier of the service, but also the user of the service.
Does everybody know what a DAO is here? The term that he just dropped? Hands up. Who knows what a DAO is? Cool. So they got it. Keep going, bro.
And so I think with Web3, at its core, it's going to be more beneficial to users because people are being rewarded for, the time they spend on a platform. You've got things like play to earn models like Axie Infinity, where, people in the Philippines, where my parents are from, people are literally quitting their day jobs and they're playing Axie Infinity online. They're earning Axie tokens, and then that's paying the bills, putting food on the table. And that's a potential Web3 can bring, not just with games, but with literally anything. Because I think blockchain will in the future, it'll change how we interact and how we transact in every aspect.
So bring that back to the Indigenous opportunity for us.
So I think in the Indigenous opportunity, I think right now there's a lot of middlemen in our society. And so let's say for the creator economy, if you're in the music industry, you've got record companies, you've got publishers, you've got societies, you've got all of these middle people who are taking a cut out of your creative value. But in a Web3 world, you can pretty much cut out a lot of those middlemen and you can capture a lot more of the value that you create. And so for Indigenous societies, I think there's definitely opportunities for people to just, build products that can go straight to consumer, where they don't have to deal with middle people and they can just capture a lot of that value. And then also if there's a project that's going to be driven by a big community, they can form a DAO, and then the DAO can help shape how that project, the direction of that project will go. And then also because the DAO will have DAO tokens, the benefit, if the project is successful, then the DAO is successful, and therefore the DAO members will benefit financially.
Can I get you to put your lawyer's hat on now?
I'll try.
From a legal perspective, in dealing with issues around IP and protection of our intellectual property, I want to talk to you about digital sovereignty, particularly around our own culture, around Māori culture, around Pacifica culture as well. But you've seen before, I've seen collections that maybe don't honor our culture in the way that some of us would like it and represent it. And we've seen it in advertising. We've seen it, for so many years. How do we stop the exploitation of our culture inside of Web3?
That's a really important question. So before I get into the legal side of things, I'll go into what an NFT is. At its core, an NFT is it's a token on a public blockchain that has unique identifiers, which means every different NFT has something unique about it. And that's why it can be used, it's right now being used as a certificate of authenticity for digital art, but actually NFTs can be used as a certificate of authenticity for anything imaginable. It can be used for land, it can be used for unique artifacts, and it's a way for us to determine what's an original and what's a copy and what's a fake. And so when you look at it from an IP perspective, a lot of the digital art NFTs that we're buying, like the PFPs, when you buy the NFT and you hold in your MetaMask wallet, you're really just holding a certificate of authenticity in your wallet, but actually the legal implications of that digital art sits outside. And I encourage everyone to read the T's and C's of any project they look to invest in, to see exactly what IP rights they're getting, because there are a lot of poorly designed NFT projects that actually aren't giving you the IP rights you think you're buying.
Yeah, that's crazy. But how do you actually do that? You're in the middle of a mint, or like you're trying to snipe something on a secondary market, like, you know, it's, I'm gonna miss out, but how am I gonna read the T's and C's, bro? I just wanna give my transaction free, pay minimum gas, and then move on.
Well, I'm a legal geek, so I look at the T's and C's just out of habit.
You must be a fast-ass reader, bro.
I think it's practice, man. But if you can read the T's and C's, look at the T's and C's. Otherwise, you will be taking a bit of risk when you're buying NFTs and you haven't really considered the legal rights that you have with that NFT.
And for people that are embarking on projects that are here, let's talk about legal structures for a minute. You know, if you think about somebody that's establishing their own NFT collection and they want to offer maximum protection to themselves, to their community, you know, what are the things that they should be thinking about just going in terms of legal structure, legalese, to set themselves up and their community up to be protected and to be safe?
One of the things with NFTs is when you issue an NFT, there's a risk, and this is not legal advice, but...
Hang on, you're a lawyer, how can you... That's why you got you here, I thought you were a lawyer. Is this the guy, the lawyer?
There's a risk that you might be triggering AML KYC obligations, and that will be an issue if your NFT can be treated as a security or as an investment or as a means of payment. And so the best way to mitigate your risk is use a company, because a company has limited liability, and you can get protections by using a company. And then if you really want to go Web3, then you can launch a DAO on the side as well. But a lot of your contracts, the company that issues the NFT, you can be protected by using a company. But what's really cool, and what I hope people can consider, is how if they do decide to form a DAO, how that DAO can interact with the project, how much rights are you giving to DAO members? And for me, a true Web3 project is where the majority of the rights and the direction of a project is determined by the DAO community.
Yeah, that's amazing. Great advice. Can we flip it over to Vivi now?
Yeah, man.
Well, that's another incredible success story out of Aotearoa. $1 billion company, I heard you say. Is that right? Well, give us some metrics to just blow our mind a little bit more.
So Vivi was started by two Kiwis, David Yu, who apologizes he can't be here, and also Dan Crubbers, another Kiwi. And they started Vivi during the last ICO boom. And I knew David even before Vivi, and they saw the potential with NFTs back then with CryptoKitties. And CryptoKitties back in 2017, 2018, like literally crashed Ethereum. But what they wanted to do was they wanted to make the user experience easier for people. And so unlike NFT projects now where you need to open a MetaMask wallet, you've got to protect your keys. With Vivi, it's a mobile app, but soon they'll have a web app. And essentially Vivi will control your keys for you. And all you need to do is download the app, load it up with money, and then you can buy and sell licensed collectibles. And Vivi sells licensed collectibles from Disney, Marvel, DC Comics, famous artists, and hopefully indigenous artists soon, if you put some pressure on the Vivi team.
Let's go.
And also, there's probably another 100 different licenses. And what Vivi did back in 2018, the vision was to digitize physical collectibles. So if anyone here grew up with, action figures or basketball cards or comic books, what Vivi is it's digitized that using 3 dimensions and augmented reality. And there's a showroom for people to enjoy their collectibles, and they can also use augmented reality to put their collectibles in the real world. And what's exciting is eventually once the Viviverse is launched, you can really share your experience on the Vivi app in a virtual reality setting, and you can share your experiences with your community or with your whānau in virtual reality.
That's so cool, man. Big ups to Vivi. And what I heard somebody mentioned they've done like $1 billion GMV in the last year or something like that. A big number. What's gone through the platform in the last year or so? Total sales.
That's what I've heard. Yeah, because they sell. What they do is they drop, and I think this is a really good model as well. When they drop a new collection, they use a blind box format, and that means it's not about who's got the most gas, who's got the fastest internet connection. It's purely democratic. Anyone has a chance to win at a particular drop. And so what I've heard is they've got the drop system where they drop new collections, and they've got a secondary market where people can buy and sell their collectibles. And what I've heard was on the secondary market, they've done 1 billion in transactions. And then I think on the drop market, I'm not sure what the figures are, but it's separate to that $1 billion.
Crazy. Got a question, Rach?
Kia ora, Brian. Rach Adams, GM of Manaki. You talked about investing in Vivi. How can we all, beyond buying crypto and buying and flipping NFTs, how can we be a part of investing in some of these big opportunities that are coming out of Aotearoa? What's your advice on that? Where do we need to look?
I would say it's be a part of angel investing communities, venture capital investing communities. That's where a lot of ideas are shared, and then that's where a lot of deal opportunities come. Now, to invest in these types of deals, you have to be a wholesale investor. So there is a bit of barrier to entry, but if you have the opportunity to participate in these types of deals, definitely do your due diligence because they are risky. But yeah, if you get the opportunity, then I think that's probably the best place to find these opportunities.
For those that don't know the angel scene and where to go to, what couple of names for those that can go and do some research? And
there's Flying Kiwi Angels, for example. I know if you're connected to the Centrality ecosystem, there's angel deals available through there before, but I'm not sure if they still do that. There's also Icehouse Ventures, for example. You can be a part of their angel network.
Cool. Something to think about, whānau, get in on those some of those opportunities early.
That's a really good point, right? Because we can actually invest in companies. And hey, sorry, if there's anyone that's got a question, we've got time for a question quickly too. Jump up to any of the mics now. But you're an investor, shareholder in Vivi. I also heard that you're a bit of a full-on DGen too. How did you spot that investment opportunity? Because Andy Hamilton, who was the chairman of Icehouse Ventures, I believe, tells a very funny story. Andy, are you in the room? You somewhere? Oh, he's hiding. About the guys were going around trying to raise some money, and the traditional angel investment networks wouldn't even invest a couple of $100,000 in them. Any truth to the rumor?
Yeah, this is from David Yu's own mouth. I mean, not talking about anyone in New Zealand, but there were some venture capital investors who laughed at him back in 2018.
Look at me now. Look at me now. Yeah, that's crazy. Does anyone have a partai for Brian? Yep. Elby.
Sure. Hey, kia ora, Brian. Just want to run it back to the start of your kōrero when you mentioned the IT space or the crypto NFT space, Web3 space for our Indigenous people. There's something that really resonates with me. So I'm a software developer, experience of writing smart contract validity, did a bit of work on ETH 2.0 with Prismatic Labs. But yeah, fine, I just want to say just mihi to you and just to the whānau, the parents that are.
Think you might have killed a hit. Come and grab this one.
Oh, yeah. Cheers. 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, just real quick. I'm ringing my daughter's ears around Web 3.0. She knows everything about NFTs, the utility, the use cases of NFTs. So if I know if you can just blast your kids' ears, blast your partner's ears about this space, because I honestly think it's the future. So crazy times. Awesome, bro.
Sure, brother.
Thanks, man.
So that wasn't a question? You were just stealing some of our time? No, all good. Albie's going to be up on another panel. Hey, does anyone else have a partai? We're going to wrap this one up. Question? Legalese? VVs? Here comes somebody. Is that mic going again?
Is this on?
Cheer, brother.
Yo. Kia ora, Brian. Bro, just one question about where do you see the money coming from the real world into crypto when we talk about linking NFTs to real world assets? How do you see that being done, and when do you think that'll happen? Because I think that's going to be the next shift, how we incorporate NFTs with, say, real world assets like buying a house.
Yeah,
Good question.
That's a really good question. For me, I think, NFTs is a really good use case. I think residential property or land in general, land title is a really good use case for NFTs, because NFT is a certificate of authenticity, and each piece of land is unique on its own. But in terms of what's already happening right now, this might blow your mind, but there's this global DAO called MakerDAO, and this MakerDAO has billions of dollars in assets under its control, and it's also got DAO members all around the world. And what it's doing is it's allowing people to borrow money from MakerDAO investors, and they're using real world assets like commercial property as collateral. And what they're doing is they're turning commercial property breaking it down into NFTs, and they're then locking the NFTs into a smart contract. And once the smart contract's locked, then the borrower can get their funds. And if the borrower defaults, then the NFTs are transferred to the lender. The NFTs now belong to the lender, and it's all happening on chain.
Kia ora ana. I just wanted to say a massive shout out. I've a bit of a drive to get here, finally got here. Hey, thank you so much for setting this up. I've had a bit of a corridor via the gram and whatnot.
Oh,
I just want to say thank you so much, for the people. Hey, thank you.
us.
Just a quick question. I'm not really tech savvy myself. I like the idea and see the potential and see a potential roadmap for the tech space. You were just kind of mentioning hey, you guys should think about possibly entering into this Web3 space for Korea, because it can start really in a cool way for you. 6 figures, I heard. That got my attention. For someone that's like me, I've never gone, I'm not a study person. I've just mahi with my hands. How do I make that transition in a practical sense? How do I go to WinTech? Because I'm based in Hamilton. How do I go to Is it that I need to go to WinTech and start talking to some people? Do I need to go to the uni to start talking to some people? How do I equip myself with the papers to be able to then walk into a space like, let's say, your workplace or another workplace that's doing some mahi in this space?
Can I just answer part of that question? So I would suggest, bro, and I think somebody mentioned it this morning, is to talk to people in the community. Like you could talk to Albie. He's a killer dev. Like that guy right there. You could talk to him, and that's what this whole kaupapa is about. You need to talk to somebody. There's somebody probably sitting next to you that knows the answer to that question, and that's where the first parts of the conversation and the mātauranga start happening. And then, like, there's actually fundamentals, right? Need to learn how to code, basics. But if you understand that stuff, then actually specialization. Talk to someone that's much smarter than me on this stuff, though. Into that smart contract space, as an example, is a lot faster. You can specialize and get the skills that you need. Like there's online courses and you can do them in 6 months, you know, some of them, but you got to have those foundational skills. Anything to add, bro? And then we'll wrap it up.
That's really good, Pat. Yeah, I agree with Pat.
Cheers, brother. Okay, big round of applause for the bro, Brian Ventura, please. Thank you very much. Okay, Fana, we're going to have a lunch break now, I understand. We're going to have a lunch break. The lunch break is only for 30 minutes, so you better feed your face real hard and real fast. Get back here. Te rā whitiroa?
Yeah, so there's a little food court up just around the corner, and literally 30 minutes, we're going to kick off at 1:30, okay? So grab some mates, go and grab a kai, and then come back. Don't take too long, and also have a bit of a digest of those last
Hey, welcome back for the rest of the afternoon session. I know not everybody's back, but we need to stay on track. So people are just going to be wondering in as we get back up and rolling. How did everybody find the morning so far? How's the morning been? Good. Some good learning. Did we learn something? Yes. Okay. Yay. That's good. All right. So we're going to kick off with the first session after lunch. This is the session that we've affectionately called the plumbing section. The plumbing section. This is the stuff that you really, really need to get right in the space, whether you're building a project, whether you're investing in projects, whether you're thinking about creating DAOs. You all need to think about tax and the tax implications of being in this space. Because you all know we need to pay tax, right? How many people paying tax on their NFTs right now? Anybody? Anybody paid? I know some of you got big crypto bags too. Anybody pay tax on their crypto? Anyone pay tax on your crypto? No. Nobody. Okay, our next speaker is Simon Akozu. Sorry, Simon. And when it comes to crypto and when it comes to tax, Simon is the man. He's a tax partner at Minter Ellison Rudd Watts, same place that Brian comes from. Looks like that's where we go for all our Vice fam. Expert in crypto asset management, advising clients with crypto bags on how to look after their tax obligations. Also handles discussions with IRD. This is going to be niggly as this stuff, and I'm going to love it. Please welcome to the stage, Simon Akozu. Welcome, bro. Is that on? Am I on? Yes, that's just check. You on?
I think I'm on. Can everyone hear
We
me?
on.
A little bit closer. Is that better?
That's really good.
Perfect.
I think like the natural feeling when there's a tax expert in the room is for us to feel a sudden sense of apprehension and dread about the conversations that's coming.
And you know, I hope it doesn't have to be that way. IRD often talks about it, people getting it right from the start. And while you might not get it perfect, hopefully, you know, with our chat today, you'll avoid the stick. So IRD's got some carrots out there and you just want to avoid the stick. So let's go.
Let's go. So tell us about the current situation right now in New Zealand as it relates to current tax law around crypto and NFTs, because this is the stuff that we need to know.
Yeah, so I guess it's important to recognize that our tax rules are really old. So our primary tax legislation is the Income Tax Act 2007 and the Goods and Services Tax Act 1985. Now, both those pieces of legislation are viewed as, I guess, relatively new legislation in the grand scheme of things, but they both predate crypto assets, and they weren't drafted with cryptocurrencies or NFTs in mind. And so when we're sitting there trying to work out how your new and exciting projects are taxed, we're trying to fit these blockchain blocks into these round holes of taxation, and often it doesn't quite fit. And it's a journey for anyone that's involved in this space, and it's also a journey for IRD. They've known for a long time that there are issues with crypto taxation, and a really good example of that is with Bitcoin. So, you know, Bitcoin, you'd think of it as a cryptocurrency. You would think of it like New Zealand dollars. So when you spend a New Zealand dollar or earn it, you wouldn't be thinking GST. But with Bitcoin, arguably they're not currencies for GST purposes, and since 2009, everyone that's been dealing in Bitcoin should probably have been accounting for GST if you're over the registration threshold. Now, we had the question earlier, have you accounted for tax on your NFTs? I would be really surprised if anyone has ever accounted for New Zealand GST on Bitcoin. Put your hand up if you have. You've been reading the GST Act. None of you. It's not surprising. And it's not surprising. And IRD knows that, and they haven't been aggressively pursuing people in search of that GST on Bitcoin because they know it's the wrong answer. And so, you know, Bitcoin, Satoshi Nakamura, whoever that is, was invented in 2009. In the year 2022, so in March of this year, we finally have an amendment to the GST Act that says cryptocurrencies are not subject to GST. So I hope that gives you a sense of how long it takes for law and regulation to catch up with what you guys are doing. And I think it kind of explains in part some of the apathy that we see when we talk to clients about this, because you're looking at it and saying, well, my tokenomics are this, of course I shouldn't be taxed on this. And then yet we've got these old tax rules that are saying, well, you potentially are. And so that's the challenge at the moment in the way our rules are not keeping pace with the developments. Now, having said that, and I think I've got a slide pack, but I won't stick to that because it'll probably, you've just had lunch and I don't want to put you to sleep. So slides aren't essential, but you can have them afterwards if you need them. There's also, so that's GST, and then in the income tax space, we've also had this issue of crypto investments potentially being taxed under the financial arrangements rules. And I don't want to really bore you about those, but under those rules, you can be taxed on gains on an unrealized basis. So if you have a crypto asset that's taxed under the financial arrangement rules and it goes from, $1 this year to $100 at the end of the year, you could be taxed on $99 of gain, even if you haven't sold that crypto asset. And again, when you tell clients that, they really don't like to hear it. And luckily, we've got this recent amendment that came out in the same Amendment Act to the Income Tax Act that excludes most forms of cryptocurrency from the financial arrangements rules, but importantly, not things like DeFi and staking. So we're still kind of in the old world on that. So we've got the slide pack up. As Pat was saying, this is the plumbing.
Next slide.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Just to explain
Next
that.
slide.
Next slide. Yeah, with you.
Next slide.
Next slide. We're there. We're racing through.
We're kind of here.
We're here. Oh, the last slide was good.
Yep, that's fine.
Thank you so much. And just to kind of recap on the plumbing comment, like I'm not expecting that you guys spend your days on legislation.govt.nz trying to work out what your tax obligations are. Is that a fair assumption? Let me know if I'm prejudging. I don't like, I don't want to, I'm not prejudging. So it is one of those things that if you don't think about it, it's kind of like the plumbing. If you don't worry about it, things can go horribly wrong. And, suddenly you've got a leak in the walls and your whole structure that you've poured so much time into getting right, getting all the tokenomics right, getting all the socials right, getting all the investors on board, it may not actually be able to withstand a leak the size of tax if you've got it wrong. And so that's just really explains what I'm thinking of as plumbing. Kind of boring, but stuff that you need to focus on to get right.
Can I ask a question in there, Simon?
Yep.
So, that's a good update of currently how the IRD are thinking about it.
Yep.
First question was taxation on income from crypto.
Yep.
Is it only taxable when it's transferred back to fiat, or is it taxable as actual crypto?
So it's taxable when you dispose of it.
Right.
And so this is another trap for people. So if you go from Bitcoin to New Zealand dollars, that's a taxing point and that's taxed. But you can also be taxed if you go from Bitcoin to Ethereum, or you go from Ethereum to NFT, because in tax land, you're just disposing of property. Right. And it's the disposal that's taxable, not the conversion into New Zealand dollars. I think some other jurisdictions are looking at taking a different approach to that. But as it stands today, if you're going Bitcoin to Ethereum, or say Ethereum to NFT, those are taxable events, and you're looking at income tax on your gain at that point.
So if I transfer Bitcoin to ETH or vice versa,
yep,
that's a taxable activity.
Yes. Yep. So I mean, so we've got, yep. That's on the profit. Yep. And luckily, they've turned off GST on that, because arguably you haven't just faced income tax at potentially 39% if you're doing it in your own name and you earn more than $180,000. There was also the 15% GST kicker, and you add 39 and 15, and that's half your gain. So, when you put these in dollars and cents terms, the government might thank you when you're writing that check. And if you don't write that check, they could be coming after you. So this is where I encourage people to think about this when you're setting up your ventures. And as I've said, so the 2022 amendments are really helpful in terms of cryptocurrencies, but what they don't address is NFTs.
Sorry, we just grabbed this question and we'll go into NFTs.
Yep.
I nearly crapped my pants at the back of the room then when I heard you talking, because I thought if I'm just doing some trading on the side,
yep,
because my normal business is looking after Matua Pat there,
Yep.
So, and I do a bit of stuff on the side, right? So I shouldn't have to pay tax on that stuff on the side because I'm not in the business of trading in crypto. Please say yes. And even if it's not correct, just say yes and I'll go back to the room.
Well, I
and
think
I won't
this
be
is-
worried about
I
the
think
IRD.
This is recorded, and I don't want to get sued for negligence, but
Hey, I used to be a lawyer too. It's fine.
Yeah,
It's quite a nice life being an ex-lawyer.
Yeah, so I can say that there is a category of person who is not subject to tax on their say their Bitcoin sales, but it's a very narrow category of person. And I've actually got a client that we're working with IRD on at the moment, where they had a very unusual set of circumstances. They mined Bitcoin way back in 2011 as a hobby mining activity. And I don't want to say too much more about that because obviously I'm a lawyer and we're bound by rules of privilege, but they weren't mining with a commercial intent. And so they have an argument that when they sell those Bitcoin, because they mine them in a hobby mining capacity, that they're not taxed on the gain. Now, if you're sitting there today...
How's that case going, bro?
How's that case going? Well, there's actually an IRD example. You might have read the Ethan example in IRD's notes on this. You may have. Who's read the Ethan example? No one's read about that. Be wary that there's a mining pool overlay to that. That's not an IRD's example.
Just a side note, you're getting more laughs in this than anybody else.
Is that right? Okay. Is this nervous laughter or? It's nervous laughter. Brilliant. So to that gentleman's question, I might just say, come and talk to me. We're Minter Allison Rudd Watts. We're at Commercial Bay. We're great. You may need us.
Sorry, before we get into the NFTs, let's go to Rafiti's question.
Just we were murmuring in the back there. What about losses? Because I was like, man, if they're going to tax me on my gains, can I claim back?
We
my
mostly
losses?
lose. So. Very topical.
Like right
Very
now,
topical.
my tax,
Yes.
my end of year taxes.
Yep. Look,
the crypto's under. So
yeah.
do I get a refund?
Hey, look, I think yes, there is an argument now because unlike things like rental properties, if you know about the ring fencing rules for rental property investments, there are no specific ring fencing rules that apply to cryptocurrency investments. So if you're sitting there, you've hodled, I'll use some of the terminology here, and you've memed your way to a loss, a la Wall Street bets. Yes, I read that too. Maybe yes, you can write that big negative in your tax return and get a refund of your other tax payments. So you're not going to get the loss cashed out. So the important thing about tax losses is they're not refundable in cash. But if you've got income from other activities and you've paid tax on that, e.g. if you work a day job and there's been PAYE, maybe you can get some of that refunded. So again, come talk to us. We're at Commercial Bay. Next question. Yeah.
Let's talk about the definition of NFTs and how that
so
applies.
NFTs. So we talked about cryptocurrencies. It's brilliant that the government, in 2022, following Bitcoin's introduction in 2009, has finally enacted legislation to confirm that Bitcoin's not subject to GST. What do you think they've done with NFTs, though?
Made them subject to GST?
They haven't included them in this favourable amendment. So we're still in the income tax and GST world. And it actually makes more sense to me in an NFT space because when you're sitting there looking at Bitcoin, it is actually quite a close substitute for currency. But when I look at NFT and what people are doing in that space, it's an incredibly broad range of things. And why should, for example, art sitting on a blockchain be exempt from GST when if you print that art out and you sell it in an art shop, it's subject to GST. So I don't think we're ever going to get to a space where IRD excludes NFTs from GST or income tax. And in fact, in the conversations I've had with IRD, I think it's very clear that they are just going to treat them like any other form of property, and they will be expecting people to be accounting for GST if you're above the GST registration threshold on supplies of NFTs and on income tax as gains. Now, there's some really interesting question marks around what happens if you run things like electronic marketplaces. So if you're like an OpenSea or someone like that, and the GST implications of doing that. But I'm probably jumping a little bit ahead. We can probably go to the, oh no, we're here. And that brings me to that question around, electronic marketplaces, because you may have been aware of the Netflix and Amazon tax GST amendments designed to pick up tax on foreign suppliers of what we call remote services into New Zealand. I think the thinking that's evolving is that NFTs fit within that space. And if you're running an electronic marketplace selling NFTs,
then you should be subject to tax in the same way that, say, the Google's App Store or Apple's App Store is subject to taxes. Some of that will depend on the legals. Are you going peer-to-peer? Are you just facilitating that transaction, or are you actually back-to-backing the sale? And this is another point I want to get to, where it's really easy to think in terms of the overall commercial effect of an arrangement, but the law applies to the commercial arrangement as it's set up. So there's a really big difference between setting up, say, a peer-to-peer model or a back-to-back model, for example, that completely changes pretty much everything in terms of how the law applies to the arrangement.
Question. So I'm I got to choose my language carefully. No. So I'm actively buying and selling NFTs, and I have done all right, and I have probably going to earn over $60,000 a year, the GST threshold. From that point on, I have to pay GST on the sale of a NFT that I put on OpenSea.
And so to that gentleman who came up earlier, he was talking about cryptocurrencies, the fascinating argument that I would really like to see explored more. So if you've got an example like this and you want to take it to IRD on a no-names basis, let me know, because I would love to argue this. But in my mind, if NFT, like, Bored Apes or whatever, if you like it as an art product, what's the difference between just going to the art shop and buying a really nice piece of art and hanging it on your wall, and then deciding 5 years down the line, I've gotten sick of this, I'm selling it, and I'm not paying tax on that because it just happens to be a personal asset that I bought for personal use. I didn't buy it for speculative gain, and therefore the gain's not taxable. And I think that's a very good argument that I would like to see tested. Now, if there's a difference between that and being a speculator in art, so if you're regularly buying NFTs and you can't establish to IRD's satisfaction that you were buying these things for personal enjoyment rather than taxable gain or speculative gain, that will be a harder argument to make. But I think if you were to occasionally buy an NFT, hang it on your digital wall and then kind of get sick of it and then sell it a few years down the track, that's the type of profile that I think has a chance of succeeding in terms of the no income tax or GST outcome.
But if you're consistently buying and selling NFTs, pay GST.
Well, my question would be, why are you doing it? And if you're doing it to try to make money and you're beyond the GST registration threshold, yes, that's what I'd be saying. Now, the difficulty with that is we actually have a GST regime that applies on what's called a destination principle.
Exactly.
Yeah. So if you're in New Zealand and you're selling, here we go. So this is going to be good. There's an up. So if I'm selling, so say if I sold art to you on this couch, we signed the deal here. I'm in New Zealand. You're in New Zealand. It's consumed in New Zealand. GST 15% on that transaction. What if instead of being there, you're on a couch in New York and you're a non-resident? Well, there's actually an ability to say that service, the remote service being the NFT, is not consumed in New Zealand. I'm actually exporting something for consumption in the US, and so you can zero rate the GST on that. So there's a really big difference between selling to a resident and a non-resident, which actually comes to a whole bunch of things like pricing.
And being a tax-abiding citizen as I am,
yes,
a tax-abiding citizen as I am, and if I wanted to track and stay compliant with my GST, how on earth would I know where the hell you are?
Exactly. So when we draft contracts in other contexts, so if we're working for large company on export arrangement to a non-resident supplier, because we want certainty around what the GST outcome is, we would often seek a contractual warranty in the sale documentation. So we would get the non-resident purchaser to say that they are a non-resident. Now, how are you going to do that in a crypto context? You're not going to be able to do that. You're not going to know who the other guy is. And that is actually one of the fundamental practical issues with zero rating, because the burden of proof is on you as a supplier. So if you say it's 0%, IRD will say, well, how did you form the view that it was 0%? What made you believe that? And if you're not able to establish that credibly, then the default rate is 15%. And obviously there's a big difference between 0 and 15. So to the extent you can, and this might go to people that have more of a closed ecosystem, are you able to hard code into your smart contracts some information around where people are? Because that can be really relevant in terms of the GST outcome. And to the extent you've got NFT you've got NFTs with kind of revenue sharing arrangements. So if the creator is going to take a cut of subsequent sales, It's relevant for that as well, because depending on whether or not the copyright is transferred, and this is another really interesting question for your projects out there, are you actually transferring copyright or not? If what's happening is it's actually a licensing arrangement, part of the sale price could actually be a royalty for tax purposes, and a purchaser might have royalty withholding tax. How on earth do you how on earth do you know that as a purchaser if you don't know where the creator is located? You're just buying this, you're number 5 in a chain of purchases here, and it just goes to just fundamental problems with how the blockchain, crypto, metaverse world is going to operate and how our tax rules operate. So there needs to be a better way. I don't think there isn't yet.
Okay, Rich, and then over back to Nicole.
Yeah, sure.
Kia ora. Yeah, I just wanted to throw a little potential, or I wanted to throw some potential to you and see what you think about this idea. So let's say, taking it back to like how you were talking about fighting for, I suppose, tax purposes. Let's say I created a token called koha, and it worked on the basis of koha, as opposed to buying, spending, selling, giving. And tax obviously doesn't even come close to koha in the real world. So if I was to virtually create koha, are we away? Are we away from tax or what?
Yeah, and we're away.
Yeah, bro. Or what?
I'm going to say I'm not an expert on koha, but from what my understanding of it, koha are unconditional gifts. So I'm not doing this, giving this to you with some expectation that I've got a legal entitlement to anything back. It's a gift. And so gifts are not usually taxed. And so if what you've created is a gift and you're just gifting it away, how is it different from, baking a chocolate cake, giving it to your nana? So it's probably, as usual, I don't want to be seen as just blanket saying no tax because I've got to worry about my personal liability. Not that your clients or anything, but I would have thought, to me, that's like baking a cake and giving it to someone. If we're starting to tax that, then I think we've gone the wrong way as a country.
Over here, Nicole.
Another question. Yep.
Yeah, hi. So I've got a really interesting story. Just bear with me as the journey goes.
Yep.
So I got.
Can you just go a bit closer to the mic, sis?
Oh, yeah, sorry. I got airdropped some tokens from my NS.
Esto tokens or?
No. Which I turned into Ethereum and I bought some NFTs. So I'm taxable on the move from the ENS token to the Ethereum token and then to the NFT as well. That
Yeah,
seems
it's
like a
sounding
lot of
pretty
tax.
bad, isn't it? And I actually raised I've raised similar examples with IOD because I'm like, are you proposing to tax every chain in this because you've gone in,
And then I might buy an NFT, but it might have come from a bit here and a bit here and a bit here, and I've brought all of those bits.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
And-
who's going to be able to follow that? It's a
Well,
spider
it's
web.
very hard. And there are some tax calculators in the market. So there are some people selling software that are designed to make this easier. And I think on that point, ultimately you should only be paying tax on one gain. So if that gives you any comfort at all.
Okay, so if I decide to convert my crypto into fiat, then
Yep.
I get income tax. If I sell an NFT, I pay GST.
And income tax, probably, unless, and we're coming back to that example before.
But if I sell
am I
my
a car collector or an? Well, that's the example.
Sell my
So,
car second hand, I don't pay with those
wow,
things.
yeah, and so there's 2 points to that. The first is why did you buy the NFT in the first place? If it was to hang on your
FOMO.
digital wall, FOMO. FOMO. Yeah. If you were to say instead of FOMO, I really love that Bored Ape. That is the greatest piece of art I've ever seen. It's just so detailed. There's so much intricacy in it. It's obviously valuable, and I want it for it's going to be a family heirloom. I'd never dream of selling it. I love this art. Then you're potentially looking at a tax-free outcome. If you're saying, I think this Bored Ape is going to just go to the moon, it's going to be so valuable, I want to sell it, I'm going to make some mega bucks off this, and you write that in your diary, dear diary, then you're looking at, probably income tax. And
So which option was it? A or B?
I don't.
Tell you what, I've got so many NFTs now and I can't seem to sell any of them because I love them all so much. So it's gotta be. But okay, so one more thing from me and then I'll let someone else have a turn. I have gifted some to my nieces and nephews. I
Yep.
sent them some party bears. I want to get them involved from an early age. like, is there a tax in that? Because I've gifted them.
Koha.
I don't want them to
Yeah,
pay either.
yeah. So slightly different from the baking a cake because you've actually just gifted something to an associated person. That one, I don't want to give a firm answer on that, and it's not because I can't. It's just we don't have the length of time to go through that. But there are associated person rules as well. So you can say, oh, I haven't actually sold that. I've given it to, and I probably shouldn't have used Nana in my chocolate cake example before. I've given it to, my wife or something, and that's not a gain. So there's unfortunately the tax rules have been developed over time to pick up pretty much anything you can think of that's clever to avoid tax. Every year we pretty much get 2 tax acts that are designed to shut down tax advisors and what tax advisors are doing. So if there was a way to get money out tax-free, even if it works in the short term, it's probably not going to work in the long term. So I think the main areas where you're going to have success in that space are if you can say, I didn't buy it with an intention of making a gain on it. I bought this because it's like it's a piece of art.
The IRD site says where NFTs are acquired for personal use and enjoyment.
Yep. That's the one.
Play to earn sounds good right now.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. So if you want to talk about areas where that might become relevant. So if you think of like video games, I've got Gran Turismo 7 on my PS5 and I don't have enough time to play it. And my friend's got more time than me. Do I just go and buy, the Skyline R35 with all the stuff? I've got to go and buy all that. If I then could somehow transfer it to someone, would I be taxed on that? Well, no, because I've actually just bought that car because I'm slow and I need all the help I can get to beat my friend.
Yeah, cool. Yeah. Sister?
My question's for potential content creators.
Yeah.
So obviously, if we're making NFTs and we're selling them, there's that GST sort of component that you've mentioned. If we were to, say, track IPs for people who minted, would that be a way to sort of know whether or not the GST needs to be applied or?
Yeah, and this is where I think my knowledge starts to fall down a bit because I'm just a tax lawyer. So I'm not sure how much information you can get out of an IP.
You're more than just a tax lawyer, bro.
Oh, I'm definitely just a tax lawyer. So I don't know how much you can glean from an IP address in terms of tax residency. So if someone's using like a VPN or something like that, like if you just went off IP addresses, could you just zero it by saying, please come through this VPN to my store?
Yeah, and the burden of proof is on us, right?
Burden of proof is on the taxpayer. So you make a self-assessment in your GST return. You say, Commissioner of Inland Revenue, this is my tax liability. And if she asks, I think it's changed to a he back again, I should really know that. If the government asks, well, can you prove it? And they don't think you've got sufficient evidence, that's when you'll need a tax lawyer.
Okay, so I'll come talk to you.
Come talk to me. I think he's expensive. Reassuringly expensive. And I personally find this space really interesting. And this comes to another point that is really a big kind of something that's really stuck out for me when working for clients in this space. If you're a startup, you've got a limited amount of cash. I was just at the Venture Capital Summit on Waiheke with the likes of Stephen Tyndall this last week. And, there's obviously people looking to invest in this space because founders don't have all the cash they need to take it all the way themselves. So when you're sitting there and you've got your life savings, say you've got 50 grand or something to spend to get this project off the ground, are you going to go to a law firm or an accounting firm or something? Do you want to spend $49,000 of that on advice, or do you actually want to spend it on creating the content? So there's a real chicken and egg thing here where if you go too hard and get the perfect structure from the outset, you might not actually have the money to do the thing that you wanted to do. So my personal kind of view based on how this has evolved is, and we'll get to, I think, the next page, possibly.
We're not going to get to the next page.
Proportionate approach. So, what can you reasonably do? And I find that often the projects that people want to do add hard to hard to hard. So it'll be like, I want to do a token. It's going to have like a digital art component to it. And it also mean you can come to our shared space or come along to our concert. And it'll also have like a currency element to it. I'm like, well, from a tax point of view, you've just made something really, really complicated there because it's got potentially an exempt bit relating to the currency. It's got a utility token element, and there's a question mark over when you account for the GST because it suddenly becomes like a voucher like a Westfield voucher, and then you're building something else into it as well, like this art product. That's actually a really hard problem to solve. And I don't think you want to necessarily fully solve that from the get-go, because if you do, you're not going to have the money to complete your project, I don't think. You know, if you go to like, say, a PwC or like a top law firm or something like that, I don't know that you'll have enough money to do your thing. So what's a reasonable approach to take? Well, I would say a proportionate approach. So plan conservatively. If you're sitting there with a token like that, assume that there's going to at least be some GST payable on this, probably, and there's probably going to be income tax as well. So when you're sitting there with your budget, budget it in and plan conservatively. You might not know exactly how it is going to be taxed because it's a blockchain and we're trying to fit it in a round tax hole and it doesn't fit. But provided you've planned conservatively, then hopefully by the time you are big enough to really start worrying about tax, you can then look to get it right. And to the extent there's an under or over, I think IRD always looks much more favorably on people that have paid some tax and filed tax returns versus people that just kind of noped out and be like, nah, not gonna.
Okay, we'll get your question over here, brother. This is the last question, then we have to move on. We've got a busy rest of the schedule.
Oh, yes,
but
sorry.
I think you're going to have a long line of people want to talk to you after this, bro.
I think this is an easy question. Some people use trading bots just in, to do micro trades.
Yep.
I've dabbled in it like recently, but you're talking about every single transaction kind of being a taxable event.
Yep.
Is that right with even bots that trade on
Yeah.
24/7? Yeah. Okay.
And so this is where there's some automated software coming out, because if you go and pay your accountant for that, your accounting bills might be bigger than your gain, because he's going to sit there, or he or she, or whoever it is going to sit there and they'll be like, trying to manually calculate the gain on each one. There's some smart tax software coming out that's designed to try to automate that. And I think there is acknowledgement from IRD that if you're doing lots and lots of trades, it's not that easy for you. So I know they want to look at trying to simplify the rules in this space. I don't think they'll turn off tax completely, but you might see some simplification down the road on that. Yep.
Thank you, bro. Thank you, Simon. You're amazing.
Thank you so much.
How good was Simon? Give him a big round of applause. Come on.
Thanks, guys.
That was awesome. Stay where you are.
Yeah, nobody leave. We're heading into our next panel session. So while we're pulling up our speakers, this is we're looking at how to look into NFT projects. What do you look for? That sort of stuff. While our next panel come up, we'll spin some tunes, and 3 main points from that. Lock that knowledge in. 3 main points. Talk to the person next to you. Chirp. We've got even more to digest now. We've looked at kind of fundamentals, Web3. We've looked at tax. We've looked at so many different things. Now we're looking at NFTs and kind of how you look at NFT projects. One of the big things for me is safety. I don't want our whānau to get rugged. I don't want our whānau to get scammed. I don't want our whānau to overinvest and then not be able to feed the kids, not be able to have a home to live in, those sorts of things. But there's a whole lot of things, and like these guys know how to play the game, or are really learning how to play the game, and are really focusing on that. So this panel here is about how to look at NFT projects, how to look at things like if you're thinking of investing, how do you look at something? How do you research something? How do you kind of dig a little bit deeper? And what are some good kind of strategies to put you in the best place? So without further ado, I'm going to let the whānau introduce themselves. We'll start with you, sis.
Check, check. Yo, kia ora everyone. My name is Omia, and on Discord, I'm Remo888, and on Instagram, I'm Girls Who NFT. It's not my fault that there's 3 names. Yeah, and I've just been in the space for about, not that long, still learning, so probably like since December, January, but I've just like, man, just head first in it. I've just loved it. I'm super excited about it. Especially the woman's side about it. But anyway, the 3 things that I look for in a project. First of all, I look for the kaupapa of the project. Like, I really like to know what this project's about, where they're heading, obviously looking into their roadmap and just seeing, you know, not just the nice little giveaways, but like, you know, where's their wairua at and where's their vision at. So I definitely check out the kaupapa, and then I usually check out the team and just see what they're kind of connected to and who they are, and look into, you know, what skills they have. Like, are they graphic designers in the real world? Are they in IT? Are they a musician, if it's a musician project? And then the last thing, I probably do look at the art. Like, a lot of us, you know, it is what it is. We like good art. If it looks good, I'm probably going to click on the project and check it out. I don't have a specific kind of art that I'm into, but if I dig the art, it looks original. If they look like they're really good at their art, I'm probably more likely to check it out too. But definitely kaupapa is really important for me. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, kia ora everyone. Yeah, ko te ari tukunga. Nai tau te whanau panui. Yeah, and online, just Metaverse natives, and I guess I started that just as to get away from, because doing fashion, and I didn't want to mix those 2 kaupapa, and so I could just be DJ and as and not get shit from whānau and stuff like that, to be honest. Yeah, I think what I look for is sort of what's the ecosystem like what's, you know, what are they building? And it's not just one, you know, not just some NFTs, it's all about, you know, what's their bigger picture, brand, story, and the occasional flip. But yeah, ecosystem, that's what I think. Kia ora.
Kia ora, I'm Kenny, and I run the New Zealand NFT Discord. So I found this during lockdown. Maybe some of you guys are part of the Discord or not, but yeah, I found it during lockdown because I was quite bored. I was like, oh, I don't know what I'm doing with like my free money from the government. So then I was like, oh, okay, why not just go down deep in this NFT wormhole? And then this is where I am now. So the 3 things that I look at is, I look at the team. Like, I think everybody mentioned about being docs, because you can't really trust anybody that is just shows the PFP as like a not cartoon character, but like, you know what I mean? Because this could be like a 18-year-old kid who has no business experience and is just launching a project to basically get his money and run. I also look at this will be coming more to like buying and selling side of things. The activity like of the volume, which basically means like how many transactions are being made, I guess, minutely or hourly. Because basically the more volume there is, the much easier it is to dictate to FOMO or not to FOMO win. And lastly, I guess it's just the roadmap. But like when you guys get into NFTs, for sure, like you're gonna start to understand a trend where like everything is the same. Like you have a trend where like everybody's doing giveaways, and like buying my NFT, we have you're like 1 out of 10,000 that can win like one, or like let's say like 30 Ethereum, which is dumb. But yeah, just the roadmap, and just like you can either do like research, or you can learn and you earn in a way, because most people learn and earn like using their hands, or you can do like, let's say 30 hours of research will probably help you a lot more, but it also depends if you're like that focused. But I'm not, so I'm pretty hands down, threw my money in, lost it, got scammed, and now we're here.
Kia ora, kia ora. Oh, that's pretty loud. Kia ora, my name is Albi. I've been in this blockchain space. I've known about blockchain since it's 2015. My role initially after my degree was R&D into blockchain technologies, its use cases, and its application. Yeah, I've been full-time trading. That's like my main source of income. I mean, full-time collecting. Full-time trader since last year, maybe the first lockdown, let's say in November. Yeah, bought into some decent projects, also bought into some shit ones. But you know, that's the name of the game. Hey, you just never know. You could have like a killer roadmap, killer docs team, like all the ticks, and then boom, rug pull, you're done. On to the next one. I think the main things that I look for me, it's like I got two different approaches, whether I'm buying secondary for something that I believe in, or if I'm just degenning these plays. Lately, it's been degen plays, so which is basically, I'm on Icy Tools. If you guys know Icy Tools, it's like probably one of the #1 tools that you use. Yeah, so Icy Tools is icy.tools, if you guys don't know. Basically, you list the most sales, as Kenny was saying, the most sales for a project within the last hour. Okay, so if a project is on there, it means it's trending. And the minimum would be like 10 sales in the last hour. Up until recently, we've had projects that have been smashing 3,000 sales an hour. I think biggest advice, if you get in early before that pump, jump in there. Don't jump in when it's like, pumping like 3,000 sales, because once that dies out, it's just gonna go boom. And you're just gonna be like, what the hell, I just lost 15 ETH. Hey, Kenny, 15 ETH? No, yeah, but when you're DJing playing, it's low risk. So you're buying NFTs at like 0.001, 0.005 in the hopes that it'll hit 0.01. Or, you know, if you're lucky enough, like the bro, we've got some goblins, you make bank. So yeah, you just never know. Sometimes when you're DJing playing, like I'm not even in the Discords. You know, you just go off the data, like. And then like when I look into projects, the first thing I look for is the highest last sale. I want to know how much people are spending on these projects. If the highest sale is like 0.1, you're like, people aren't really interested, bro. So I mean, that's my approach. Volume, highest last sale, finding a good entry point and an exit point, and sticking to that strategy. So I'd say, like I always tell people, like, you know, if you've got the liquid, buy 3. Sell 1 pre-reveal if you can. This is not financial advice. This is just my approach. Flip 1 to make back initial investment. Flip another one post-reveal, because you know if you got 2, you got a higher chance of pulling, you know, top 1%, top 10%. Flipping that, and then you've got your third one to just ride out. You know, whether it tanks, you've already made your profit back. If it it moons, and then boom, we got liquid for more DJing plays. Sure.
Kia ora te iwi, ko Rupini taku ingoa, ko ngā iwi, ko Ngāti Whanaunga, me Ngāti Pukenga hoki. E noho ana mātou ko taku whānau kei tauranga moana nānei, hui anō, ko tera, ko tera. Yeah, so I'm on a journey myself. I'm building an NFT platform myself called NFT Developments. We're trying to launch that in Aotearoa coming in the next few weeks. So we're just trying to provide a safe space for artists. Ko tēnā te kaupapa tuatahi. But going on to what I've done and where I've been is I've been in this space for probably 3-4 years like the bro. And I only ever invested $1,000 into this space, so I know that you can invest small amounts, and I think that's what our people need to hear, is that you don't need to invest 0.2 ETH, 0.3 ETH into projects as your first kaupapa, as your first investment. You can actually build your way up from $100, $20, because I've done it. And I've lost large amounts of money, but it doesn't matter to me, because all I ever put in was $1,000. It's about rangaho. You've got to build your research up and your standards to get yourself to a level, because you've got to remember, if you're in this game to flip, that's your mahi. So what do you do at mahi if you're an electrician, if you're a carver, or if you're an artist? You rangaho, you learn. So the only way to learn that is to get in behind your NFTs or your rangaho and then trust yourselves and dig in. Because took that $1,000, 100x, you know, but then you lose it overnight, you don't even worry about it. You just carry on, and that's where I'm at now is like the bro, I DG 100% now. If I've got a certain amount of ETH and I can buy a blue chip, I'd rather buy 100 shit projects, because one of those shit projects, like I've just bought 180 of these apes, and if they kick off, then I'm on. If they don't kick off, payana, I'll move on to the next play. But if you buy a blue chip, well, bro, that's all my money into that one basket. You know, if you got 90 ETH sitting there, that's a lot of puti, and if I need it next week, it's not liquid. I can't sell that. Whereas if I've got 100 apes, I can sell at least 3 of them, make bank, and then keep some to the side. And I think that's the cope up with what the bro was saying about IC tools. You know, if you get onto these apps and you look at the volume, you get an idea of where people's heads are at. You get an idea of the trends. So the goblins was a trend. So you knew the goblins was going to trend. You get onto the next goblin go up. So I ended up buying 20 goblin girls as well. And then the next week they went from 0.005 to 0.7 ETH, you know, and then you just keep flipping like that. The next trend is probably going to be AI art. So you get onto that cope up. Oh, what's the next AI project coming out? Oh yeah, I'll buy 20 of them for 0.005, you know, and I hope that it's going to hit 0.1. So that's the way I think for our whānau to get into the game. Low risk, $20 buys, $30 buys. You can slowly accumulate your NFTs. If they pop, they pop. If they don't pop, you get rug pulled. You only rug pulled for $20. So
that's really sticking to one of those principles. Only invest what you can afford to lose. So even if if you make a big win and then you lose some, it's all right, because you only actually put $20 in the first place. Can one of you just give us a bit of, we're throwing some terminology around, and some of us might know it, some of us might not. Can you define what is a DGN play? What is DGN for anyone that wants to know?
DGN play to me is where you know, when you look at these fellas here or anyone that's a DGN, you wouldn't pick them as a DGN because they're actually quite smart. And I think
DGN, short for degenerate.
Degenerate is like, people think degenerate is the person that hasn't done a research and they've got a low IQ and they're just going in blind into shit projects that are low cap. We're talking $8 NFTs, but it's not the case. DGens are actually the flip of what it is, which is us doing the hardcore research. We know that it's going to pop off. We've done our research. We've intensified our research for 3 days. And we know that we're just going to throw whatever, 2 ETH at this project and buy a whole bunch of it, because we know it's going to pop, because we know what the research is telling us that it's going to go.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. Awesome. Okay. Any questions? No questions so far? If you got questions, remember, come to the front here. But I want to do a quick fire round. 1 red flag and 1 green flag. One each. Start wherever. Do you want to start?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, red flag, green flag.
Red flag. Well, one red flag for me is if I find it really hard to find information on the team, maybe their socials are private, or they're just like, they haven't posted since 2016 or something like really odd. If something's just not matching up, you can see that quite quick. That's a red flag. Green flag, just going real, just off the bat, green flag. I really do like an engaging team. Like if the team's in the Discord chatting every day, checking in every day, you know, answering questions every day, or the community are finding it really easy to chat to the admin or the mods. And I know there are some projects out there where you can do that and it's still a little bit, ooh, but I don't know, that's just top of the head.
And it's kind of like what I'm thinking for you guys, and what I'm thinking as a listener is I want to put together these green flags and put together these red flags from each of these guys who are playing the game, and go, so when I assess a project, I'm looking at all of these things. So like note these things down. Anyone can start. You can go left to right, or we can.
Yeah. If there's celebrities endorsing it, and if it's on Facebook, like I'd say just delete your Facebook and just stick to Twitter. Like everything is go from Twitter, find the Discord, go to the official links, like, you know, because there's scammers out there at every corner. Yeah, so you got to know the right pathway to find the mint. If it doesn't mint, man, that's, you know, stay away from it or just watch it. Like, I stick to projects that I know are already good. That's sort of my play now, like just to focus on this. I mean, like an ecosystem, like the fluff guys, man, like just, you know, they've got a proven track record, and they're building bigger things, and there's bigger and bigger and bigger plays. Yeah, so that's sort of my thing. Just know where I can comfortably afford to get in. And build that portfolio, and that's probably the opposite of a DGM. But yeah, look for the meta moves and the bigger ecosystems.
Yeah, and that's the point. That's why we have this panel here, is because we're all looking at it from different angles. So again, you might go, sweet, I want to jump in the DGen lane, and that's how I want to make my trades. Or you might want to look at solid, like me. I'm not in the space to be able to do those plays. I can't research and trade because I'm just too busy in my job or driving in a car. I can't actually go into it. So I know for me personally, I'm going, okay, what are projects like Eager Beavers that I believe in the team, I can engage with the team, and we've got a good project, or, you know, things like the Fluff World, or, you know, those things. That's me. But I find this real interesting what these bros are doing as well. So yeah, cool. Red flag, green flag?
Red flag would probably be like clicking unknown links, because closer to mints, you'd usually have people like just chuck you random DMs on Discord and be like, this project is minting at this time, but it's not actually minting time. Let's say it's minting on Monday, but that they send you a Discord minting now, which is Sunday. Like, it's supposed to be minting on Monday, but if you click the link and you connect your MetaMask wallet, your Ethereum wallet, it's probably a scam. You're probably going to lose money. I'm one that lost money because I thought I'd seen like a Bored Ape for 2 Ethereum. This was my very first start. I was like, oh shit, this is very cheap. Bored Ape, 2 Ethereum. And then next minute, I connect my wallet, I put my address, and then lost my Ethereum, lost all my NFTs. And I was about to quit NFTs too. I was like, oh shit, man, like, ouch. Yeah. Yep. And then, no, yeah, it's just all right. It's part of the process. And then I guess a positive thing is just, yeah, it's just like going back to like community. Because like, if you vibe with the community, like, you know, you're in the right one. Because like, it's about like it's all about creating a community and you're feeling comfortable, right? Like, you can be yourself, because most of the communities are usually like real fake. Do like, oh, we're going to make it, let's pump this, blah, 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 blah. But like, if you're feeling, and like also like they answer your questions, because like let's say most of you guys are new to the space, and like if you don't have anybody to ask questions, to answer your questions, you're never gonna learn, right? Because you only learn by asking questions and getting the answers delivered. But yeah, it's just community, making sure like it's the right one.
I mean, yeah, just a note, far note, turn your DMs off, make sure they're always off. You're gonna get Kenny sliding in your DMs asking for your MetaMask wallet. Everything that everyone said, all red flags. I think I have to talk about the other approach other than degenning, because when you're degenning, I feel like you go in with the mentality that everything's red flags. You know, everything's red flags, and you just hope, you know, if it hits, it hits. If it doesn't, $20, safe. So I think red flags for me, if I'm looking at a project, obviously, like if I've been whitelisted for a project, if you get whitelisted, by the way, on a project, doesn't mean you must mint. Okay, it just means that, okay, cool, you've got that before you've done your research, whitelisted. If you need a grind for whitelist, then do your research. So, because I'm quite, I like to look into contracts and read contracts. So a red flag for me is reading into a contract and knowing that they haven't put the effort in for gas optimization. So gas fees is every transaction on the blockchain or any blockchain, there's transaction fees like gas. If your contract's written without gas optimization, for a good example, what was it? Other deeds. Gas was out the gate, like hectic, to the point where people couldn't even mint because gas was so much, and they didn't. Hey, Pat. Thousands. Sometimes to the point where, obviously, if the network's quite congested and everyone's trying to mint at the same time, the higher the gas fees are going to be, right? So, like, especially when you're DJing playing, your gas fees are ridiculous. Your gas fees, I swept like 10 yesterday. The damn NFT was like 0.001, like they just minted out. I swept 10 and ended up paying 0.08, like in gas alone, you know? So I was like, damn. But that's a big red flag for me if they haven't put the effort in into optimizing their smart contract. A green flag for me is, I think community engagement. If I am in the Discord, just people like not talking about the floor, not trying to pump the floor, pump their bags, like, oh, you know, the floor's thin, buy now, who's sweeping, like all of that rubbish, man. It's like, if it's genuine, like corridor, genuine, like combo, people reaching out, helping each other out in the Discord community, then it's a green flag. Like, it's obviously going to go somewhere good.
Chat. A red flag for me is you'll see all these projects you get on Twitter. They got 20,000 followers. And this is where a lot of people FOMO in and then they get a mint out. They got 20,000 followers, but you're looking at their post, they got 3 likes. That's a huge red flag, funny. And then, you know, come on, switch on. Because we had a mint out AI apes. Well, not AI apes. I bought into one of them. I FOMO'd in, and then they didn't reveal. So now I'm stuck with them. But if we looked at the Twitter, they had 20,000 followers and they only had about 4 or 5 likes. That to me is a huge one. And another red flag is when you get sent NFTs. So if you're holding sometimes some top NFTs, these attackers will get to you and they will send you NFTs as gifts. That's a huge red flag. Stay away from them. Just either send them to the burn address, you can burn them, or you can hide them. Just hide them in your wallet and don't ever open them up. Don't interact with them. Because as soon as you try to do any of that, ka kite, your other NFTs are gone too. A green flag for me is the narrative that the projects are putting out. And Goblins was good at it. And I could see the narrative that these fellas were putting out was too professional not to be a good project. And as they continued carrying on, they continued talking like Goblins, and everyone just, they're shit, you know? And all I seen was, nah, bro, these dudes are some type of professional voiceover masters, and the art is ugly, but the art is actually professional at the same time. So as they progressed, the floor just skyrocketed because people started clicking onto that. So I think if you look past, they had no roadmap and things like that. So those are just some little things that I look at. Yeah.
Massive. We have a question over here. Kia ora.
Okay, so I know you guys spoke a little bit on icy tools. So as one of the tools that you guys use, is there any other tools that you can kind of share with all of us that are big for you in terms of trading and things like that?
Great question.
Oh, yeah. It is kind of hard to switch between like degen plays and then like actual plays. So when you're degen playing, because you're getting in at a cheap price, you want to buy more than one. So they call this sweeping the floor. So you sweep like X amount. The bro might sweep 20, I swept 10 yesterday. But there's a real good tool that people have been hitting me up. They've seen in my stories. So it's called gem.xyz. I think it's actually owned by OpenSea, yeah, so gem.xyz, if you jump on that, so the three main marketplaces is OpenSea, Looks Rare, and X2Y2 at the moment. There's a few other marketplaces out there. So what gem.xyz does, it aggregates all the listings for that one collection. Say if I'm looking at, perfect example actually, I picked up an Ultra Beacon for the Seekers for 0.08, and that was cheaper than mint price because I'm constantly on Gem. So I was on Gem refreshing, like, you know, if I got spare time, I've got like bulk tabs of the projects that I'm watching. So I jump onto Gem, I hit, it's already got a set on Seekers. So I hit Gem, and then boom, it was listed on X2Y2, not OpenSea. Okay, so a lot of people, especially the ones that are new in this space, they only know of OpenSea until they kind of, do their research, talk to other people, learn new tools and whatever. So this one was listed on X2Y2 for 0.08. Obviously, if you're looking at OpenSea, you're not going to see this listing. So I encourage everyone, if you're in this space, use Gem if you're looking at buying, because like if your floor is like, let's say 0.1, it could be listed on X2Y2 or listed on Looks Rare for, I don't know, 0.05 or something. But that's what happened. So Gem is like my go-to. It pretty much aggregates all the listings. And I was talking to a Gem developer the other night. So they use their individual APIs for Looks, X2Y2, and OpenSea. And they're constantly refreshing, sending requests, give me your new listings, like a couple times a second. So the listings that are listed on gem.xyz are pretty fresh. Now, when you're sweeping, there's a thing called sweep mode. You use Gem, maybe? Sweep King here. So there's a sweep mode. Okay, so when you're DJing, you're not looking to buy it like ranks or rarity or anything. You just want to hold something of this project. So there's sweep mode. You click the sweep mode and you enter how many you want to buy. So you enter like 10, 20 or whatever. Now, the good thing with Gem, it consolidates your gas at the same time. So rather than going to OpenSea and like say if I want 10, I'm gonna go boom, one transaction, boom, another transaction. You're paying that gas every time for all those purchases. Gem XYZ does that all in one transaction, and you consolidate like a shitload of gas, like heaps. And it's also got a safety mode. So safety mode, you make sure when you're sweeping, always have your safety mode on. If you don't have it on, and so once the transaction is going through, if somebody else is trying to purchase it at the same time and they fulfill the transaction before you, if your safety mode is not on, you're going to get charged for gas. If it is on, if you do get charged, you get a refund. So Gem XYZ Kane, that's my go-to tool.
Awesome, as we're going to have to wrap up, but all of our whānau here on this panel, all their handles are on our lineup, so you guys can definitely follow. The other thing that I just want to chuck in there is think about why you're buying NFTs. Are you buying it, one, for flipping, like to invest, make money? Two, you might be buying for utility, what this NFT gets you, but also there's the straight art. Like I'm a photographer, I'm selling art NFTs. It's you buying it because you like it. I bought Mr. G's art because I like it. And it's a piece. And right now it's still early days, but pretty soon, instead of having your Facebook feed, you're going to have your Meta room, and it's going to have that art hanging in there. And I know there's a lot of creators in this room who are creating art for art's sake. So there's all those things to think about. Think about what's your motivation. Why are you looking to buy? and that will sort of help you steer what direction you're going. All good? Any last thoughts? Okay, awesome. Round of applause for our beautiful panel.
I got a quote.
Okay, the bro's got one more gem.
Oh yeah, while he's looking for his quote, I just want to quickly give a shout out to all the women who are in this space, because I honestly, man, we need it. And like I didn't realize how big how disproportionate it was until I started getting onto like international spaces on Twitter Space and stuff like that. And I was like, whoa, this is like, and like every woman project I jump onto in Twitter, they're just like, you know, we gotta, you know, the gap, the male to female ratio gap thing. And I was just like, I don't think it's really like that in New Zealand, but actually it is. But it's not as big as America, obviously. But one thing I will say that I feel here is that even though Pat's sausage fest line came out, I feel like here in New Zealand, the women are quite sisterhood-like. So just link up with each other. I mean, we've got to get off, but like, come chat to us, come link up all the women, and we'll suss some stuff out and follow Girls Who NFT so we can make some dope shit happen. Yo.
This is it was at Virgil Abloh's last fashion show. Like, he passed away last year, but and it's a Pharrell quote, and it is: share the codes, share the cheat codes. A lot of us had to figure it out ourselves. That's where we go wrong. The more of us that learn the codes, the stronger we are. And I think that sums up the kaupapa. So kia ora, Pat, for everything you've done.
Okay, round of applause. That's awesome, whakaaro. And thank you to our panel. Okay, and I'm going to hand over to our awesome wahine, Rachel, who's going to be running our next few sessions. We've got some quick fires with some other heavy hitters. So I'll hand it over to you, sis, and let's spin some tunes. 3 main things: talk to your mates. Right now, lock it in.
Kia ora e te whānau. Yeah, just so, yeah. You want to put, yeah.
One.
We're going to get started with the blood star.
One.
There we go.
All good.
Cool. So starting with Andy Blood. Andy Blood, so I just learned that, did you see the book here as well on the way in? Full Bleed? So Andy created the world's first book as an NFT. So he's going to talk to us a little bit about that. And he also, I learned in the green room that the We Are Manaaki Instagram blue tick is thanks to this man, because he used to be right up there in Facebook as the creative director, both internationally, but he's got some pretty amazing background. So Bloodster, introduce yourself.
Thank you. Great to be here. Here's my ancestor. Brought him along.
Who are you, Andy?
Whakapapa. Who is Andy Blood? I have pirate ancestry, and I was born in Manchester to Irish descendancy, and 200 or 300 years ago, my ancestor, Colonel Thomas Blood, was an Irish mercenary who stole the crown jewels. And I think in the week of the Queen's Jubilee, it's worth remembering that.
Yes.
So yes, this image, this wraps up everything you need to know about me. So that's sort of, there's a pirate ancestry, and the quill, which is the quill of a raven by design, is dipping into the inky black well of the eye socket. if you like. So for me, that's wrapping up creativity and my ancestry. I wrote a quick poem last night in the bath. I'm going to share that. I'm going to share that with you. Who is Andy Blood? My grandfather was a blacksmith, my father a songsmith, and I'm a wordsmith. My grandfather was a soldier, my father an engineer. I was once a soldier who now engineers ideas. One played piano, the other played guitar, but it's my Mac keyboard that's got me this far.
Let's go. Awesome.
Thank you.
Now, I want to talk about the metaverse. You've been involved in this space for a while, and I want to talk about Web3 and the metaverse and where we are now and where we might be in the future. I'd love if you could paint us a picture with some examples on what we can expect here in NZ and what's already in place in the world out there that's not yet happening here.
Are we using the deck? I put some cool images on a slideshow.
Vancy, can you bring up the deck on the screen?
Some of it may help illustrate what we're going to talk about, and some of it's just really funny.
It's the keynote on the desktop. While you do that, you can.
It's your duty to hack, Andy Blood. Keynote.
Where's Jar Jar? Okay,
Is it there?
It's not going to be there, but that's cool. Carry on, Andy. Okay, sweet.
Okay. Where are we going with the metaverse?
Yeah.
It's a shame because I was going to show you a picture about where we're going, and
we'll get it.
In my opinion, we're going back to 1992, and the metaverse was a phrase that was coined by a writer called Neil Stephenson. And in 1992, he wrote a book called Snow Crash, which is all about the metaverse. And he coined the term and the idea of the parallel virtual reality that technology is going to allow us all to inhabit one day, and in parallel to how we inhabit the real world. And then our futures and our lives and our beings would be how we can currently navigate the two. So for me, anything you want to know about the metaverse is contained within that book. And seriously, I would read it. If reading's not your thing, listen to it. It's a great book.
Snow Crash. We've got it on the screen. Is that right?
Yeah, that's it. Snow Crash. It's a fabulous book. And the lead character, who is given the somewhat meta name of hero protagonist, is a freelance hacker and pizza delivery driver in the real world, but casts himself as the world's best swordsman in the metaverse. And, the point of that is, as he navigates between these many different worlds, he navigates his identities in a way that suits his life within the system that he's created. So, and it really is, it's something worth exploring, because I think what fiction does in its ability to weave great stories, those stories naturally, they're about our behavior. They're about our tensions. They're about our ambitions. So, if you want to sort of picture how things might be, go and immerse yourself in that story.
Shot. Cool. So what are two really practical things that we can all do to win in this Web3 emerging metaverse world? What should we be doing right now to set ourselves up for success?
Well, yeah, if we advance, there we go. How might we win? Back in February, I wrote something called a manifesto for an open metaverse, and you won't be able to read that. I'm happy to share this presentation via Monarch at any point, but the teams, as mentioned, were all going up to Austin, Texas for South by Southwest. So I put together a manifesto about how Web3 and the distributed web might be able to further all our well-being in the future because of the greater equity, the greater stake we might have in the future if we build the emerging metaverse the right way now. And building it the right way now means everybody in this room has to build it, not a small group of people that work in Silicon Valley, or a small or army of thousands that work in China or Russia, etc. It's the equity that comes with everybody here having a stake in what's being built. And I think taking advantage of the tools that are beginning to exist in order to create, taking advantage of the tools that exist in order to help us do business, build community, all those kind of things. Begin to explore those areas now, and we're all making mistakes while we're all doing it because there is no playbook. So the only way to learn about this is to move forward and do not be afraid of making mistakes. But in moving forward, it stops being theory and it starts being action, and it stops being guessing, and it starts being, you know, it starts being adventures in making things. So I would encourage everybody just to get started. You know, if you want to make some NFTs, do some art. You know, use the Lithoverse platform that Nicole and team launched last year, that helped me and many other people to get started. Shout out to Nicole. I would not be here without Nicole's help and the amazing people at Centrality and Sens. Last August, after 5 years, when I left Facebook, I took a major left turn and reached out to Nicole, and without her help, I wouldn't be here. And it's given me the most amazing, almost a year-long journey in explorations in how can creativity and business come to life on the blockchain in ways that have never been done before. And that's what I've been doing for 10 months.
Talk to us a little bit about that process. Like, how did you start? So you reached out to, you had this idea to create the first NFT book.
The very last chapter of Full Bleed, which is non-fiction, it's semi-autobiographical, is the segue of my journey into NFTs, because it tells the story of, this is going to sound a little weird, but the most expensive NFT that Playboy have produced was minted and sold at auction last year in May for $250,000 US. Now that price was 50 times the average selling price of Playboy NFTs. And it's all because of the subject matter of the NFT was, the model in the NFT was a lady called Lena Soderberg, Miss November 1972. Now the team that I work for, we'd made a documentary about her life. We needed Playboy's permission to make that documentary. We didn't get their permission, and we went ahead and made a documentary about her life anyway. It's a brilliant story that's in this book, so please read it. We don't have the time. 2 years later, Playboy reached out to us, and it could have gone either way. It could have been a lawsuit, or it could have been something else. You know, it could have been, you made that film, everybody's seen it, we didn't give you our permission, we'll see you in court. But it wasn't. It was actually, we've seen your documentary, it's awesome. By the way, can you put us in touch with Lena, because we want to make an NFT out of her image, and if we do that, she will finally get paid for something she did 50 years ago. So Google Lena Soderberg, and you'll begin to understand what I'm talking about, and we must move forward.
Awesome. So with that, for the wordsmiths out there, what would you do to encourage them to turn their writing into an NFT and a book project like that? What are the real practical things they can go off and do, even like to the tools and technology?
Okay, let's move, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Let's move to the last question about hacking.
Yes.
Because that does get us to where I think I can answer that question
Andy's
properly.
email, by the way, if everyone wants it, is movefastandhackthings@gmail.com.
Oh, actually, while we're going, what's in my wallet? Damien Hirst.
So I was super interested when I saw that. I was like, what has he hacked?
Yeah, I'm like many of the other people. I buy NFTs of things I like, because you're right. The risk of things going high or low, you know, win or lose, that's not my interest in the area. I am interested in art that, you know, does it for me. So a couple of pieces of Damien Hirst. I've got a glorious founding membership. Haven't bought anything with it yet, because all my money's going into production, but we'll come back to it. What's the most interesting thing you've hacked? Okay, just bump this forward slowly, Pat. Okay, you can see the word hack. Hack is a really big deal at Facebook. It's within the DNA of the company. It is your duty to hack. It's kind of driven into you, but that's not hacking bad thing. That's hacking as essentially hacking means building. You know, it's your duty to make and build things according to, it doesn't matter according to the resources you have, find a way to build. Work with people who are going to enable your dreams to come True. All my hacking gets done in tandem with this fellow here, Nick Neem, who's one of the brightest and most amazing engineers going. He can build cars from the ground up. In computers, he's a whiz. And together we do a lot of things you're not supposed to. So moving forward, the first thing that we did, keep going, please, Pat, that's all about the code of the company. So hacking Volkswagen. So nearly 10 years ago, in 2013, I approached Nick with an idea that I thought in the current age, it would be possible for people to extract the data from their car's engine. I just thought it's, in terms of a thing, I thought we should be able to do it. And then Nick knows about cars. He kind of knew how to do it. And there's commercially available kit to do this, but we thought it should be in the hands of the everyday person. So, we're not all rich mechanics working for guilt traps and those organizations. It's kind of what about the person in the streets who's driving the car? They should know if their car is well or not well. So we set about that little challenge, and we sourced a load of kit from all over the world, and we worked out a way how to hack into our car and get the engine data. And we built a little product around that, and we called it MeDub. And we filmed it in action, and we presented it to the Volkswagen team, including Giltrap and the guys, who said to us, "That's not possible." And we went, "It is possible. We've done it." And they lent us an Amarok, one of the V8 Utes, and we drove around town with this kit, and we filmed the information that we could get from that vehicle. And they went, okay. You know more about our cars than we do. Next one, hacking Halloween. This is a really good one. A couple of years ago, it's just one of those crazy ideas. Can you build a QR code out of M&Ms that launches an augmented reality mask in Instagram? I don't know. Can you? We gave it a go. The answer, as it turns out, is yes. And that is an actual size. It's sort of 8 A4 printouts of a map of a QR code. And if you think of an M&M as a pixel, because they're always the same size and they're always the same color, then you can make a QR code out of it. So that's what we did do. And then next one, please, Pat. And then there you go. There's a little bit more information. I was checking this morning. It almost still works. The QR code will take you to Instagram, but the Spark AR software package has had a few upgrades since then, so we'd have to resubmit the filter. But anyway, and so that's Nick's genius again. It just doesn't do cars. He does anything. Go back one, Pat. Sorry. That's his 3D skill in full effect. So we realized soon after that we could make a QR code out of any physical object, and we could do it an infinite number of times to launch an infinite number of QR codes for an infinite number of augmented reality masks. Because we were having fun. And it was Halloween, so we did a Jason mask from Halloween. So literally the M&Ms, it's treat to trick, if you like, or trick to treat. And that was our little experiment. And then the next one, can you build a QR codes out of Skittles then? Yeah, go on. I'm sure you know the answer, but look at that's a good one, Pat. Yeah, Skittles are a different size to M&Ms, and they're a different shape. Honestly, I'd never noticed that before, but they are. And you just have to factor that into your sort of logistical permutations. But yes, we made a map for Skittles and made that launch AR codes too. And then it was that, and then three masks, not one. There's Jason for Halloween, there's a pumpkin, and there's a witch. So, by this time we were sort of rolling in clover. And then when I was leaving Facebook and having had the experience with Playboy and the Lena Soderbergh sort of thing, it was like, right, I know NFTs are going to be a part of what I'm going to do, but I don't know what I'm going to do, but I am publishing a book. So how does that work? And then in my final weeks, I probably made the greatest cold email of my entire life when I reached out to Nicole and went, "Hey, Nicole, I've got this hilarious idea about publishing a book, a world first NFT book or something. I don't know, but you seem to know about that kind of thing. Can you help?" And Nicole took my email and responded. And then thanks to the support of her team supporting us, we did launch. the world first book as an NFT in 3 different meta versions, A, B, and C, 3 different vastly inflated sums. But they did include, and this is where you get inventive, but they did include global publishing rights. So it was like, buy one of these and you can go off and publish this book anywhere in the world. You know, do what you want with it because you've just bought it, etc. Now, admittedly, those 3 didn't sell, but they were priced at 50,000 US, 35,000 US, and $25,000 US. At a time also when nobody really understood what the fuck is a book as an NFT project, even as, right? But the other 30 bits of art that we did make around it did sell, and they sold out. And that was kind of like, right, okay, let's keep going then.
So what's the good news for everyone in the crowd? Are you going to be like Oprah? Give everyone a...
Oh, in a second. and then many NFT projects in between. But then back in April, I'd made when I was interviewed here actually in December by Hemi on one of the YouTube broadcasts, and we finished it. He said, kind of, what are you going to do next? I said, well, I'm going to do something at the intersection, 2 things I'm good at. I seem to be good at technology and I'm good at writing. So I'm going to weave those 2 things together again and focus on that. So I wrote another book. This time it's fiction. It's called Near Futures Far-Fetched. And it's kind of tilted toward the multiverse, not the metaverse. And he goes, a remarkable amount of fiction is fact somewhere in the multiverse. I went, okay, great. I stole that from a physicist called David Deutsch. But then I wrote 6 stories that were all about our future lives and technology, but they're fiction, but they have this really, really uncanny kind of feeling of, yeah, that's going to happen. And so I approached the guys again and went, okay, I want to do these as NFTs again, but let's go one step further. And we put the fiction inside the NFT. So the first story in the book is called The Last Bitcoin. And it's set in 2139 when the year before the last Bitcoin will drop. And there's a simple poster and there's a simple animation on the right. You might have seen it. It's a very, just go, Pat, can you go back one, then forward one? Yeah.
We're running out of time,
Yeah,
Andy.
nearly there. Yeah, next one. Next one. That's it. Press play. Simple animation of, the story coming to life. And then the next slide, please, Pat. So the full PDF of the story is hidden inside the NFT. And that was a world first. And then the next one. And then it has not the disclaimer, the explainer that this story art combination only exists in this form inside this NFT. So we did 6 of those to launch this book. And that brings us up to today. So to answer your question, yes. What would my advice be? Just like my own adventures in hacking NFTs and cars and M&Ms, just go out there and make things and hack things and bring them to life in the world. Don't be afraid of reaching out to people. Befriend engineers like Nickname, who can build anything. And my partner, Sarah, is also here, Red Kiddo, waving at the back. She's the artist that paints all my classically painted art. So just find a group of people that want to do it with you. And then you've got a uniqueness and your stories and behaviors. Just take them to the world.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Sure, Andy.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you for that. Thank you. Awesome. Well, and the gift.
These are available by the door. There's probably enough for everybody as a gift, but I think you can only choose one. So, non-fiction reads like fiction. Fiction reads like fact. Your choice.
Sure, Andy. Phew. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, thank you so much. That's round 1 of the quick fires. Next up, we've got Nicole. Nicole, who we saw on our first panel. Let's go. Welcome, Nicole, to the panel, everyone. All right. We'll jump straight into it. Welcome back to the couch.
Hi, thanks.
Now we're going to talk about something super important.
No.
Or should we just get straight into it?
Well, I was going to talk to you today about carbon, but now that I've been sitting here listening to everything and understanding people's journey in this space, we've talked a lot about investment. but we haven't necessarily talked a lot about how you can actually, as a creative person, mint NFTs and sell them, and what that might look like. Because there's definitely an interesting story from when we started a few years ago to what it looks like in this space now. So I've actually,
Let's do it.
sorry, just thrown a curveball at you.
I love it.
So when NFTs became popular, when NFTs became popular a couple of years ago, you might remember that Beeple sold this images for $69 million. And that's when everyone went, NFT? And they started to understand that this was actually a cool concept on the blockchain that you had the potential to make money in. And we've seen a lot of artists, a lot of really quality artists doing well in this space. And I love that because especially in the time of COVID, where traditional revenue streams for these people have been tough. So knowing that they have created an additional revenue stream in the digital world makes me feel really good. But it's like wanting to be a YouTube star. Like my son wants to be a YouTube star. And I said to him, you and like 9 billion other people. We're starting to see that the market's been really saturated, and you have to have something pretty special these days in order to get that notice. Oh, just on the side here, actually. So Samsung's just brought out a new TV, very cool, and like they do all the time. But the type of TV is actually meant to be a frame for NFTs, because we all know that we bought NFTs and they sit in my wallet, and I look at them, but I can't show them off. But the Samsung TV that they've brought out means that you can actually push your NFTs up onto the wall so you can display them for people and change them out. So that's art. Sorry, I shouldn't have gone on that little side thing, should I? Okay, so NFTs and art. What we're realizing now in this space is that there are still collectors out there. There are still people that have that appreciation, and it's nice to know there's things like Samsung TVs that you can actually show it off. But the reality is, these days, as we work towards the metaverse and Web3, you actually need to draw in utility into your NFT. So when you mint it, it needs to mean something. Now, I'll give you a couple of examples. At the moment, there's a venture in our ecosystem that's doing NFT ticketing, right? Because we've all gone somewhere and, you bought a concert ticket or a sport ticket off your mate, and then you turn up and someone says, nah, that's already been used. Sorry, you can't use that one. So bringing in things like value for people because they know that their ticket is verified is really helpful in this space. There's a couple other things, Andy, for example, I love Andy. Andy and his book idea is taking that different approach to NFTs that's not the norm, and he's got a huge amount of awareness for what he's doing because he's not another person putting up a JPEG. He's doing something so unique, so cutting edge, and that means that people are obviously drawn to it. The other thing that we're doing in this space, obviously, is the metaverse. So people really want NFTs to be representative of who they are when they go into this metaverse situation. And as we talked about a little bit earlier, a metaverse space is going to be where you buy your goods and services. It's where you're going to meet your friends. It's where you're going to play your games. It's where you might go in for just a general chat. Hui? Yep. So there's a lot of things that need to happen, but you need to have the utility in your NFT to start making it special. When you mint an NFT on the blockchain, firstly, it's just a piece of code. You don't actually mint the actual, let's just go with image. It could be music. It could be an image. It could be a book. Could be lots of things. You don't mint that book on the blockchain. You mint a piece of code. And in that code, there's metadata. Tell me if I'm getting a little bit too technical. And that's where you show ownership, that you own that NFT in that metadata, right? So if you've decided that you've got a piece of artwork or a song or something that you want to bring into the metaverse, you need to mint it and then save that file somewhere else, because all you're minting is a code which demonstrates ownership of that thing. Oh man, your faces are going like this. It's like when I first got into blockchain and I went home at Christmas time and I started talking to my family about it. And I used to just look until I saw that they were going like this. And I'd be like, oh, that way didn't work. I'll try something else next time, take a different route. So is there anyone here that is looking to start minting their own NFTs? Yeah, cool, excellent, good. Really awesome idea. To begin with, you need to have a really cool community behind you. You need to bring in some people. It's not build it and they will come. So the projects that we work with at SensNet do a lot in what they call lore. And lore, L-O-R-E, is just a backstory. And a backstory that people can buy into. When you look at something like Fluff World, Party Bears, Seekers, they have the story that they bring their community in to help them manifest, right? And that brings loyalty from your community as well. What you're trying to do is get these guys on the journey with you. You want them to participate in it with you, because that strengthens the bond between your project and those people. And then also, you want those people to go and talk about it. Hey, I just did this thing with this project where they took my piece of lore and they put it into their thing. You want them to go word of mouth and talk to other people. So really importantly, the community is probably the heart of what you're going to do when you're creating your NFT. Don't underestimate it. You can have the best artwork in the world, but if you haven't got that community behind you, and there's some hustle involved, there really is, like it is real. The hustle is real. There are definitely people out there creating ugly NFTs that are getting a lot of money and everyone scratches their head. Like, I feel like they just fell down Lucky Street or something.
We heard from Brooke Wright. He said he's got to be thinking about investing at least 20 years of value and time and energy in those communities.
Yeah, 100%. And you want your community to be active, thriving, and engaged. And they're only going to do that if they feel like they're participating in this with you. You have to be in that community all the time, chatting to them, asking them questions. How do you want to do this? Or how do you want where do you want me to go next? And then listening to them as well. And that helps, that community engagement. And then you build the cool art, and then you go and you sell it for a lot of money.
If there's any questions as well, come up to the mics. Jumping to jobs, because you've been in this industry for like 15 plus years, right? Even more maybe.
Yeah.
And I always think about, so my son, he's 17, he's a trade, he's gone off to do the trade thing. But he's super interested in technology. They're digital natives. They have, he's already talking to me about buying currencies and getting involved in things like Step-In and a bunch of other, how do we also, what are the opportunities, if we were to go home and Google, some job opportunities that we were going to pass on to the rangatahi or our friends and whānau, what would you suggest as really practical ways to start? We heard about smart contracts and coding.
Yep.
What other opportunities exist?
Oh, sure. My kids are 8 and 10, and I tell you what, I'm going to start teaching them coding now, because that is, there are a lot of industries within New Zealand who are just getting devs all the time, like more and more devs on. And the number of devs that we have in this country that can do the skills that we need are very low. So I know that it's probably a few years away from my kids at 8 and 10 before they join the workforce, but I see this industry only getting bigger. There are plenty of courses that you can do, boot camps.
Like Coursera and things like that.
What's that, sorry?
Coursera, I think there's a smart contracts or...
Liz, what's the one in Wellington that... Josh does. Oh, Dev Academy. Yeah, they're really good actually. Josh is amazing, Josh Vile. Lots of Dev Academy things, hackathons. Go to hackathons. You don't have to be a coder to go to a hackathon. You can be an entrepreneur or an ideas person. You can be an artist or a salesperson, because when you go to a hackathon, usually they need the complete life cycle of ideas within there, and you can always contribute. And like today's session, a lot of the time it's about turning up and meeting people so that later the biggest benefit you'll have from today will be the people that you've met that you'll reach out to later and maybe, you know, follow or chat on Discord or whatever, or help with ideas.
Cool. We don't have too much time left, but I did want to touch quickly on, and we haven't yet talked about the environmental impact of this whole world of that has been created. Can you touch on that,
Yeah,
and
sure.
some of the challenges and issues coming?
Okay, so blockchain's not melting icebergs, and I think if you read mainstream media, sometimes they're like, you know, you're really seriously putting in climate change and all the rest of it. We live in a world where we use technology within our blockchain that's actually about the same as sending a tweet or an email. So, and I won't go into it because we definitely don't have time for proof of work versus proof of stake, but most new generation blockchains use proof of stake as their consensus mechanism, and the power that they use is actually really small. But we do have a venture in our ecosystem called Carbon Click, and what we've done with them is we've created NFTs with certified carbon offsets in them, into the metadata. And what we do is we buy those NFTs off them, and then we sequester them into a contract that they can't come out of. So we're basically taking that carbon out of the environment. And you'll find that just about every venture in the Centrality ecosystem is now climate positive or carbon negative because of that. And a lot of people in this space, even though we're trying really hard to come up with this amazing new technology that we think is life-changing, the people that actually work within this space really care about things like the environment. So there is actually a lot of focus within the teams to make sure that we're doing it in the most environmentally responsible way possible.
Amazing. Any questions from the floor? No? Anything else you want to finish on?
Oh, no, I think I've said enough, actually.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, Nicole. All right, we're whipping through them. Welcome the man, Jerome, to the stage. Jerome was on the panel earlier. Let's go. He's the one who said, fuck Gary Vee. Welcome, welcome.
Cool. Thank you.
So, Jerome Fury, who are you? Give us a little overview on some of the, I mean, you kind of are the digital payments guy, aren't you?
Yeah. I guess I'm a bit of a mongrel. I'm quarter French, quarter German, quarter Irish, quarter Scottish. Probably had a bit of a rough upbringing, but the internet kind of saved me, to be honest. When I was younger, the only way you could learn was if someone taught you. It kind of meant you had to sit down, pay attention. I didn't really like that. It didn't work out well for me. It was quite torturous. The internet enabled me to learn about stuff I was interested in. You know, information got democratized. It meant that everybody could access it. I didn't have to go to university. I didn't have to go to school. And so I was able to figure stuff out myself and then apply it to opportunities in the real world.
Amazing. You've done some pretty huge things in this space over the last, well, how many years?
20-something years.
20 plus years. Can we start with a big question? How do you think Web3 is going to shape the future of money, finance, and business model? How is it already, and what can we expect in the future?
Yeah, look, I think there's a couple of things that are interesting. First off, cryptocurrency in particular is a native currency for computers. So if you generally think that things are going to become more digital, you need money that works on digital stuff. And cash money, the Chinese kind of invented it 1,000 years ago. It was quite innovative back then when they were trading precious metals and stuff. The payment systems today were designed very much in the 50s. Plastic cards, the terminals or electronic systems to approve or decline those were in the 70s. Those same systems, those same APIs are used to process payments today. And so in the next 10 years, we'll see more innovation in payments than we've seen in the last 1,000. And it'll be powered by things such as digital identity, digital currencies. The other thing that's really interesting for NZ Inc. is the New Zealand dollar is the 10th most traded currency in the world.
Wow.
And that gives us a lot of benefit as a society and as a people. Having a strong currency means that when we bring goods into the country, it's more affordable for everyday people. And what's going on in the world at the moment is a bit of a currency war, particularly with big tech companies. They don't just want to sell your data to advertising companies anymore. They want to own the monetary system. And data is the new oil, or at least the trusted data is. But the gateway to that oil is in digital identity. And so back in the day when the Romans used to conquer new lands, the first thing that they used to do is they would impose the Roman coin as the currency. And the reason they did that is they could then tax. And those taxes funded, the lions, the woman, the bear, and whatever else they needed to get the best army to attack the next land. What we don't want as New Zealanders is for big tech, Facebook coin, Google coin, Apple coin. Because whilst the big banks, make 5 billion in profit, they're also the largest taxpayer in the country. They also hire people in Gore, Taranui, all throughout rural New Zealand. The big tech companies don't.
No.
Yeah.
And they don't bloody pay tax. Okay, digital wallets. What's your prediction on how many people actually have them in the world right now? And what do you reckon the adoption rate's going to be?
Yeah, I got some stats.
Oh, I love stats.
So the highest is actually Nigeria, where they've got 43%
Wow.
penetration. In Australia, 1/3 of people under the age of 40 tried to buy crypto on a MasterCard last year. Generally speaking, minorities and developing nations have a higher percentage of digital wallets than others. So in America, for example, Black people, as a percentage of population, have twice as many digital wallets as a white person.
Wow.
And maybe that comes from a distrust of the system and so on. But I also think that if you look at developing countries, their payment systems are actually a lot more modern than ours. New Zealand used to be the all black of payments. Now we're not even the all whites. You go to Africa, every transaction's done on a mobile phone, it's peer to peer. They've actually leapfrogged us. China's the same. Even Australia, we're down the back end of the pack now.
Let's talk about immersive. What is it now, and what is it going to be in the future?
Yeah, cool. So I founded a couple of companies. Immersive is my latest one. The way I see the metaverse is it's going to be the future of e-commerce and retail commerce. It's going to be where physical and digital collide and overlap. I got into payments in the 90s. We plugged some FPOS terminals into Windows PCs, and we tricked the banks into thinking someone was manually typing in the number to do real-time online payments. I remember back then people saying, no one's going to buy online. It's not safe. It's not secure. A cold call I made in 2003 to get parking meters to enable credit cards. People told me, no one's going to pay for parking using a credit card. I then helped set up Apple's computer payment system in sort of 2007, and they wanted it to work on a mobile phone. And people told me back then, why do you need the internet on your phone? Who's going to use the internet on the phone? Actually, Apple phones, they're really shit for talking. You should get yourself a Nokia. I'm like, what the fuck? Anyway, like clear as fucking day, the future of commerce, anyone that's in business, anyone that's got children, Citi did a report recently called Money in the Metaverse. By 2030, it's a $13 trillion industry. And so immersive basically is removing what we call these on and off ramps. At the moment, traditional payments, fiat is like a locomotive, and crypto is a bit like a high-speed train. And so we call these things on and off ramps. What I've figured out is instead of having an on and off ramp, why not have a bridge? What if I could make MasterCard and Visa work natively in Web3 and the metaverse? But then also, what if I could bring the values and the technology from Web3 to Web2 payments? And so in Web3, we talked about ownership, consumers in control, my keys, my assets, my data. Instead of the bank or MasterCard or Visa approving the transaction, and sometimes declining it for no apparent reason or just because it doesn't fit their algorithm, what if you were in control? What if instead of the bank telling you what your rewards program was, you could decide, I want to do carbon offset, I want to do a koha, I want to get a share as a reward. And so immersive is bridging the Web 2 and Web 3 metaverse worlds.
Wow. That's massive. So definitely follow Immersive and that journey because it's going to be pretty amazing to watch. Payment processing. So obviously we've talked a little bit about that, but that's a huge cost of doing business right now. Like that's massive. So how do you think this is going to change for business owners and consumers in terms of the cost?
Yeah. So in New Zealand, roughly the third or fourth largest cost to doing business is the credit card fees. What's going on at the moment through Parliament is a Retail Payment Systems Act. Credit cards have a fee called interchange, and that's where the issuer of the card charges the person accepting that card, and that's around 2%, give or take, on credit cards. This new act will reduce that down to 80 basis points as a maximum interchange fee. So that will see what retailers pay half, but it also means that what us as consumers receive by way of rewards will also be reduced. Another company that I founded is a company called CentraPay. And basically we've integrated with all the FPOS terminals in New Zealand, and we've enabled a way for the banks to integrate their banking apps so that you can use your ASB app or Westpac app or BNZ app to pay directly from your account on any payment terminal. You can also use your Web3 wallet to pay with crypto. So we did some stuff with Silo and Coca-Cola. You can do a Bitcoin transaction on a Coke vending machine. When you use that platform, the business accepting the card doesn't pay, or actually accepting the app, because we're going to get rid of plastic cards and plastic terminals, and it's all going to be apps and APIs and data. But under that model, the merchant, the business doesn't pay anything. So there's a couple of options available.
So as a business owner now, what should we be doing to be able to set up for that, like in terms of taking payment? What do we need to do? Where do we need to go? What do we search? What do we?
I guess my phone number is 021 Jerome. If you've got a business and you're paying too much in credit card fees, just drop me a text. And
There you go, 021 Jerome, sweet.
Yeah, I got this. Yeah, I got another company called Merchant Advocate that basically helps businesses reduce the fees that they pay to the banks. So Hal Pizza, Smith City, Nourish Group, they're all customers, and whatever they save, you just take a small percentage of your savings. So I can hook you up with that if you want as well.
We could talk all day, but we've chewed up all the time and more, I think. Any questions from the floor quickly?
Hammy? Bruv?
How easy or hard to raise capital in and around the metaverse?
Yeah, look, across the companies, we've probably raised $500 million, give or take, over the last 5 years. I'll give you two examples. So I've got two companies that are doing capital raising at the moment. One company had I guess it was a PowerPoint presentation. It had no customers, no revenue, no staff. And I raised over $5 million in 5 weeks on a $50 million valuation.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's a Web3 one. I mean, there's obviously a bit more to it than just that. And then I've got this other company that's got multiple blue chip companies as clients, big billion-dollar businesses. It's got millions of dollars of revenue, and it's in the Web2 space, and it's it's struggling. It's tough out there. Like at the moment, people talk about crypto dropping. So let's say Bitcoin's down 40% on its 52-week high. But in the Web2 space, you've got companies like DocuSign, Shopify, Twilio, these blue chip, SaaS companies. They're down 79% on their 52-week highs. Anyone interested in business, there's a book by this guy called Ray Dalio. Read his book right now, because there's these 3 major cycles that go on economically, 300-year, 75-year, and sort of 8 to 12-year, and they're all converging right now. And so I would strongly suggest that everyone prepares for a really rainy next 2 years. Shit's going to get real tough for everyone. Ray Dalio, The Changing World Order.
The man. Thank you, Jerome. Thank you so much.
Kia ora.
Sorry.
Hi, we're from Gisborne. I brought up our rangatahi. There's 12 of us.
Cool.
And we're called 555. And we're called 555 because we didn't know much about crypto or NFT come this time last year. So we had to do our own research. And when they all got wallets, one of our rangatahi ended up with $55.50, and one of our other rangatahi ended up with $555.55. So I just heard that you said a lot of 5 numbers, so I thought this might be a sign for me to get
Yes.
up and say, we are 555 from Gisborne, and our youngest is 9 years old. And I guess my question is, hey, can we have a Zoom call with you? Because I'm the hustle of hustlers. And anyone else that's out there, we're willing to learn. We don't know much, but we know that there's only 5% of the population of the world that are actually chasing this. Another 5, just saying. But I would love to see our rangatahi just really really do well in New Zealand. And with guys like you, and who we've heard today is just so amazing. It was worth the travel, guys? Yeah. And so we're country bumpkins, and we stayed in the CBD last night, and the music was really loud, and we couldn't handle it. And we thought, these people
I'm
are
with you,
crazy
sis.
that live in Auckland. And but I guess my pipe is can you help us?
Always, yeah, that's why I'm here.
Make that connection. Shot Jerome, thank you so much. Okay, so the not so quick fire. I'm real sorry, I've been eating up way too much time. Luke Ryan, come to the stage. Welcome, Luke. Here he comes. Huh? Yeah. I'm going to pump this one real quick. We're going to keep it to 2 questions. Let's go. Luke, tell us who you are.
Kia ora, everyone. Luke here. So who am I? Ngāpui. Always whakapapa back to Ireland, whakapapa to Tainui as well. So kind of a bit of a mixed bag, but also who am I? We've worked on some NFT projects, Titan Tiki. So yeah, we gave that we're just representing the protocols. That's been a challenge, but it's been beautiful as well. Trying to ensure that we're authentic and we're actually bringing through, you know what it's like when you're trying to do something and they're like, hey, have you actually done that right? And then you get the kaimātua giving you a whack across the head because you're trying to be too innovative. So we've really been going back and forth and trying to slow down and then trying to speed up. So yeah, it's been a bit of a journey.
Bit of a journey. So with you've got a lot of investment background too, right?
Yeah. Look, kind of did corporate for a while, chartered as an accountant, ended up traveling the world, buying and selling businesses for someone else. It was kind of cool. Lots of hotels and all that good stuff. But what really came through was I was sitting there and going, what makes me feel fulfilled? We should all kind of try to do that. And it is building things that I think the world needs.
Amazing.
That makes me feel good.
Amazing. Talk to us about the Indigenous Collective a bit more. How does that work?
Yeah. Oh, well, if I think about what I got involved in, we've got Indigenous Collective has been quite interesting. My background as well, I did a bit of working with artists. So I really have a soft spot for understanding how sacred it is for an artist to create something and for them not to be commercial. I mean, if you try to flip an artist out of creativity into commercial, they're stuffed. They can't do it. And all these people are like, oh, just go make money. And they're just like, I don't know why they're doing this to me. So really spending time with artists and saying, you go and create. When you're ready, you come back, and just leaving it there. That's it. And then if they want to come into the metaverse, it's letting them know that they're not famous here. And they go, what? I'm not famous. I said, yeah, you've got a really beautiful art following. Your art might be selling for $100,000 a painting. You go into the metaverse, 0.01, because you haven't done the time to build a community in the metaverse. You've got to build your cred. And so a lot of the time is going, oh, hey, are you on Twitter? You on Twitter? No, I'm not on Twitter. I don't need to be on Twitter. Then don't come into the metaverse. You got to connect. It's just like protocols. If I come into somebody's whare, I'm not going to tell them how I want to be. I'm going to ask them who they are and how they would like to, how that environment works. Any culture should be like that. So it's been really important for me as I've traveled to actually respect culture and make mistakes. I've made shitloads of mistakes, but actually, isn't that how we all learn? If we kept on winning, we'll probably learn nothing. So that's been a really, it's been a really good journey. And that's why when I look at things to invest in, and it's good people, And one of the things also did is we've invested in Everlasting, which is another thing I just kind of put in there. Estate management in the metaverse isn't a thing. Having a seed phrase buried under a tree that you know is probably the best thing that's out there. Or I've put it in a painting. I've written it behind a painting, so if I pass away. So really what we're doing is we say, actually, shouldn't it have lineage? Shouldn't you have legacy to be able to pass on what you have, NFTs, crypto, to your family and your whānau? And you know what? It's shit at the moment because you got to say, I say to my missus, oh, cool. So if I pass away, just, back up the seed phrase, it'll be sweet as, see up, mate. Then she'll be like, what the F is that? I didn't even know what to do. So we're really working on making sure that we can work with lawyers and accountants, because that's just the way it is, so they can enact and move the crypto across to the whānau. And so that's been a journey that's been really cool, just about to launch it. Well, actually, we are launching. But a lot in crypto, if I'm honest, is undercover. Right? Everyone says, oh, yeah, meet your friend and friend, but there's this like hidden network of people. And as soon as you get in, you're like, oh, there's another one. Oh, there's another one. Oh, there's another one. And I just don't think people really talk about it. And I think it's just, just how it is. And so one of the questions I felt wasn't answered because it was hard was, what can we do for Indigenous people? What can we do for our whānau? Our superpower is we actually can band together. Our superpower is that we fight each other. So we've got to watch that one out, right? So we've got to be really good because we got the fight and we know there's someone we can stand up. But the thing is around banding together is always going to be our superpower, because actually if you look at different cultures, nothing wrong about that, is they don't band together. They have little silos where actually if we all said, hey, let's work together and help each other, about 80% will probably go, okay, what does that mean?
That's huge. Everlasting Group, is that launched? Is that how do
so
we all come to
Well, we're doing a stealth launch. So we're really going to market and we're working with wholesale investors. What does that even mean? It's people that have, basically got a good amount of money, right? So wholesale, and then there's retail. So we're starting with wholesale first because we want to work with the crypto whales, right? Because they're going to have the biggest need to transfer their wealth at this stage. And that's just good business sense for us. That's just how we had to start. But the website's everlasting.nz. And so what we're doing is, what's the vision? Legacy.
Shot, Luke. Is there anything else you want to add? Is there any questions from the floor?
Yeah, look, obviously investing, one of the cool things is like NFT projects are beautiful, but I see NFT projects as two types. There's one-on-ones and then there's generative. So if you're running a generative project, that's a business. If you're doing one-on-one, that's an artist. Now, I'm not saying an artist isn't a business, so that's not a meme, but it runs that way. So one of the generative projects, and I'm going to definitely plug it because I think it's pretty mean, is Zoasis. So we're just actually doing a stealth launch on that now. And that's going to be actually about this one thing that I really have scratched my head on for a long time. Why aren't NFTs tied to the real world? So I'm just going to put that out there. Not going to share much because that's going to happen, but I think it's about time that, a couple more projects kind of did that. And, and that's definitely my buzz.
Shot, Luke. That's us. That's us for the quickfire rounds, and we're going to hand it back over to Aotearoa and spin some tunes, please.
Thank you, team.
Okay, another round of applause for all of our quickfire. That was a real pumping session. Okay, so now I want to bring up our crew, our Iga Beaver whānau, our K&K whānau, and Daniel Moore. Are you in the whare? Daniel? Yeah, just come up to the stage. Hey? Blockchain Māori, Rich. Sweet, we'll try and have it up a little bit higher than that by the end of the session. Okay, so we are running a little bit behind time, but we've got a pumping crew up here and we're going to pump through the introductions. You've already introduced yourself,
Yeah,
but I reckon
yeah, all
just
good.
a little bit of a background about your project. So, to set context, this session is about the back end of an NFT project. So there's people out there, we asked questions when we bought the tickets. What were you thinking? Are you more a buyer or are you thinking of setting up a project? This is to look at the nuts and bolts, what happens behind, what it actually takes to set up a project, because all of these people up here have been involved in the back end. So that's really where we're going with this. So tēnā koe, bro.
Kia ora. Yeah, Luke here, Titan Tiki. So yep, that's my project over here, bro.
Tēnā tātou, ko hikurangi te maunga, ko waiapu te awa, ko Ngāti Porou te iwi, ko au, ko mātou, ngā mokopuna o te tai rāwhiti. Engari, I wanted to smash it out real quick, whānau, because we got to be quick. Obviously, my kaupapa is Blockchain Māori, bringing education. But firstly, I wanted to mihi to the hau kāinga, to our mana whenua, to our hosts, and most importantly, to everybody here that actually has given us the platform to have a kōrero. Because if you weren't here, we'll be just talking to... Hey, so thank you so much, and thank you to every single person in here who's engaged with my posts, who's engaged, who's followed, who's liked anything, commented on anything. I truly, truly appreciate every single one of you. So ngā mihi, kia ora.
Kia ora te whānau. My name's Jermaine. I'm the stand-in for Jimmy Jackson from K&K, and I'm behind the artwork on that project. And yeah.
Kia ora whānau, I'm Tim Whittingham. I'm the part of Eager Beaver, the projects director, and I would call myself the dev liaison. Our dev hasn't actually turned up today. He, yeah, I don't know where he is. But yeah, so I worked on everything with the generative art and the actual contract deployment and the budgeting and the organisation. And
Kia ora, my name's Kamal. I'm from K&K. Yeah, I'm just one of the founders from K&K. Did pretty much bits of everything leading up to the project, except for anything with the artwork. That's all Jermaine. My background is mostly business though, and we wanted to bring in a real life aspect for our project to bring business related in with our project. So like our holders will make a we'll make a business related to K&K, and our holders will get the chance to be paid in dividends from those profits.
Kia ora whānau, Kiri Opa, along with Tim, one of the co-founders of Eager Beaver, and also like Tim, worked on the back end, tiny bit of the development side, the generative art that we worked alongside with Tamiana Robin, maybe community, working within the community, and really just being an all-round tutu. Because I had no skills in anything. The only thing that I had was a background in finance, but we managed to build up a pretty cool team, and a lot of you here are from the Eager Beaver whānau. So what we touched on before, just want to say, yeah, thank you, because without all of you, we wouldn't be here today. And today's been massive. Just quickly, today's been honestly amazing. Obviously, I spoke at the first panel, and when we were talking about giving out advice and who to follow and stuff like that, and when Jerome said, "Nah, fuck Gary V," I was just like, "Oh shit, not Gary V, that's my cousin." Wow, hey, like I was like, holy. But then, wow, when I heard, Brooke Howard Smith speak and Brian Ventura and like Jerome and everybody else, I'm just like, yeah, bro, fuck Gary V. Like we have got some actual talent up here in Aotearoa, and to be able to get them all together here on one stage for the day. And I hope you guys have taken at least something away from today, because it's been absolutely bloody amazing. But yeah, Chip.
Cheer, bro. Well, a big part of so like there's all the back end stuff, and there's a whole lot of like different aspects that you need to think about when you're building a project. Yes, there's the artwork. Then there's the actual coding, actually working with the developers and stuff like that. Then there's the business side. How do you figure out how many you're going to do, at what price, what does it take to deliver your roadmap, those sorts of things. What are some key things? And if each of you guys like kind of pick one thing, what do you what were one of your keys, your personal keys, when you guys developed whatever project you were developing? What was one of the key things that you guys thought about as a creator? So this is quite different from our last panel, eh? We were thinking at, like, what do you look at when you're looking at a project in order to buy or invest? But what do you guys think about as a creator when you created your projects?
Backup plans. You've got to have those backup plans, because when we set our vision, Jimmy and I got together and we're like, oh man, we've got to do something. He's got a big following. We've worked together for like 10 years. And my background's in sort of like art, TV production, video production stuff. And I'd been working with my mate animator that's just the best. And then so we created this artwork and we worked really hard on this beautiful 3D Kiwi. And it got a real good response online, got like 20,000 likes or something. People were like, whoa, what's this Kiwis and kangaroos thing? And then the artist that I work with, his mum got sick and he had to pull out of the project. So whilst we've got this buzz and our thing's going off and this is going to be awesome, now all of a sudden we're back to square one and had to build another team, and that sort of pushed us back. And then the NFT thing took a bit of a hit, and then we're like way on the back foot. And so, yeah, backup plans and just being ready for the whole thing to change if you rely on one person or you're relying on one idea, or you're just being ready to move.
Yeah, I know you can jump in on that as well, Barry.
We had to do it. We did a value proposition for ours is a very heavily utility-based NFT. So we did a value proposition to actually price it, to say how much are these NFTs going to be worth. And I suppose from our point of view, were we comfortable with the return in that, what you'd get back out of the utility? So in doing that, we then also had to figure out, okay, what's the minimum number that we can actually sell? Because if we don't mint out, then what? So fortunately, we've passed that number ages ago, and we're able to deliver our entire roadmap. But you could see very quickly, once we actually got into it, that things didn't actually add up. We had a community that was large enough to eat up all of our NFTs. We had a whitelist that was large enough to eat up half the NFTs, but they didn't eat them all up. And those are things that you just don't know. You go to minting and you're like, holy, all of a sudden you think you're going to mint out and you don't. And we've seen them with other projects where they've got 20,000, 30,000 people and don't mint out and whatnot. So yeah, for us was having that bottom line number, because the key for us was we need to be able to deliver everything that's in our roadmap. And we need to obviously have the putia there to be able to do that. So yeah, those were our big things that we looked at.
That's massive. And so when you're talking about minting out a project, like there's so many different factors that affect whether you're going to mint out or not. Like the bro said, massive communities, solid artwork, solid kaupapa, but it could be just that actually shit's getting really expensive now. Cost me nearly $200 to fill up my waka now, and that affects whether I'm going to drop a few $100 on a project or not. So it's thinking you can have the kaupapa as awesome as you can, and you can do as much as you can to prep, but you still don't know, you still can't. It's really hard to predict what sort of uptake and how ready the community are to invest, because it's an investment, eh? Anyone else?
And then, yeah, there were also a lot of people lost money in like other projects and rug pulls and scams and things like that. And then their portfolios are overall down, so they're quite scared to invest. And it becomes quite hard to, like portray that, all right, we've got this awesome community behind us, we've got this solid roadmap, but when you got new people coming in that have been affected so much and they've been scammed and they've been hurt, it's quite hard to actually convert them in and get them to believe and go in with your project as well. And then another thing I wanted to touch on is actually having a solid team that when they're creating your smart contract, that they actually, they know what they're doing, because there's a lot of things that they can go wrong and you can fuck up and you can lose a lot of money as well. So having the right team in place is, yeah, very, very, very important.
I mean, for us, actually, the first thing we had to do when we kind of looked in the mirror was mana, because we had to sit there and go, if it doesn't work, that's what you can always keep, And then after that, it's going hustle hustle, man. You guys know what it's like every day. Oh shit, what do we got to tweet? Oh, we better go say something in the Discord. Oh, how's everyone's day? Well, you say that every day. That's what the community will say, you know. Like, you got to actually come up with a reason and actually look after your whānau. And sometimes you have to tell them, hey, actually, I'm just tired today, so just get over it. You know, like that's kind of what it's like with like your stakeholders and investors, is they become your whānau, and that's how you talk to them in the Discord. And they can be pretty mean sometimes. I mean, yeah, you can, it's heavy, man. Like you come in and they FUD you and they start getting all personal. And you just got to be like, hey, everyone's got to have a bad day, and maybe this is the place for them to let the energy out.
Yeah, and I just want to follow on that, bro. I do like that the idea of mana, leading with manaakitanga and leading with aroha, I think is what projects should be doing. You know what I mean? And like the bro Aotearoa said, like, yeah, it might be the best project in the world, but the whānau just don't have the pūtea to put into the project. But if you're continuously leading with that, like, and sorry to be like the opposite guy, but to bring back up, like, fuck, I love you, Gary V, because he preaches kindness, he preaches aroha, you know what I mean? So I do believe that that's something that we need to latch on to, and at the end of the day, to me, it's not about dollar value or who made the most money. It's actually about who's happy, is your community happy? Is everybody happy? Are you loving each other? Are you caring for each other? Are we all rising? Are we? Or is it just one person that cracked all of those sales, really? But yeah, love.
And it comes back down to our definitions of success, eh? Is it success just to make heaps of money, or is it success actually taking your whole community with you on a journey? Like for Iga Beavers, it was successful for us giving a whole bunch of taonga puro away to a couple of schools. Like I was there on the drop-off, and some of our queens were there, some of our crew, our beavers were there, and shit, we're not making any money, we're losing money if you measure it monetarily, but we've just given these 2 schools 10K worth of musical equipment, and the kids, you could just see them, and even just having like Riapo and Kings and Stan and all of them turning up, you could see that was worth way more than any money could buy. So it's like thinking about all these different things, like what are our bottom lines? Is it just money? Is it community? Is it the mana of the project, the mana of like whatever your project is about? So it's all those different things. Anyone else want to jump on?
No, I think you're spot on, bro. And just touching on what you said there about showing up to the schools and giving out the musical instruments and stuff like that. But just seeing the look on their faces, that in itself is a reward that no amount of like minting out all that can do, right? Because you've now just placed hope into these kids to be able to, that didn't have access to musical instruments. Like the couple of the kuras that we went to, one of theirs was that they had the people that could teach music, they just didn't have the instruments, right? So then we've given them the instruments, now they can do that. The other one was they were trying to get funding for a teacher, but they didn't have musical instruments. So just little things like planting that seed, we as a community, because it was a whole community that done that together, could never have pictured that, right? We never knew that was going to be the outcome until we put one foot in front of the other. But these kids were awesome. They were coming up and they were asking me for a signature, and I was like, I'm not a part of the band. If anything, I'm devaluing your clothes. Hey, you don't
your
want
signature,
this.
Matua.
Hey, I'm a noble, but I'll never get that chance again. So yep, hare mai, come on then. So that's me. But yeah, no, it's right. And I think for us at Iga Beaver, and I've seen it with K&K, and that even though we haven't minted out, we haven't gone anywhere. Like we're like, nah. For us, and what Luke touched on was keeping our mana, and it was keep putting one foot in front of the other. And yep, for Iga Beaver, we've been able to put pūtea aside to be able to complete our roadmap. But we want to give more than just our roadmap, right? Because it's because of everybody here, and that's on the live stream and the Iga Beaver community, is that we're able to even do this. So, it would be silly for us, just because we didn't mint out, just to walk away. Like, nah, that's not what we're about. It's about putting one foot in front of the other. And if we can't do that, we'll come up with new stuff and we'll figure it out together, and keeping that mana intact, like Luke said. So, yeah.
Yeah, and as well as that, we're just people having a crack like you guys. Like people look to us because we're the ones creating it, and people put all their trust in us. But the same thing for us and Jimmy. We all had our own businesses going really well, and we dropped everything to put it into this project, and like you said, it didn't quite hit what we wanted to hit with it, and we haven't paid ourselves, you know, we're standing strong, and we're just going to do what we can and do the best, and yeah, that we're just people having a crack, you know, so yeah.
Solid, bro.
Actually, just to add to that, for people who are actually wanting to get into like create your own NFTs, like you do have to kind of just take that step. Like was just mentioned, that like, you know, a lot of us have actually could have like left his job. I've got another business, and I've done this on the side as well. And probably all of us have had other things that like our real jobs, and you have to actually, you just have to dive in and get into it. The more you stand there waiting, nothing's going to keep happening. And there's a saying that it's a pretty crude saying, but I like it. There's a saying that this engineer told me. He said, there comes a day in your life when you have to put your balls on the line. You're going to hit a lot of things along the way, and it's going to hurt, but eventually you'll knock something over. And I honestly ponder on that. But I honestly think, like, you know, there's other people there that are taking much bigger risks, and there are risks, and you have to evaluate those, and you have to be comfortable with those risks. But at the end of the day, the worst thing you can do is just sit there and wait, because you sitting there waiting to do anything is actually you're just gonna always be waiting, and then nothing will ever happen. So yeah.
Yeah, to know and not to do is not to know at all, eh? Tuahine, got a question?
Kia ora. So a little bit off what you guys are talking about right now, but I did hear one of you, Tane, mention real world businesses and NFTs. I just want to sort of know, like, how are you guiding firstly, if you can speak more on that, and also how are you guiding your community to get to that point where not only do they have the utility provided by the project itself, but how are you going to guide your community to add individual value to their NFTs, if that makes sense?
Yeah, sweet. So how we planned it was that each NFT becomes as like a share. So the more amount of NFTs that you own, the more shares that you have in that business. And so within our community, we asked all of our members and holders how many, we listed the different amount of businesses that we had as our ideas. And the community came together, and they actually really liked the K&K burger joint idea. So once we've set a certain milestone, we're going to open up a K&K burger joint. And then all the profits from that will be paid out in dividends to the K&K holders. And if you have 6 K&Ks, then your profit share will be higher. That's something that we really wanted to bring in, that was like a real world aspect to NFTs, that you actually are connected to something in the real world, but then you're also earning money, and then your NFT acts as an investment as well. And it's not just like, you know, we're doing some other cool things as well. We'll be holding events and parties and things like that. I'm even going to give my Lamborghini away if we hit a milestone. But yeah, it's just random things that we're doing along the way. But the main thing for us was to connect it to a real business aspect and your real world activity. Hopefully that answers your question.
I might just go into it a little bit. I guess I think it's access and awareness. Like, so I'm just thinking of NFTs generally, right? And there's nothing wrong with buying art. But what we're trying to say, and it's really a Kiwi kind of Aussie thing, oh, what does it do? You know, and everyone else and the other ones is like, oh, no, I just bought it because it's cool. So I really think that where at least our viewers going is it's about giving people access to the real world investments that maybe they don't have access to easily. So there is a lot of challenge. So for example, if you wanted to invest in a business, or you needed to invest in something to be a wholesale investor, that actually sucks. Like, it's hard. Like, if you try to buy a share off the NZX, it's hard. So if you can make that easy, so you can invest in things that the people with shitloads of money are investing in, that's a good start. You know, and then it gets into more things around, you know, hey, actually, I want to say. I actually want to have a say in how this money, well, let's call it crypto, is invested. Because if you've got a say in your world, then you've got a chance to grow something that you want. So there's kind of different, I guess that's just, you know, how we're going about it.
And so the community gets a say, and then also they'll get like behind the scenes knowledge and what was needed to set it up and what the requirements were and what the steps were and how long it took and what the processes were. So it's more about giving knowledge back as well. So
Yeah, knowledge, and let's be honest, the best yields you're ever going to get is crypto.
Kia ora. Madison, stand up. This is my daughter, she's 9, and she bought her first NFT, and it's a beaver.
Kia ora, Madison.
And so she's like, how come there's parties for the adults and there's no parties for them? So, you know, even you Kiwi kangaroos, you know, like you in Kiwiland, like, you know, have some party for the kids. You know, Rainbow's End, you know, whatever. You know, some concerts going, Sun's Design. Oh, I do want to thank Rio, who actually sponsored us to get here. So that was really cool. I don't know, that's probably from the Beaver community, eh? So thank you heaps, but just a shout out from the little people.
Yeah, no, that's a very good question, sis, and I'm actually going to let Tim answer this one.
I'll just see what I've got in my basket of sayings.
I just want to say they've sold raffles to their aunties, their uncles, their cousins.
You're not making it easier, right?
They've sold cupcakes, they've sold antlers, they've sold. We've fundraised 10 grand to buy our Beavers, guys. So they're a bit sad that they can't come to the R18 party. So it's like, okay, what are we gonna do? I heard everyone talking about hustling. Well, we're hustling. 855. We are hustling from the East Coast.
Well, let me put it this way.
Okay, come on.
I'll be very, very honest in the fact that we have not thought of something for the under-17s, but now that it's been very much spoken and put on the spot, we're going to have to. So, hold this basis.
Lucky you did it not in front of a crowd, eh?
Hang on, since we're in front of a crowd. So, guys, show your T-shirts. So these are our merch that we want to sell, and we want to sell it with crypto. So we want to sell it, we'll make it cheaper for people that buy it with crypto. So we can give you all our T-shirt to advertise for us so that we can sell them. So we will like your addresses so we can all send you a T-shirt. Hey guys, 855. So we're going to send you a T-shirt and we expect you to wear it and take a photo and tag us.
Done.
Yeah.
Done.
Yeah.
But on the back of that, and thank you, sis, that was some great questions. But on the back of that, though, the beauty about working in the crypto NFT space is that we get a chance to be creative, right? We get a chance to do things on our terms because of the community that's been built and being able to, and let's call it shareholders, and put them towards things, right? So that could potentially mean things like the festival that Eager Beaver is looking at doing. We have a section cut off for people that are under 18, you know? And this is just thoughts on the top of my head. And this is the way that, you know, Rio and Tim and I work and talk, and to a point where I'll be ringing Rio and his missus is like, nah, your boyfriend's calling again. And I was like, oh, but, you know, like we can actually spit ideas. And because we get to create a festival, and also answering to the sisters, Amy's point before, is within our community, the first people that we'll be asking is, you know, if we need scaffolders, you know, we need stages done, we need fencing, we need security, you know,
We need
food
rubbish
trucks,
picker-uppers.
rubbish picker-uppers, and we all know that there's some gems to be found after festivals, hey. If you're a rubbish picker, but the first people that we'll be talking to will be the community to be able to say, hey, you know, if you've got businesses in these areas, these are the types of people that we're going to need, you know, come along, you know, come bring your food, you know, come, you know, do security, you know, come do backstage and look after all the artists and all that sort of stuff. And, you know, you'll be paid for that. So that's the answer. What Amy was saying is how we can try and help people within the community be a part of the vision that we do have for Eager Beaver. But what I was saying before is we can have the opportunity to be creative, and even to the extent where it's sound check for the artists, you know, under 18s can come and just be a part of the sound check and have their own little gigs. So the cool thing is we can do whatever the bloody hell we want. We just got to be creative, eh?
Just on the out of the community side as well, like our Twitter space, our Twitter, what we call it, manager.
Handle? Oh, Mandel.
Yeah, our Twitter manager, he was in our community, and he actually saw a gap in what we were doing. A lot of people have talked about that Twitter is the NFT space. We didn't actually know that when we started down this track. We did, but we didn't actually know the true impact of it. And none of us know how to use Twitter, so we were like, holy. So that Uncle Jordan, he came from our community, as well as that as we've had dev help coming out of our community. So yeah, you can, it's limitless, hey.
Awesome. Okay, and we could go on and on and on, but what we have seen in this space, and thanks, Auntie, Main, but what we have seen in this space, and one of the things that this whole NFT Web3 thing can enable, is that you can have direct connection. This isn't some company that's way over there that you can't talk to them. Carry on these questions, carry on these conversations in the Discords, any of the projects. Like the bros were saying, they're here. You know, the project didn't pop off like we all wanted it to, but they're here and you can talk to them and you can ask them questions about where we're going with the project. You can ask questions about when are we having an under 18 section in our Iga Beaver festival. Those sorts of things. You can continue these conversations. So I really invite you guys to continue these conversations. The last whakaaro that I just want to chuck up, and I really want to big ups all of you fellas and all of our crew that are the early adopters. Now, me and Pat had a kōrero on one of our blockchain Navigators wānanga, and initially I had a half-formed thought that I was like, yeah, I want us to be the early adopters, like us as in Te Iwi Māori whānui, or us as in Aotearoa. And he actually clarified it and tweaked it a little bit. Over here are the early adopters, and some of you guys in this space are the early adopters that are forging that new direction. And we were talking about Kupe. Kupe was an early adopter. Set out, Maui was an early adopter. Set out into the unknown and sussed out, got hungry because we're going to a new island and now we need to find where the kai is. The early adopter finds where the kai is. The early adopter finds where the wai is. The early adopter finds where the sheltered place to have a home is. So that when the early majority comes, te hekenga nui, all of our people know where to go. Kupe went back and told his whānau, when you go to Aotearoa, look for these tohu. That'll show you you're in the right place. Once you're in the right place, here's where you guys can settle. So I really want us to grab that whakaaro. We've done it before. Ko tēnei tō tātou Hawaii hau. This is the new Hawaii. Our tupuna went from Hawaii to get here. This is us, all of us in the space, early adopters. We're setting it up because we want our aunties and uncles and little brothers and little sisters to be able to get into the space. So we are going to come across the scammers. We are going to... I sent 400 Phantom to the wrong address. No, but I told everyone that I knew, hey, make sure you check your address. And we've heard those things today. We've heard those things today. A lot of us, the early adopters, we are making those mistakes. We are learning the hard way, but we're doing it, hei para I te huarahi mō wā tātou whanaunga. So let's take that intention into what we're doing. Let's take that intention. Let's find out the good ways to do things. Like Bro was saying, share the cheat codes. Let's share the cheat codes. Once we've found the place where the wai is really good to drink, tell everyone, this is where you get the good water. Like for me, I've been doing that with Easy Crypto. For me, that's a place that I'm like, yeah, sweet, I can trust. It's easy for me to engage with. And so people that are coming into the space, I've been saying, hey, go there. Same with NFTs. I'm like, if you want to learn NFTs, go and look at Graphgrams, go and look at Iga Beavers. That's a good way to start because the community is strong, the education around that, and then there's people there, tuakana, to help Aotearoa along. So I really want us to think about that. Round of applause for our panel. And I'm going to call our mate Pat. Hoki mai, bro. Chapadas. Thank you. Awesome.
David here. Both David and I are a little bit nervous to talk to each other, so we had to go to the back and have a shot of tequila, but I think we're feeling good now, bro. Let's go. A few announcements for you, whānau. Would it be an NFT, Hui, if we didn't give away an NFT, would it? What? You might have seen this pretty little box over here that's been sitting up here a little bit. This is a NFT. This is a gift from the whānau at Manaki for all of you that have turned up here today. And I got to thank the bro Andy Blood and also Nicole, because this was minted on Lithoverse just in the last day. And literally, that's how easy it was. Jar, our designer, big ups, Jar. Put your hand up, brother. And also big ups for all the work that he's done, because he's amazing. He did this whole brand, everything in a couple of weeks. So Jar designed it, and then Andy Blood. How fucking crazy was Andy Blood? Just saying. He's amazing. But Andy got it minted for us on the Lithoverse platform. So what you have to do to pick up this NFT is if you just jump over to the We Are Manaki Instagram, jump into the link tree. In the link tree, you'll see a little link that says free NFT. Go to the Manaki site, follow the instructions, drop your wallet, and the team will airdrop that NFT to you. How good is that? Is that good? Yeah, you'll get an NFT. And I guess the question is, it's a loot box, so I wonder what's in it. To be continued. Awesome. Can I have the next slide? Another thing, just really quickly, I wanted to talk about, we're really excited, the Manaki team's really excited to launch whanake.io. And for those of you that don't know, whanake is a Web3 accelerator, a business accelerator. So for any of you that have an NFT idea or are on the pathway to creating your own NFT, whanake is a place where you can come and get support from our community of advisors, incredible people like the people that have been up here today, to help you launch your own NFT project. But not just launch, continue to run that project successfully for yourselves, for your community. There's a program that we've designed up there with our partners. We have some incredible partners. Team from Centrality, thank you very much for supporting us. Non-Fungible Labs are involved as well. So you're going to get to tap into all those amazing smarts. The team from Build Native, shout out to the bro Hippa. Hips. Give Hippa a round of applause. Hippa is the local Indigenous representative for Build Native, which is the Indigenous arm of Shopify Global. Did you know they had an Indigenous arm? Yeah, that's the guy right there. So shout out to Hips and all their team. And also MSD, the Ministry of Social Development, because as we've heard today, there are a whole bunch of really amazing jobs, possibilities in this space as well that we could be tapping into. And so they're supporting us to get future curriculum out there so we can get more people into Web3 jobs, into NFT jobs, Metaverse jobs, smart contract jobs, whatever the case may be. So go check out whanake.io if you have a project. Last thing I'll talk about is that you've heard a bit, and shout out to the friends and fam crew online, wherever you are. And also, if you're wondering what this is just one of our community members, that's Harms. She's in Australia. She couldn't make it, but she asked if we'd print a picture of her and put her up here. Shout out, Harms. But we're really proud to announce that shortly we'll be launching Aotearoa's first Indigenous DAO on the Friends and Fam platform. It's going to be an investment DAO, and it's all about all this shit that we've been talking about today. Unlucky if you're not in there right now because it's limited to 100 people. That's how it's going to stay for a minute. But look, just keep out for more. And to all our friends and fam whānau that are here, it's coming real soon, next week. But last speaker for today. So I'm really, really excited to bring up a guy that represents a company that has a really big brain. Actually, the company is all about brains. The company is ASM, Altered State Machine. So please give a big, warm round of applause for my shots friend, David McDonald. We should add one more, eh? Have a seat, have a seat. Welcome, bro.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for having me up.
Hey, tell us a little bit about your whakapapa.
Yeah, so I'm Ngāi Tahu Scottish. I grew up in small town New Zealand, so live in Kawerau, Tolaga Bay. Made my way up to Auckland in my early teens. Started off in the technology industry as an IT specialist at an employment agency, and then sort of worked my way on up from there.
Tolaga Bay representing today?
Yes. Nice.
For those of the whānau that don't know much about ASM, just top line, give us a breakdown of what ASM is, what it's all about, what it does.
Yeah, so it's a pretty big concept. It's basically a protocol and platform for what we call non-fungible intelligence. And if that sounds like a buzzword that I invented on my couch next to my dog, it is. But it basically means democratizing access to artificial intelligence, which is potentially one of the most powerful tools humanity has ever created. And if we don't have fair and equal representation in how that technology is used and owned, then that's a very dangerous world to live in. So primarily that's what we're about. How we're doing it is by gamifying access to it. Allowing people to understand how it works, what kind of impact it's going to have on their life, and then giving them the opportunity to not only own it, but benefit from the data and the work that they're putting into creating it.
Yeah, because it's a absolutely massive space, right? I don't know how much people know about ASM, and I know a lot of us come in here just kind of thinking about NFTs as like NFTs, but you know, essentially these NFTs are kind of unintelligent, and my simpleton kind of way of looking at it is that you're creating the potential to drop one of these brains into any NFT. Is that right?
Yeah, essentially, yeah. So when I looked at the technology and sort of gamification of AI had been something that had been a passion of mine that I've been working on for 20 years now. When I looked at the power and the utility that the technology behind NFTs could bring to any kind of digital asset. So a computer doesn't care, it doesn't know the difference between a JPEG and a neural network file, right? It's just data to it.
Yeah.
If you can apply it to a JPEG, you can apply it to anything that's digitized. So when you start thinking about it in those terms, the expanse of things that we can do with NFT technology is incredible. Being able to natively own, trade, and democratize access to digital technologies is an incredible thing.
Bro, I know you said you're down coastways, but honestly, that's such a mess. Like, how high were you when you came up with this idea? But it's like crazy. Like, I need to try and understand when you're looking at the space and you're thinking about, you know, building a technology that fundamentally sits in this AI space, really. I want to get into your brain and understand where does this come from? Like, you know, this perspective that you have on the space that NFTs can be intelligent as a pathway for everybody to get into AI, understand and own your own AI. That's some trippy shit, bro. Where does that come from? Where does that perspective of the world come from for you? Because I'm interested, just as David the human, Kaitahu, Tolaga Bay, represent, like, what's your life experience that leads you to this place to go, oh, and do this?
Yeah, so I've probably been working in the tech industry for about 15 or so years now. And I've been trying to build AI video games for about 20, just in my spare time on my own, because I've really been fascinated by the technology. But I came up, from working in call centers to becoming a geospatial engineer, and then got into management really early on. Got into blockchain about 5 or 6 years ago alongside my brother Aaron McDonald. Ended up running Centrality over in Australia and then Japan. And I've been working with this blockchain technology for quite a while now, so I had a really strong understanding of its potential and how the technology worked. And then I sort of had a collision one day of these two ideas, one that I've been working on since I was a kid, and the recent stuff I've been working on, which was blockchain technology. And it was a moment where those two things came together and the idea was born. So I ran off I built a prototype, some little cubes that went around and played soccer against each other. I put it on the chain. It worked. The AI worked. The blockchain side of it worked. Went off, showed a bunch of people, including my brother and some of my co-founders. They were like, "This is a fucking choice. Let's do it." And that's where Old Estate Machine was born.
Wow, how good is that, eh? That's just unreal. And this whole, tell us a bit more about this whole ecosystem that exists around Centrality and ASM and NFL and Fluff and Silo, because it's just amazing, man. Like, we've been talking today around themes of how we connect and how we collaborate and how we learn from each other and how we do more together. You guys have very purposely, it seems like it, you have very purposely gone about systematically building out this ecosystem. And if I look at what you guys are doing, I'm like, wow, this is some big platform play stuff. But can you tell us a little bit more about the intent behind creating that ecosystem and how you guys all work together to very purposely build out the space because you all support each other too. It's amazing.
Yeah, it comes from a really, and particularly small town Kiwi kind of attitude that we're better together than we are apart, right? Communities are stronger than the individual. And that was kind of the ethos behind the Centrality Group when Aaron founded the Centrality Group, was 1,000 zebras are better than one unicorn, right? If we all work together.
Wait, run that back again, bro.
1,000 zebras are better than one unicorn.
Okay. Let's keep going.
Yeah, if you wanted to fight against one unicorn versus 1,000 zebras, I reckon 1,000 zebras.
Oh yeah, easy.
Yeah,
okay,
for sure.
Now, lightweight.
And zebras actually exist, so there's that.
Wow, you got me there.
But the idea is that it's better to build with a community than it is to go it on your own. So we should bring together all these really smart people in New Zealand who are building amazing things and support them and have them support other people who are also entrepreneurs and building in this space. So that was sort of the core ethos behind Centrality. And what came out of that was a whole bunch of these ventures that were building amazing things and going towards a shared vision of a democratized, decentralized digital future. And we had all this amazing technology that we could start to piece together and push down a shared goal and shared vision. That's where it all came together.
So this vision of democratized, decentralized future, and we took it, like you told us a bit about ASM, and like if outside looking in, I didn't know about the little proof of concept that you built of your own little soccer blocks or player blocks. But so now you got your brains. You've got the League of All Stars, which are the players.
Yep.
Your own football league. You guys know about all this, right? Have you checked that out? So you got the football league. Drop the brains in the players.
Yep.
It's like those. What do you got? NPCs.
NPCs.
Yeah. And so they play the game themselves because essentially they're AI.
Yep.
And I'm looking at that and I'm like, that seems like proof of concept for some AI stuff that they got going on.
Yep.
But I want to understand like how you see the future of AI. Like how are we going to have AI be a part of our lives, and particularly through because AI is a kind of scary concept for a lot of people, I think.
It is, and it already impacts our lives in massive ways. So those little algorithms running in the background, controlling what you see and what you hear online, and what you have access to, even doing things like controlling whether you can get a loan, or all these things that impact our lives in massive ways. There's AI behind all those things. It's not obvious. It's not like Skynet stuff. It's little algorithms and models that run in the background, but somebody has owned and trained and controlled that AI, and it's usually some old white dude sitting in his penthouse somewhere in the middle of some fancy city, right?
Shout out to him.
Yeah. And it's not necessarily representative of the people that are consuming it. So one of the things that we need to do is take control back of that data and that AI. And if somebody wants to get access to a piece of artificial intelligence that represents me, they have to ask me for permission to do that. They don't go and create their own and think that they know who I am, right? I want to be the one who owns and controls that. And that seems like a far, that dream seems like a far away from a little soccer game where little guys are playing soccer against each other.
It's not really that far though, eh?
It's not really that far. No, we can prove that works, and we can prove that it works. But also AI is something that's fun and engaging, and I love playing around with it, and I want to share that experience with the rest of the world as well. It's something that I'm really interested in, and I find it fun to get little AIs to learn how to do little tasks and stuff. And soccer was a fun little game that I could create. But that's just the beginning. We've got a roadmap of
tell us about the roadmap, bro. What's in the roadmap?
So many awesome things you can do with the AI. The next one coming up is this guy, Muhammad Ali.
That's right, Muhammad Ali.
So we're building the metaverse boxing experience for Muhammad Ali, in partnership with the estate of Muhammad Ali and Authentic Brands Group, and also Non-Fungible Labs.
So how is the Muhammad Ali ASM connection to the brain, to AI? How's all that going to work?
Yeah, so you're going to be able to train a fighter, own a gym, a boxing gym in the metaverse, have an AI that learns how to box, and you can direct how it gets trained and put effort and work into that, and then send it off to boxing matches to box on your behalf. Essentially, that's the core of the game. We've got a lot more stuff to come out about it, but super interesting project to work on.
And this is really a precursor to what you can do with AI, right?
Yeah.
What you're talking about is I can train my own AI. So you're in the space of AI, and so it's kind of what you're saying, that if I own a brain, ASM brain, I can essentially train that brain if it's in Muhammad Ali or in one of those players. But also beyond that, in my everyday life, if I wanted to put it into some other form of NFT, I could train it to do whatever the action or the game and for that is as well. Is that how it's going to work?
Yeah. So we've got this concept.
This is such a trip, bro.
Yeah, it's an interesting topic. We've got this concept of composable artificial intelligence. So I think when most people think of what artificial intelligence is, they think it's this homogenous thing that, like Skynet or something out of sci-fi. Matrix, yeah, that kind of stuff. But in reality, AI that's just sort of the tip of the iceberg. AI is actually a whole bunch of different types of AI that are specialized for different purposes, just like we have in nature, right? While what they call artificial general intelligence is kind of the North Star of where everybody's trying to achieve, where you get human accurate intelligence. That's actually just a really small part of the influence that artificial intelligence will have in our lives. You've got things that are specialized in doing really specific tasks, like finding patterns in accounting, or algorithms for recommending what tweets that you should look at, or in Forza Motorsport, there's a little AI that you drive against with your car. So there's a whole bunch of these other types of specialized AI just like there is in nature. If every
Here we
creature,
go. We're going to nature now.
yeah. If every creature on the planet had human level intelligence, it would be a pretty shit place to live, right? If the ants walking down the street were human level intelligence.
Hey man, what's your sport?
Exactly. It wouldn't be a great place to live. So you do need these specialized intelligence that do specific tasks. And we've got this idea around composable AI. So you've got this one NFT that in a contextual manner, it can go into an environment, draw on the specialized AI that it needs to for that environment, and then act accordingly in that environment. I don't know if I went as if I need to break that down a little bit or not, but
No, I get it totally. No, could you just a little bit more? Break it down a little bit more.
That's cool. So
I get it. Composable AI goes into a new environment, learns what it has to learn from the environment, applies it to its core AI, and then can participate and is just.
That's it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's right. Yep.
Landed it. That's crazy, bro. And can you tell us about, without giving us the alpha, but giving us the alpha, like what sort of applications? Let me frame the question so you can answer it really well. What sort of applications specifically do you see ASM will develop for the deployment of that technology in the near future? Is that what we want to know? Near to midterm?
Good. So our initial focus is gaming and metaverse. It's both something that I'm passionate about and also a really good entry point for proving the technology out and getting mass adoption for it. It's something our CTO, Hal, says regularly is you can write the most beautiful code in the world, but if nobody uses it, then it's useless. Yeah. So we've got to get people, a community built around it. We've got to get people interacting with it and using the technology. And gaming's a really good entry point for that. So
what games are we going to be playing soon?
So we've got the AFA soccer. We've got Muhammad Ali boxing. We've got lots of Fluff World use cases coming up. We've got major sports leagues that we're in discussion with, without going into too much detail there. We've got
who else is getting their phone out to buy a brain right now?
ATM Car Club, and then the other obvious use cases is NPCs inside these metaverse spaces, which is going to be really important, because if you go into somewhere like Decentraland or Sandbox today, they're quite dull and boring places unless there's an event going on.
Totally.
Yeah, because they don't have NPCs. So you could set up a little quest helper or somebody who explains your art installation, or a little mini game for somebody to interact with your own NPC that you bring into this world that's an AI, and it can run around and do things while you're not there. So in reality, when you think of how metaverses are going to build out, there's going to be a lot more non-player characters than there are human characters. And somebody needs to provide the infrastructure to do that.
It's like all the bots that I kill in Fortnite.
Yeah.
That's the only way I get kills.
yeah, basically.
10 kills or bots. Oh, never mind. Crazy, bro. I want to ask you about, for all the people that are out here, there's people that invest in NFTs, collecting NFTs. You've heard, people talking about their projects. I wonder if you could, from your experience, because you guys have got incredible experience, like, the names that were dropped out of the Centrality Fluff ASM whānau today, Muhammad Ali got that boss. Yeah, that's just huge. And so there's a lot of us here, and you hear the desire in this room for all of these people to be able to connect to that level of intelligence, understanding, experience, expertise that guys like yourselves have. When we're like, let's talk about the project side first. When somebody's planning a project, when they're thinking and conceiving those initial ideas, what's that initial process that you guys go through as you're planning? Like, let's talk about, I don't know how much you can talk about, but maybe we'll talk about Seekers and Silo recently, or something like that. Just to give us an insight into how you guys think about how you structure a project for launch. And
yeah, there's actually a few approaches you can take to it. So if you take something like Alter State Machine, for example, that was creating a prototype, making sure the technology worked, because we're doing something pretty crazy that had never been done before. So we had to prove that it worked first. So we self-funded the project, put the work in to do it in my spare time. I locked myself in a room for 2 months in a little apartment in Tokyo, while my wife brought me cheesy sausages through the door, and made sure that the technology worked. And then we went out for investment. We went and talked to people who we knew from the space or through connections that we'd found. Got the idea validated by talking to them. They understood it. They thought there was value. They're experienced in the space. We're happy to invest in what we're doing. Then it's about building out a team around that. Get the smartest, nicest people that who you can trust and are hardworking and believe in the concept around you. Start to build it out. And then build a community around it. See if you can educate people on what you're doing. I'm really shit at it. My wife's wonderful at it. That's why she was our communications manager. She built a whole community around what we're doing before we went out to mint it. Made sure they understood what we're building and the reasons for what we're building. Went out to mint it and it was successful. We've kept up that communication with the community about how the progress and how it's building out. And then through that effort, through that work that we've done with our community, being on the Discord every day, 17 hours a day, being on Twitter, making sure that people understood what we're doing. Companies like ABG came to us from our Discord because they were like, we sat in your Discord, your community is awesome. They love what you're doing. It's a fun and friendly place. It's in line with the ethos of Muhammad Ali and his values. Let's have a chat. And that's where that one came from. And we've had the same with investors and other projects that we talked to. They came through our community, seen the vibe that we had in there, and then reached out to us.
It sounds very different from a lot of these collections that you saw, pre this bear market. But when people were just coming and grabbing money, they hadn't really done anything. You're talking about having done years of work beforehand to validate your technology, then build community. And Nicole talked about building community first too, and then later we'll think about mint. That's a fundamentally different gameplay from that approach that you saw a lot of people adopt in that last sort of bullish market. I think that's a big freaking lesson in that, right? Because everything that you guys do is just that commitment to quality of execution, quality of engagement, 17 hours in the Discord, hours and hours on the Twitter. You've already done the tech. There's nothing worse than going into mint. I got this stupid other deed, other side land. Those mofos didn't talk to me for 2 weeks after I got it. We just dropped 6, 7, 8 ETH on these things. Nobody talked to us for 21 days. It's crazy.
Yeah, I can't imagine that, man. I'm nervous sitting here talking to you and not having a cheeky check at the Discord, make sure everybody's okay.
But the thing is, with your guys' Discords, your Discords aren't huge. There's Discords with hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people, heaps of bots, admittedly. But I think it really proves what you can do with real engagement, real people that really care, that understand, have been educated, and want to go on the journey with you, right?
Yeah. We had on minting day, I think we had 6,000 people in Discord, 8,000 on Twitter. We sold out in 19 minutes.
What's the value of that mint?
It was 0.09.
0.09. And when was that?
That was October last year. So right in the peak period.
Wow. What's the market cap?
I think it's 700 million or something like that. Yeah.
Humble brag, eh? To get 700 million or... How cool is that? How cool is that, whānau? How cool is that? Quickly, I want to give anyone an opportunity to ask a question, then we're going to wrap it up for the day. But if you do have a question for David, can I just say just like how immensely proud I feel right now to be sitting next to a Māori that is crushing it like these guys are crushing it right now. It's like super cool, super humble, bro. Big ups to you, man.
Thank you, man. Cheers.
Brother's got a question over here.
Kia ora tātou. He uri tēnei no te tairāwhiti whānau, kia ora, no ua wahau. Bro, I've just got a question for you, bro. It's just really around this AI. And I was actually having a yarn with Kiriama earlier, and it was based pretty much around this whakaaro. So obviously in our small town communities, we have our, so I'm an artist, I'm a moko practitioner, and I rely heavily on my elders and my old people to sort of relay that mātauranga to me so that I can be a practitioner. One of my whakaaro was to for the last 5 years, I've been deep diving with them because I know they're not going to be around for long. And so my fear was that eventually it's going to be left to us, and then it's just going to keep working that way, over generation, and that knowledge just keeps being farmed out that way. But with this Web3 space and this AI thing, I was talking with Kiriama and I was saying maybe it would be cool to actually have them as have our kaumātua or our knowledge keepers, our storytellers, to have. Is there a way for that information that they have, or pretty much who they are, and if they could release their IP to something into like an avatar of themselves, and so that you can actually go, they might pass in this world, but you can go spend time with them in this Web3 space.
Yeah, that's a really interesting one, and I think that is part of that North Star I was talking to earlier that we're trying to work towards. Is more of an artificial general intelligence where you can do things like that, and we're definitely working towards that, and research has been done in this space where that's going to be possible very soon. But the thing that scares me about that is that a future where your family doesn't own that AI, that it's owned by, Mark Zuckerberg owns your granddad or your grandma. That's a scary future for me. So that's exactly what we're trying to avoid with Altered State Machine, is that you can take that as an NFT that you can pass down to, family member to family member, and you get to own that power and that thing that you're just talking about. So we're definitely moving towards that, but we've got to be careful how we get there.
Kia ora.
Thank you.
Amazing
Good
question, bro. Any other partai before we wrap it up? Question from the floor? All right, whānau, we're going to wrap it up there. David, thank you so much, bro. Incredible. You're an inspiration, man, and you've just got a big brain. I kind of caught 50% of it, but that's all good. As long as we collected the other 50% in the rest of the room, I think we'll be good. Thank you so much, everybody. David McDonald. Hei tahu represent.
Thanks, bro.
Have that one little minute where we have a little music just to talk to your mate about this. This is mind blowing. The fact that we're even having this as a conversation, like the conversation that the bros just had, that's mind blowing. So just take 1 minute to just grab one of those whakaaro, share it with your mate, because if you share it, then you'll retain it for a bit longer. We'll spin some tunes and then we'll wrap it up.
Hey, how good's today been, everybody? You had a good day? Yeah, I just want to say it's our collective pleasure to be here today with you all and to be able to put something together like this, and wouldn't have been possible with the efforts of the brothers, the community, the sisters, like everybody. So big ups to everybody. Just really quick reflections on the day, and then we'll wrap it up. I know that you all came here with something in mind. You were looking for something very personal from this experience that was personal to you. I hope that you found the seed of that today. I hope even more that you found the complete answer. But if you haven't found that answer, if you haven't at least planted the seed of that answer, please use the opportunity to connect to everybody that you've seen here today. This wasn't a conference. This was the open sharing of knowledge and experience for the benefit of the collective. There was nothing about any individuals here. And I know that we learned so much, but so often you leave these things, you get high on the vibes, you get even higher tonight, then you wake up in the morning, you forgot about half of it. Don't let the opportunity that today represented for you and your learning journey and everything that you want to achieve to just pass you by. Definitely go away, take the notes that you need to take, understand what actions you're going to take, understand who you're going to connect to, and then go and fucking execute. Execute. Take one step closer to that very personal dream, that very personal reason that brought some of you from as far away as Melbourne and Gisborne and Aussie, like wherever you are here today. But do something about it. Because we ain't talking, like none of these people are talking shit up here. These guys are talking about companies that are billion-dollar businesses that have been created in the next year. Well, how about when we come back here next year, like it's you and you and you and you and you that are up here sharing your success story, because that's the metric, and that's what this is about. So my reflection is, please go away, do your mahi kainga, take that first step to getting closer to that personal version of success. Execute, whānau. Love you, thank you for today. Pass it over to the brothers.
Kia ora anō whānau. Yeah, just want to tautoko what Pat's already said. What an amazing day, what an amazing feast for our minds. So much to think about, so much to go away and implement into our own lives, into our own projects, into our own investments. So I actually just want to congratulate everybody here for, you know, investing into your future, into the future of your children, yourself, and your mokopuna as well. But an amazing day, and thank you so much to Pat, Rach, and all the Manaki team for having us here in your whare. Without you fellas, this wouldn't have been possible, so I just want to acknowledge that. And yeah, look out next year. Or awesome. Kia ora whānau.
Yeah, cheer, babe. Yeah, tautoko pūana i ngā mihi. Can we all give a round of applause and a big ups, big mihi to our whānau here at Manaki for hosting us today. And then big ups and a big mihi to our Eager Beaver whānau for the rest of the behind the scenes, and our DJ Yolanda. Big mihi and big round of applause for all of our kai kōrero today. It's been mind-blowing, and yeah, we're going to be reflecting on this for ages. And then the last biggest one is for all of you guys for making this possible, for coming today. Like I was saying before, you know, ko tātou ko kupe. Each one of the people in this room, we're the early adopters. We're the kupe, we're the Maui. We're the ones who are setting out into a new space. And we're going to learn the hard way, and we're gonna also gain lots. You know, early adopters make the biggest gains as well. But the thing is we're laying a good foundation for our whānau. And my bro Anonymous, are you still here, bro? Oh, my bro Anonymous, he laid a whakaaro when I first started diving into this crypto NFT world, and he said it's almost our responsibility as Indigenous artists, as early adopters, as Indigenous people in the space, to lay a cultural foundation. Because our kids are going to be in this world no matter what. Absolutely. And they're going to be better, you guys are going to be better at all of this than we are. But we have to lay a good cultural foundation in this space so that our whānau, our tamariki, our taitamariki are safe when they go into the space. So they can go into the space, and when we go into the metaverse, we don't have to be someone else. We can be Māori, we can be proud, we can be Pasifika, we can be proud, we can be from Aotearoa, we can be proud to be that. And we can do it in a safe way that does benefit all of us. Because I think that's a thing that, is really strong, and I'm really feeling that vibe in this room, is I haven't met anyone, I haven't talked to anyone that I got the vibe, oh, they're just out for themselves. I don't think that's who answered this karanga. I think the people that answered the karanga to come here are people who are like, yeah, we are going to win. We are going to make it. We are going to do this together. So really just want to, plant those seeds. Like, let's lay this foundation. The way that we behave in the metaverse, the way that we behave in our discords, if we're good, like people have said again and again, be caring, be kind, like Uncle Gary V, be caring, be kind. But like our New Zealand people, like our whānau here have said, I really like that. We don't have to wait for someone else overseas to say it. We've got it all here. Like, we've been blown away with the amount of talent, creativity, execution. Like, we've had some heavy hitters on the stage today in this room sitting next to you, because there's a whole lot of people who haven't got up to have a kōrero that I can look around and I know, oh, there's some heavy hitters in the audience. So there's like, the potential is massive and we're all in it together. So just really want to, just reaffirm that and mihi to all of us. So yeah, just to wrap up, after this, we're having an Eager Beavers get together, just a chance for the Eager Beaver whānau who have travelled from all over the place. We'll just stay here a little bit after we close up, just to have a get together. And if you didn't know, the bro didn't plug it, so I'm going to plug it. We've got the Eager Beaver launch party tonight. Sons of Zion, Kings, and Stan Walker will all be performing there. Entry is strictly by Beaver, so if you own a Beaver, you can get in. Might be a good time to get an Eager Beaver. They're still minting on the site. Don't buy them off OpenSea. But so we're going to have the Eager Beavers meet up, and then it's the Eager Beavers launch party tonight at Neck of the Woods. Just a chance for us to, continue the whakawhanaungatanga. Yeah. So hono e te whānau. Ka whakairihia ngā taura kōrero, ka whakairihia ngā taura o te wānanga, ka whakairihia ki te tāhuhu o tō tātou whare. Hei tiki ake mā tātou a tōna wā, ka unuhia, te uru tapu nui kia wātea, kia māmā, te ngākau, te tinana, te hinengaro me te wairui, te ratakatū, koiara e rongo whakairihia ake kirunga kia wātea, aira, kua wātea, rire, hau, pai mā rire. Kia ora tātou. Let's go DJ Yolanda. So Eager Beavers, we'll just stay over here. If you're not yet an Eager Beaver and you want to be, and you want to buy an Eager Beaver, come and talk to Riapo. And if you want to stay for the party, come and talk to Riapo.